bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Niggas facade, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they can tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the cradle. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a fossil, they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Tell them to point out who said it, they run it. Bitch, I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that shit for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics, I need it from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make them reach for the stars. I'm dumping, I'm forcing the pun off the runs. I'm moving with caution, I'm saucing my nigga is nothing. From nothing to something they'll never be. Tycoon and I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit shit from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like it's surgery. She the curve at you just to flirt with me. Toolie tucked off, but the jewels out. I just sent her home with a full mouth. I'm a rare breed when the moon out. I'ma stop playing by the rules now. I been ran plays, need a new route. Queen said she needs space in a new house. Mom told me that she pray for the kid every day. No wonder I'm getting paid for the tunes now. Get down the ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feet on speed out, I hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Niggas facade, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. Niggas really outside with it. Roll with it. Roll with it. Roll with it.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Let me start over. Mandrea, I was going to say something, leave that alone. But anyway, ladies, welcome to the show tonight. This is Black Men Unfiltered Network, Barbershop Talk. Listen, I thought I wasn't going to make it tonight. I was out with my wife today. She had me out in stores. I wanted to clock in. I was in them stores for so long. I wanted to just clock in. But I made it back in time. And so I want to thank the guys that were going to stand in the gap for me tonight, but they are here. So thank you guys for being here tonight. And go ahead and hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, get in, go ahead and get in. Go ahead and get inside of the chat because y'all know the chat is undefeated. All right. Now, Mo, I'm going to send you the link, Mo, because it would be good to have you on tonight, Mo, so the guys can meet you, brother. All right. So listen, we got the Dustosphere in the building tonight, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we got Lady Navoa in the house. She said, hey, make sure to hit that like, y'all. As y'all enter into the live, just keep it respectful in the chat to the panel, but mostly to the host for coming. We appreciate it. All right, we got Mo C in the building. He said, Black man, you're going to have a panel for this. Mo, I'm going to email you right now. All right, we got Hink the Basement. What's good, Black Man Unfiltered? I'm good. I sent you the link, Hink. Damn, that rhyme bars. I sent you the link, Hink. So go ahead and come on up, my brother. No captivity. Y'all know no captivity with Freezy in the building tonight. Let's give it up. Come on. They don't get no better than that. All right. So it's good to be here, guys. You see the title of the show, but before we get started, little house rules here. If you want to support the channel, because we bring this thing to you right after a holiday that a lot of people celebrated. So if you want to celebrate and be with me on this thing tonight, thank you for being here. First of all, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you want to join the channel, please join the family. We would love to have you. If you want to give a super chat, please give a super chat. Greatly appreciate it. If you want to make it easy on yourself and give a cash app, you can definitely do that. It's scrolling at the bottom of the screen right now. If you love what you see and you love what you hear, get that money out. Have no fear. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I do have Section 8 in the building tonight. He said, bless you. Black Men Unfiltered. What's going on, Section 8? We got Eugene Steele in the building tonight. He said, hi, Black Men Unfiltered. Hi, Lady Navoa. Good to have you in the house tonight, Eugene Steele. Thank you, brother, for being here tonight. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and bring my guys up so we can start having this conversation. Again, when you come in, hit the like button, subscribe button. If you want to join the channel, join the channel. If you want to send a cash app, it's scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If you want to send a super chat, send a super chat. I will also read all the super chats tonight. I would read the super chats. I'll also read the cash apps. If you send a little whatever in the cash app, I would definitely send a shout out to you with the cash apps as well. All right, I want to bring my guys up tonight. The first guy I want to bring up tonight is my brother from another mother. Y'all hadn't seen him in a week, but he's been taking some time off to deal with some great personal things. So let's give it up for my brother from another mother. Mandrell is in the building tonight. All right, look at him. He's shining, he's glowing. He's like a star in the northern hemisphere. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for Mandrell being here tonight. Yes. All right, and then we got my brother in the building. His name is Mr. Bennett, and he ain't in it. Let's give it up for Mr. Bennett. Good to see you, Mr. Bennett, man. All right, and listen, guys, if she giving you trouble, this show tonight is sponsored by The Basement. If you haven't seen The Basement, go over and subscribe to Hink in The Basement. All right, and make sure you hit the like button and subscribe button over there. But this show tonight, if Uncle Hink comes up, he's gonna tell y'all this. If she's still wrong, leave her at the restaurant. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for yours truly, the host of The Basement. Your boy Hink is in the building tonight. All right. Last but not least, all the way from Florida, give it up for the man that slapped the alligators, bring them out, cut them up, cook them, and sell their hide. Give it up for your boy, No Captivity with Freezers in the building tonight. What's going on, my guy? What's going on? All right. So we got Sherelle in the building. Sherelle said she was still wrong. Absolutely. We about to get it in tonight. It's good to hear from you guys. Good to see you guys tonight, man. For real. I wasn't going to have a show tonight, but we got to get it in because it's Friday night. I know that a lot of fellas probably trying to get away from the family or the wives because they get on their nerves. Uno game went south. Monopoly ain't going well. So I'm glad you guys are here, man. I want to first start with my boy Mandrell. Mandrell, how's your week been going, my brother? Oh, yes. Mandrell. Look at him.
He's still stuck in that eating that ass mode. Look at him.
Look at him.
Yeah, it's the face of an ass eater right there.
Mandrell, how was your week?
Look at his tongue. He said, lick his tongue. He's like, about eating some more ass.
How's your week,
Mandrell?
How was your week, Mandrell? Huh?
It was good.
It
was good.
Look at him. Hold on. Look at that face. Look at that face.
Mouth full of ass, boy.
Mouth full of ass.
I don't know what y'all making a big deal out of, man. I had a really good week.
That Vaseline face.
So
yeah,
I had a really good week. Fantastic.
The juices from the motherland all over your face, boy. Yeah.
Juices from the motherland.
Yeah, juices from the motherland. All right.
Really
so we got
week.
Really good week. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Mr. Look at him. Look at them lips. Boy, them lips still got a little juice on them. Yeah. Look at him. Lick them. He missed the taste. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett laughing.
You muted Mr. Bennett.
Y'all rough on the brother, man.
How you doing, Mr. Bennett? How was everything with the fam, man? Everything
was good. Everything was good. Made some pies and hung out with the fam, and put some decorations out today. So just kind of keeping good. All the kids are home. All the kids are doing well, and so we're just very blessed.
All right, man. Thank you so much for being here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for yours truly, your boy, No Captivity with Freezy. What's going on, my guy?
No Captivity with Drilly.
Drilly. Believe it or not, man, I've been cleaning fish since yesterday.
What kind of fish? You caught them yourself?
Nah, my cousin caught them and he gave them to me. It's bluegills, freshwater fish.
Oh, okay. When you cooking them up?
Well, I had some today, fish and grits, and I'm gonna have some tomorrow. You know, that's my favorite. That's one of my favorite dishes, man. Fish and grits. I'm a simple country dude. So
That is country.
yeah,
Ooh.
fish and grits. That's my. That's what.
Hey, it's good. It's good though.
That's what they
Yeah,
call
fish
you.
and grits is good now.
That's
Fish
it,
and grits
man.
is good, but man, it's gonna take about 20 pieces of fish just to fill up. That bluegill.
Uh,
That
yeah, you.
bluegill.
Yeah, bluegill, but it depends on what size they is, you know. But
Man, it ain't no bigger than the palm of your hand. You need to stop it.
hey, a few hush puppies on the side, you be all right.
All right, man. Thank you for being here tonight, Freezy. All right, we got Hink in the building tonight. Hink, man, the host of The Basement Guys. If you haven't checked that out, please go over and check that out. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button over there, and send that man a little money and put a little money in his pocket so he can take care of that family over there. Hink, what's going on, brother? How you been?
Man, it's all good, baby. It's all good. You know, the good thing about having older children, you ain't got to spend as much on their asses. So,
True.
hey, most of the Black Friday shopping I did was for myself today. I ain't gonna even lie.
I know that's right.
That's what's up.
It was
I
all
know
good.
that's right.
Hey, big brother, it was a good day. I can't complain. I had a good Thanksgiving. You know, got to enjoy and celebrate with loved ones. So it was all good, man.
Yeah, man. Let me share something with you guys real quick, man, because earlier today I went shopping with the wifey. I came back about 10 minutes ago. I pulled up in the yard, and wifey said, "You about to go do the show?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Listen, I know your headphones broke the other day, which they did. They gone." And so yeah, they bad. My son came in and just, I guess he tripped over the card and he stepped on them or something. I don't know, but he crushed them. So I had to put my daughter's damn headphones on since then. But then my wife said, "Baby, you about to go do the show?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Take these with you." And so she got me these bad boys right here.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
All right now.
Yeah, them Studio 3s too. My God. And so I told her I'll wear them the next show. I don't know if I gotta. Yeah, I'm gonna figure it. I'm gonna hook them up. But yeah, thank you, Boo. Shout out to the Boo Boo for being true. Appreciate that. All right, guys, let's get to the nitty gritty here, ladies and gentlemen of the court. I vetted right, and she still was wrong. How you guys feel about that subject tonight? Mandriel, go first, Mr. Bennett, Hink, and then no captivity.
That kind of thing happens. You know, you hear all the time on these spaces that you need to vet properly. But you know, you can vet all the live long day, but that person still might not be the person that they're pretending to be, or that person might change because people do change their mind, and people, or if you might be with them for a long time, that person might grow into a different person that you initially met and fell in love with. This kind of thing happens. You know what I'm saying? And it's one of the risks you take when getting into a relationship or a marriage. It's all a gamble. It all is. You know what I'm saying? So this is one of the things that you risk when you meet somebody and get vulnerable with them and spend a life with them. This shit happens. You just have to accept it as a part of life. Yeah.
I think he's frozen.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. You have to accept it as a part of life. You do have to accept it, Freezy, because it happens. You can't. There's nothing you can do to stop it or change it. It's one of those things. Now, Mr. Bennett.
I agree with you, especially if you're with someone for a while. Priorities change. What you thought you may have wanted. There's a famous line from Star Trek from "I'm Up Time." Mandrell, I know you're a fan of that. Spock says at the end when he gives to Pring to the would-be husband, he said, "You may find that wanting is not the same thing as having." And sometimes you get into something, you think that's what you want, and you come to a point and realize that that's not what you wanting it, or the fact that you have it now, the thrill is gone, now the chase is gone, and whatnot, or like I said, your priorities do change over time. And you can talk about covenant, you can talk about vows that you took to one another and whatnot, but some people aren't built for the long haul, and it's unfortunate when you have to find that out down the line, but it does happen. And so again, for someone to be with you for the long haul, especially when they start believing that they don't have to, that's something that very few are able to ride out.
Mm-hmm. Hank.
Well, let me say this. To me, there's going to be some red flags in the meantime, between time. You can't be afraid to address them. You have to address them. Now, like I know you said, people change during the vetting process. Usually they show a sign then. Even after you vet and like you move on and you cross the threshold of marriage, people do change then. But hopefully as the person, as the man, you already laid the foundation already for the relationship. Now, if it still changes after that, if you don't address it when you see the change happening, yeah, you're gonna have to take that L.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to take that L, and as men, we're gonna take some L's. We're gonna fail. We're gonna come up short. It's all about how you rebound from it, how you make the proper corrections, and move forward. So,
All right. No captivity with Freezy.
I'm thinking about the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I get what y'all saying. You know, you're gonna have to take the L if it does end up wrong. But how can you vet right and end up wrong? Like she had to lie to me or something. You know what I'm saying? Like if I vet it properly.
Well, the thing is, in life, Freezy, it is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. So this is one of those situations where you could have done everything right, but what went wrong wasn't any remotely your fault. No, your doing. It could have all been on the other person, or if it's in a long term thing, that person could her priorities might have changed. She might want different things now. She might grow tired and dull and bored with the relationship. Anything could happen. It's random and it varies from person to person.
So what were you saying? She might have just gave me her best self in the beginning, and then
She may have, yes, or so she may have just been not on her best self, but her that might have been her completely. That really was her. Then, 10 years down the road, a lot of stuff happened in between there.
she watched Oprah too many times or something.
Yeah, might have. Just saying,
Yeah, but when you take into account, I mean, you have kids, like, so you come into a relationship, especially if you have no kids. Now you got kids. If you have kids in a relatively short period of
I
time,
can see that
when you
change.
stop being, husband and wife, and in her mind at least, motherhood starts to take priority over being a wife. That is certainly something that can happen. And the reality is, again, until you with somebody, that's the thing. I've never been a fan of cohabitation, because I've seen people who've been cohabitating for 10 years and they get married and they're divorced in less than 2. So a lot of people say it's just a piece of paper. It's just, it's no big thing. It's just a formality. But even for those who cohabitate, I've seen it time and time again when people cohabitate, they make that final move, and it's still not the reality that they were looking for. So, yeah, I mean, until you start getting those things, what happens if you lose a job or there's a turn in the economy and you stop making as much money as you did? What happens if you get an illness? We talk about in the balance, we talk about for better, for worse, for richer, for poor. But no one, I don't know how, can someone truly be prepared for that? We've gone through, a 2-year global pandemic. We've had, major economic recessions, 2008. We're kind of in the middle of one now. And so, until those things are actually tested, I'm just saying, until those things are actually tested, until you're under the, test, you don't know how good the quality of an item is until it's under fire. And that's hard to do in the dating phase.
So, Mr. Bennett, you're saying she might not have seen any real pressure until after you solidify the relationship or something, or
I think so, because when you say, this is final, when you start saying, she might have had her own condo, you had yours, you guys sold out, you guys bought a place together, now you're in each other's spaces 24/7, 365. She's not just going to your place on the weekends. When you guys are in it, when you guys have to start sharing all responsibilities, when you say that her money is your money,
Right.
When you start sharing that pot together, when she's like, really, it's like, no, it's like, okay, we married now, so my name goes on your accounts. When you start making those kind of moves, it can in an individual, if they're not really ready for the vows that they talked about, that could be something that changes how they view the relationship. They thought they might have been ready for something more permanent, but in reality, that they really weren't.
Well, let me say this: for any of them cats who sit there and say it's nothing but a piece of paper, don't even take women. Don't even take a dude like that serious, because he's just telling you that shit just to keep you some steady ass in the building. That's all he's telling you that for. So if you go for that bullshit, you a goddamn fool. You a goddamn fool if you go for that bullshit ass answer. Somebody sit there and tell you it's just a piece of paper. No, it's more than just a piece of paper, because it's not an easy out. It's not an easy out. You have to work. Being married is like a job. You have to. It's one of them jobs that you never clock out of. 24/7. You always on call. So
like being in the military. Like being in the military, 24 hours
on duty. So you working every day, even when you're not around each other. You're working. When you're with each other, you're working. There is no time off. Military gets time off, Mandrell. There ain't no time off here. So no, so for them clowns to tell you that it's just a piece of paper, yeah, he's keeping you as a steady.
But now, here's the thing, brother Hank. But now the women are saying it. I hear as many women saying it now than I'm hearing the fellas. Yeah. So it's not coming from the men now.
Guess what? For the man who's dealing with that woman, he's good.
Leave her at the restaurant.
Yeah, if you're not looking to get married, no, leave her as at the restaurant. If that's what you're looking for, and women talk like that, that lets you further know right there. It's not, you're not for me. Now, if I just want a piece of ass, then okay, cool. I'm gonna knock you down. And I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I'm gonna give you them 20 minutes and I'm out. Other than that, that's all you good for is a piece of ass. But if you are a man who's looking to get married and settle down, say, baby, you better get ready to work. Hard hat, lunch pail, let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Damn.
Salute for the 20 minutes, bro.
The 20 minutes, bro.
The 20 minutes, man. I'm about halfway point.
So we want to welcome Mo to the show tonight. Mo,
like used to. Hey, but this has been give 18 minutes of foreplay.
I got that. Oh, I can. Yeah.
18 minutes of foreplay.
When you say 20 minutes, I'm thinking about your part. I'm like, man,
a good stroking.
I'm not.
Hey, I'm giving you the
long past.
Yeah, man.
Black man, I feel ain't that what Anita Baker was saying? I'm giving you the best that I got, baby.
Yo, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. That's a heavyweight 1 round bout. People got knocked out the first round.
It's either 3 minutes or 300 strokes, whatever comes first.
Man.
Damn.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, look, Mr. Bennett, I've seen his yearbook, y'all. And Mr. Bennett, when he was in school, he was standing like this, and right beside it, somebody signed, "Thanks so much for the good times, Mr. Longstroke."
Okay.
All right, Mo, welcome Mo to the show, man. How you doing tonight, my brother?
Good to meet you, brother.
Hey, how you doing, guys? How y'all been?
Doing well.
Pretty good,
Glad to meet you.
Hey, it's nice to meet you guys too. Nice to meet you guys too. I'm glad to be here. Very glad to be here.
Absolutely.
Very glad.
Well, thank you for being here. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say, we definitely have to vet who we get with, because it's just one of those things where that's going to be somebody who you commit to. I don't know how old you guys are. I'm 35. I made a lot of mistakes when I was younger. I remember when I was 16, I was in love with this girl who I was pretty obsessed with in high school. She said, "Oh, you're just a friend." She friend zoned me and all that stuff. So she gets pregnant, and guess who gets the blame? And we ain't never did anything. Honest to God, we never did anything, but yet I ruined her life.
Come on, Mo. You hit it, Mo. Come on, Mo.
No, I never hit it. I'll be honest with you. I never hit it. But the problem is sometimes you run into a woman that's going to blame you for wrecking her life when you didn't even wreck her life. That was the issues that I always had, and I had some luck with women. I had some crackhead women that I used to get with, and that wasn't a good thing.
Yeah, we won't get Dr.
Yeah, I wasn't good when I was young, but now it's like I'm just saying. This guy.
Sound like you need to come to the basement, baby. You sound like you need to come to the basement bad.
So we
I
got
do
Dr.
need to
Hink.
come to the basement.
Dr. Hink. Dr. Hink is has his own show called The Basement, where he helps men. And Dr. Hink, what would you have to say about Mr. Mo tonight? What encouraging words do you give him to keep him away from the crackhead hoes?
Well, the first thing it is, you need to stay away from crack holes, man.
Yeah, I know. That was back then. That was when I was I stopped because I used to drink and all that stuff. You know, I stopped hanging out with them when I was 25, I guess.
Well,
So I've been living a clean life, you know.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Hopefully you dried up and sobered up and did what you need to do. And along with leaving that liquor alone. You know,
I quit drinking when I was 25.
Yeah, leave them crackheads alone. Hopefully that all fell all at one time. Hey, man, I came from a 1985 era. Just say no to drugs. That's what Nancy Reagan told me. So hopefully you did the same thing. Leave them crack hoes alone because they no good to you. It sounds like you almost tried to get involved with one when she tried to throw that baby on you. That ain't no good.
That's what happened. Like
do you have any kids, young blood?
I have 2 kids. One is 17 right now, and one is 14. They're the best things that ever happened in my life.
Well, man, you need to be an example for them boys. Are they boys or girls? Or
one is a boy and one is a girl.
Well, you need to be an example for them young man, because definitely you got a story to tell about, especially you. I guess you're a former alcoholic. Is that what you was?
I used to drink a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to drink a lot.
Were you in the military?
No.
Oh well. Right.
Well, let me tell you this. Please don't relapse. Whatever you got to do not to do it. You know, continue to go see your sponsors, go to your meetings, whatever you have to do what you have to do. Continue to do that, man, because that's a serious thing. I'm gonna go and be transparent. I have very little respect for alcoholics because of what happened with my uncle. You know, he was killed by a drunk driver.
Right.
But at the same time, the Lord's working on me. I got to work on my heart, so I need to be a little sympathetic to some because they still out here and they do need help too. They just got that disease that they just got to deal with. So hopefully, like I said, that you continue to do what you need to do to stay sober, stay off that bottle. You know what I'm saying? Don't let it take you down again. You said it did once, but you're not going to go back. I'm glad to hear that. But definitely stay away from these crack holes because they might draw you to drink it again. You keep dealing with them.
She tried to drag me to drinking again, but I didn't want to do it. It's like, it's been 10 years. I quit 10 years. You know?
Man. Hey, look here. Let me tell you this. Go to your local grocery store and find you a good wholesome woman that's in the produce section. So at least you know good eating habits if she find in the produce section. You understand what I'm saying? And actually, how do you feel about drugs and drinking? And then she said, hey, that's an even more better sign. Slide in your number, get in her DMs or whatever you got to do to get with her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
But let me tell you this: don't go to no place that serve alcohol. I know that's going to be hard for you, and there's a lot of places that do serve alcohol, but there are some restaurants you can go to that don't serve alcohol.
Yeah, exactly.
And do your thing. But let me tell you, the first date you ought to be taken to a coffee shop anyway. Take her to a coffee shop, get to know her. You know what I'm saying? Get to find out the 411 about her. You know what I'm saying? Know what her history is. Know, you know, how she feels, how she moves, get to know her better. So you ain't got a lot of distractions around you. If things don't work, you pay for a cheap ass coffee, you keep it moving. If she don't act right, you leave her there. You understand what I'm saying, Mo? But look, I ain't gonna take with all of this. You come over to the basement, I'm gonna give you some more knowledge. We'll break bread.
All right, I'll come to the basement, man. I'll come to the basement.
Right on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the doctor himself. Dr. Hink is in the building. All right, shout out to Brother Hink for helping my guy out here. Listen, we got some more people in the chat here. We got the 100, half of that in here tonight. Brother CJ's in the building. We also got Jeff Davis in the building. He said, don't go to McDonald's with her. She will have the runs that night, which means no tail.
Oh, God. I don't do McDonald's, man. McDonald's
there you
is
go.
not classic.
Good man.
Yeah, that's
McDonald's burgers ain't burgers, man. You gotta go to like a homegrown restaurant, maybe like a mom and pop restaurant. That's the best place to go for burgers.
Yeah. So how many of you guys ever dealt with that though? What he's talking about right now, as far as what Hink and Brother Mo just got through talking about. When you, because a lot of men say, "Hey, I vetted." And Hink, let me ask Dr. Hink first. Hink, do you believe that there are men out here that really, really vetted, and they ended up 2 years down the line, something that triggered that woman, and that woman just completely turned on them? I mean, her attitude changed. She started acting crazy.
He got to go. He ate some good booty that night and fell in love with it, and the juices got a hold to him.
Did he ate good booty?
Yeah, he ate some good booty. I know a guy right above me that ate some good booty. That's neither here nor there. But no, I mean, if you vet it right, you don't know something. Turn within 2 years. That's a problem.
Oh my God,
problem, man! I promise you, that is a problem.
Yeah, because a lot of I know personally a guy that did get married. Him and his wife, beautiful family. They've been married for about 4 years, 5 years. On their 5th year, they had a baby, and after that baby was born, she changed completely.
Yeah.
She changed, her attitude changed. She's talking to him and he's in shock. Yep. He's like, "What? Whoa! She's never talked to me like this. She ain't never treated me like this. What the hell is going on?"
Like, man, has she ever talked to anybody else like that?
Yeah, he don't know that. See what I'm saying?
No, but what I'm talking about, maybe other family members, maybe co-workers, friends.
Yeah.
Because if she talks to somebody else, like, she already showing signs that it's in her.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time she's gonna try you. How do you handle it? Right. Now, like I said again, you got to nip it at the bud right then and there. If you don't nip it at the bud, you allow it to happen. Say, "Oh, baby, I'm gonna give you a pass." Hell no, I'm not giving you shit. We're not giving no pass. We need to talk about this. Why are you coming off at this like this? Why are you talking crazy like this? Who do you think you're talking to? That need to be the conversation right off bat. Now, if it doesn't and you accept it, guess what?
Right.
It's gonna get worse. It's not gonna get better. It's gonna get worse. She's gonna keep pushing you. She's gonna keep challenging you. She's gonna keep going at you until you raise up, wear your back, and show them, hey, you are a man. You got a dick. You got a spine. You ain't a jellyfish, and you do something about it. If not, then guess what? She's gonna keep walking over your ass like a doormat.
And so, Dr. Hink, and I'm gonna get everybody else in here. But what do you say to a man that's in that right now, and that's dealing with that for the first time? What do you say to him? How does he walk into that to tell her about herself?
Now, it depends on the situation. If he's married, we're gonna have to talk. We're gonna have a one-on-one conversation. We have to have a sit-down, hard, tough conversation. You know what I'm saying? And if I don't think I can handle it with her, then now we're gonna have to bring a counselor in. Now we're gonna have to go to couples therapy. If we're not married, you're gonna have a very short line. You're gonna have a very short string. You're gonna have to get this shit together, baby. Because if it ain't, I don't see it, no us. We're not gonna be together long if you ain't gonna get that shit together. Now, once you throw it on her, the ball's in her court. If she don't get it right, you need to be a man of your word. You need to walk away. Don't talk about it, be about it. Don't threaten her and don't do it. Just like a child. You tell a child, I'm gonna spank you. You keep on, I'm gonna spank you, and you never do, they're not gonna take you serious. They're gonna take you as a damn joke. And they're gonna laugh at you while your back is turned and keep doing you like that. Matter of fact, you probably go over to your friend, girl, I got him sprung. I got him right my fuck. I do whatever I fuck I want. Fuck him. He can't tell me shit. Now, that could either go in one of two ways. That dude can act overly emotional and get physical with her because he feel like there's no other way to get her to listen, and that's bad. And that's the last thing a man should ever do. Have to put a hand on a woman to get up. Now, if you got to do that, you need to leave. But if you don't address it, it could happen that way. But guys, I tell guys all the time, man, if we're not married, and you need to address that right off hand, and she doesn't respond in a way that you know is going to be positive for you and her, then leave her at the restaurant. Leave her.
I think the way a lot of guys get caught up in situations like that is they don't, I agree with what Hink is saying. You just got to be yourself and don't be afraid to check the woman if you have to. Like a lot of guys they veer away from confrontation. They always try to keep peace all the time, and they go a long time um with that type of pace with the woman. You know that they don't want confrontation. You know, they just try to keep the peace. But sometimes it's okay to check situations at the door, especially to see how the woman handles you checking her. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of guys don't want to take it there because they don't want confrontation, you know. And so then these guys end up in these marriages where you're forced to deal with situations, difficult situations, and now you're seeing the real side of the woman you've always been with, you know. You gotten to the point where you might be tired, looking at each other, you might be tired of having it's just a lot of, just a lot of barriers start getting broken down, and you start being more relaxed, and she starts feeling like she can just say what the hell she want to say. Especially, let me tell you something about women. When women feel like you tied the knot with them and you sign that contract, man, all bets is off. They don't give a damn. They won. They won. So guess what? They're gonna be who they really been wanting to be for the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, I feel like a lot of guys get caught up in that situation because they always trying to play it safe in the beginning. Don't want to hurt her feelings. You don't like this, what she said. You don't like that, what she did. But just to avoid confrontation, you just don't say anything at all, and that's how you just keep going until you tie the knot, or until you guys get into a very serious relationship. And I think that's the wrong way to handle it. You got to just be real from the get-go. Check your woman, man. Check the woman that you're talking to. You got to learn how to check shit. And a lot of these guys they just a lot of these guys are raised by their moms, and they was taught not to raise their voice at their moms. So psychologically, that plays over into the relationship with the women. You know what I'm saying? But you just got to break out of that, man.
Hey, Free, let me say one more thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But
But
no, I'm done. I was done.
one thing, there's always situations that's coming up everywhere. Have the conversations when you see situations. If she comes to you, tell you about something that her friend's doing, well, baby, hold on, how you feel about that? What would you do in that situation? Are we seeing something on TV and the movies or on the news? Okay, what would you in that situation? How do you feel about that situation? You need to ask those tough questions. You got to have good communication with your spouse, your significant other, with the one who you with. You have to, and there's nothing wrong with having the tough conversations. Men or women, either one of them have. It don't have to be just a man having a tough conversation. Ladies, y'all can have a tough conversation too. Situation, just ask them. Put them in that situation. If you was in a situation, what would you do? Be honest. Don't lie to me. Don't tell me what I want to hear. Be honest. And you have to do things like that to put her and watch how she moves. See how she responds. See if she gets uncomfortable. You got to watch all of that, her body language, all of that, her voice reflections. If it goes up and down, I have, man, I would smack the shit out. Oh, so you saying you're a violent person when somebody pokes you like that? Okay, that's a problem. I need to be concerned because there's gonna be some time where I may not always be on your good side. Is that how you're gonna respond to me? Now we can't have this. Let's address this right now. So
I think also we got to look into how they're like behind the scenes as well. I had a relative of mine who was married to a woman for about, I would say roughly about 5 years. They have 3 beautiful kids with each other. All of a sudden we hear that she cheated on the guy 3 times. Like, he tried to work things out and try to be a family for the sake of the kids, but
With 3 different dudes?
No, with one dude.
Oh yeah, he was smashing her to death. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what happened was, he had to sit down with her and just say, hey, what's it going to be? Is it going to be our family, or is it going to be anything else? And that's the ultimatum that he gave. She chose something else. So sometimes you run into those situations where you have to be a man and give the ultimatum and be the head of the household. God created man for a reason. That's for us to be an authority, but not like overbearing authority, but to have that strong backbone to just say, what's it going to be? You got to have that backbone to just say stuff like that.
So, or how do you guys feel about that? You know, getting cheated on 3 times.
Yeah, like the first time I got cheated on, I was cheated on in a relationship. But the first time I said, "Screw you, I'm out. I'm not dealing with this." That's what you have to do. Because fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Well, the thing is, for me, is like when it comes to a relationship, we're the understanding that this is going to be something monogamous. All right, I don't like sharing my toys. Okay, let alone my women.
Pause.
So
you don't like sharing your toys? What kind of toys?
You had to go there.
No, you know, race cars, Legos.
Oh, okay. I thought
you know, G.I. Joes.
No.
Power Rangers.
Yeah. You're the one who actually knows the names of that nonsense. I don't. So anyway, I'm not into that. Like I said, here's the thing. The thing is, if she cheats, that's a breach of trust.
I thought you calling women toys. I'm like, damn, man, Drill.
No. Hank, neither one of us have any need for that. All right,
man. Hold on a minute,
dumbass.
Thank you. Now, it's a breach of trust and a big breach of trust. And from my perspective, once trust has been broken to that degree, the relationship is over. It's only a matter of time.
The first time
you can say, the first time. Once that trust has been breached at that degree, you know what I'm saying? It's only a matter of time before the relationship's over. You might as well. Only thing you got to do is set a clock to it and time. See how much longer you're gonna last. You can say, "Oh, I forgive you," and we can work it out. You ain't working nothing out. You're working your way to the end. You're wasting time.
So anybody else on the panel feel? Anybody else on the panel feel like Mandrell feel? The first time she cheat you out, Mr. Bennett. If you and your wife, the first time if she cheats the first time you out, Mr. Bennett.
It would have to, because I just couldn't
live with
it. It would be like really old school reference here. Remember the Brady Bunch, Bobby Brady, don't play ball in the house, and the ball kept breaking the vase.
Right.
It would just keep playing in my mind like over and over again. Like that would be very difficult for me to get over. You know.
What about you, Freezy?
Man, if I get caught cheating and then she cheat after me, it's still over with. I hate when guys say, "Man, but you did it too, bro. You got to be fair."
Yeah, Tank said he deserved it.
No, hell no.
Oh my god.
No. But a lot of guys get caught up in those situations where, I don't know about 3 times, but get cheated on 3 times, but 2 times, once, a lot of guys get caught up in those situations because they actually, try to create these lies and excuses for their significant other just because they don't want to lose this woman to another man. They don't want to actually see this woman with another man in a whole nother relationship, and they could take this woman possibly having sex with another man 1 time, right? Or 2 times or something. But as long as you don't leave me wholeheartedly and become another man's woman. And so they play these psychotic games in their head, like, oh, she just did it 1 time because I talked to her like this, or we had a disagreement or something. Like, no, she did it. She cheated on you because she a hoe. That's why she cheated on you. It ain't have shit to do with what you did. Nothing.
A lot of men blame themselves.
A lot of men blame themselves. Trust me, and more so than not, black man. Real talk. They doing this every day. I'm telling you, I've seen it happen in real life. These guys is blaming themselves. They saying they giving the woman excuses, and or whatever the lady whatever their woman might say on why she did it, they'll accept that. And probably tell her he's sorry. You know what I'm saying? But man, listen, she cheated on you because she a hoe. That's it, man.
Exactly.
Before we move on, Eugene Steele sent a super chat a few minutes ago. I want to acknowledge him. Thank you, Mr. Eugene Steele, for that $5 super chat. He said, even the most effective technique is not 100% foolproof. The lady can do a bait and switch on you. She can execute soft girl tactics. Thank you so much for that, Eugene Steele. We're going to discuss that right after this. Thank you so much for the super chat.
You will give me jam, baby. I ain't going nowhere, chilling right here. Me and her every jam on the track, chilling with the pocket queen. Knowing you weren't expecting this, so not like this, nah, to the hook now. Ain't that like when I sing freestyle, ain't that like when I do it 3 times, you really do the best, you really do the best, the mic and the melody comes on, the rhythm to hold on, we can't let it go, no. Ooh, ain't that like when I do it 3 times,
All right.
Hey, look at you, Mr. Dr. Eugene Steele with the vocals. That was him. That was him with the vocals. That was Eugene Steele.
Yeah.
Y'all can't say that wasn't. Look at y'all can't say it wasn't.
It looked like Eugene.
It did. Look at you, Dr. Eugene Steele with the vocals.
Mandrea, Shoe's not in the barbershop tonight. But she wanted me to tell you something.
I should have fucked you up, but I let you walk away, and I let you come get yourself together. But bitch, I'm gonna let you know if you ever pull that shit on me again, that will be your last motherfucking day standing. I promise you that.
I know. I've seen that.
That was for you, Mandrell. She wanted you to know
that. I talked to her earlier today.
All right. So, guys, let's talk about what Eugene Steele said. Let me put it back up here. Eugene Steele said, even the most effective technique is not 100% foolproof. The lady can do a bait and switch on you. She can execute soft girl tactics. What are your thoughts on that, Dr. Let's see, Dr. Hink, what are your thoughts on that? We'll go around the room.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that. I mean, that's 100% fact right there. She can. And
but no, not to you, Hink. You'll see all the red flags before it happens. You did say that earlier.
No, I didn't say that.
You did. Thank you. Oh, no, not you. You'll see all the red flags.
I said she's going to show you something. She's going to show you something. You may not pay attention. You might not be aware, or you might just look over or look past them because of certain things she does for you. You know what I'm saying? You feel like, well, it's not that bad. She was talking smart and being sarcastic to me, and decides she don't want to give me no ass every time I try to mosey up to her. Nah, that's a problem. So now, can they do that shit? Yeah, I believe they can. Like you said, it's not 100%. But man, you just got to pray and hope that you picked the right one and you did the proper vetting. You asked the right questions and you did what you needed to do. And then you just got to go with it. But I'm telling you, man, we're going to fail. We're going to take some L's. We're going to lose. We're not going to always be successful every time we go and do something. We're not.
Right.
That's the point of it. We can't be afraid to fail.
Right.
Man, we can't be afraid to fail.
So. And before we move on, I want to do something with you real quick, Hank. If you were with a woman, you were dating for 4 years, and then on the 5th year, you guys decide to get married. Then you're in the marriage for 3 years, and one day you guys are on a trip or something. You guys are spending a romantic weekend together, and she was drinking her coffee, and you happen to bump her, and the coffee spills in her lap, and she says, "You bitch nigga, why the fuck would you knock that coffee in my lap?" After you've been with her that long, have you never heard her speak that way? What would your response be to that woman?
I might have spilled my cup of coffee on her ass then. I'm sorry. Please accept my apology. Raggedy hell, who are you talking to? You better not have a cuss of
pour over your head.
Don't cuss me out.
I'm telling you, hey, who you think you talking to? You sound like me, huh? Hey?
I'm gonna say it again. Dude, this wouldn't be her first time you heard her talk like this. She didn't talk like this to somebody before. It may not have been you. It might have been her friend. If you don't say nothing right then and there, man, why'd you talk to a girl like that? Because guess what? It's gonna come at you. She's going to try you, and if you don't address it right then and there, that's a problem. I don't want to deal with a woman cuss like a sailor. I think it's unsexy.
It is. Very much so.
Very unsexy, man. So you sit there talking like that, I already got a problem already. So
yeah. So what do you say to men that enjoy that? What do you say to men that enjoy women that just cuss or just allow it in their presence, or even in the YouTube streets? What do you feel about men that be on panels where they know the women are just going to be ruthless and cussing and acting a damn? Like, what do you say to guys like that enjoy that?
I said, good luck, 'cause she gonna cut your ass out as soon as you get out of line. Guaranteed.
And they may find it sexy, you know,
Man,
for a moment, but you know, for a long term, no, it's not good. Because if you can't have discipline, if you can't have discipline over your mouth, that shows me a lot about your discipline in other areas of your life. Your tongue, you know, you need to be able to exercise that. And if you can't see that, I mean, look, anybody can have an expletive moment in a time of, you know, urgency or what have you. But when you're talking about where it's part of your common vernacular, where you're just dropping them left, right, and center, regardless of the company that you're amongst, to me, that's a lack of discipline to me. And so, you know, for that reason, that's why now I was pretty firm on that, you know, when I was dating. It's like, you know, my 3 peeves: smoking, profanity, and tattoos, like a ton of tattoos on your body. Now, again, you can have, back in the day, you get a little tattoo in an area, indiscriminate, nobody could see it. But if you got them now, they get them all over, on their necks, on their faces, on just all over the place. They got the stamp on the back. I mean, they got it all over. I mean,
they be looking like the Undertaker.
It's you know, so again, you have these extremes that I just veered away from. But you know, again, how a woman talk, and especially I wanted to always see how she would talk in the presence, especially of her friends. Because again, the mask seems to come off when they're in their friend circle. They can play to you, they can go to their jobs, they can do whatever. But I want to be kind of in the room. I may not say much, but I just want to see how you interact with your girls, because that's really who you are. That's when you're your most naked, is in those moments. So if you're gonna be that kind of person, then that's who you are.
Not only that,
when it goes to go to a cookout. Go to their family cookout, not your family.
Right.
Go to their family cookout. See how they do. Holidays, how you respond. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Put them in situations.
And so
not only that, if a man,
go ahead, no captivity. Answer that question as well that Mr. Eugene put out. Go ahead.
Okay, I say not only that, but if a man finds that sexy, that's a very big indicator that he experienced a lot of dysfunction with his parents growing up. You know what I'm saying? He might need a little therapy if he find that sexy.
Right.
And then not only that, it's going to bleed over into if they have kids. She's going to be cussing like that, disrespecting him in front of the kids as well. You know what I'm saying? So a man that finds that sexy, he might need a little help. You know?
Right. Exactly.
And it doesn't even have to be the cursing. Like I said, it's the tone. I remember this one girl I was talking to when I was dating, and her house was kind of rambunctious. So she'd be talking to me like mouse voice. But at any point in time, if something was going on in the background, Mom, why'd you stop? I mean, it was like this total transformation while I'm on the phone with her. And then she'd get back with me. It's like, hey, how you doing? Da, 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 da. And it was just like, you know, like these people. Like I said, it was a totally different dynamic in the house. Something going in the background. Mom, I'm talking to somebody. Like, okay, you know, so yeah, so it's not just the language. It's it's the tone, it's the attitude, it's the what you like Hank said, like how you at the barbecue. Like I even know girls, especially from the islands, you know, they use their American accent a lot of times when they speak to you, but the dialect comes out when they're amongst the family members or whatnot. They drop the pidgin or the whatever, or the patois starts to come out, and you see a totally different person.
Right.
Yeah. So what about you, Mo? The bait and switch. You know, they institute the soft girl tactics, but what about the bait and switch? Talk to us.
The bait and switch tactic is definitely out there, and it can actually break a man too. It can actually break the confidence, because when you get this bait and switch, you get this girl that's really good, but she ends up being a gold digger, she ends up being a hoe, she ends up being anything like that. So what happens with that is that actually breaks a man's confidence as well. You know, my brother used to hang out with like women like that, my younger brother, and he used to have his confidence broken all the time. And he'd be like, why can't I get the right girl? Why can't I do this? It's like, you got to vet these women. You gotta see, like Hank said, hang out with them, see how they're like around their girls, see how they're like around their family members, because that's when the mask comes off. That's when you truly are like that. And I hung out with a girl that was around her family members, and I didn't see that all the time. But it just didn't end up working out for some reason, but that's another story, and I digress. Like I said, it's just all about vetting and the soft girl tactics, depending on who they get with. That can actually break a man, because if that bait and switch happens, that's going to break their confidence, and that's going to break a lot of things.
Man, so let's go over to Mandrill. Yeah, go ahead, Mandrill.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I was just gonna say, I didn't know if he was going in order or not, but yeah, that whole thing, the bait and switch breaking guys. Yeah, he's right. It does happen, but you know, I think a bigger problem is that guys who see these things and don't call it out, don't correct it right then and there. They don't even say, okay, yeah, they with them. I need you to stop that. It's not cute, not attractive. I don't like it. Now, they don't even say that much. You know what I mean? And they just tolerate it. And then what happens is that that's a big problem, because the woman is going to push and put. It's human nature to push things as far as you can. Simple as. So they're going to push, and women will test you. They will test you to see what they can get away with.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And then once you stop them, that's okay. If the woman respects you, she says, okay, that's the wall. That's the wall. I can't go past that point. If she respects you, you know what I'm saying? But you have to. But if you let them just do whatever they like and don't say anything ever, I mean, there's no boundaries. There's no rules. There's no leadership. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna sniff it out. And
definitely,
once a woman loses respect for you, that relationship's over. It's all the way done. You know, woman loses respect for her man, it's done.
And we got T-Shaw. T-Shaw says, I see women cursing in these spaces all the time. It definitely is not sexy or classy, whether she is talking to a woman or a man.
T-Shaw's on point with that one.
Absolutely.
With that one.
Absolutely.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Renner.
When do you guys think, because we talked about seeing a woman, how she operates in her natural environment around family or what have you. Do you think as men, we should be a bit more intentional about wanting to get into that environment as quick as possible to see what she's truly like, so we're not wasting a lot of time? Because I think what happens a lot of times, we get that attachment, and by the time you get to the family and whatnot, you're already attached. So you already in a position where you feel like you're losing it. So should that be part of the vetting process? To say, hey, you may go out for the coffee the first time, you may go on a forum date the second time or whatever. When do you think it's right for us to actually meet the family and want to get into that environment, if she'll allow it, or if she won't allow it? Then is that a red flag to you? Is there a time when you think is good to get in there and see what that dynamic is like, so you can possibly catch some of those cues early on before you get too attached?
Well, I'll go first, Mo. I'm gonna let you cook. I think what's happening here is, Mr. Bennett, in these situations and with everybody, is a lot of men catch the disease of ascleromatus. And ascleromatus, if you guys have never heard of ascleromatus, if you break it down in 3 words, is ass clouding the mind. And what that means is that most men go in and have sex with these women and get ascleromatus, and they don't pay attention to the woman's attitude, because the woman is giving them ascleromatus. They're in there getting rolled. She riding it backwards. She riding it forward. She riding it sideways. She's pushing you up against the wall. She's leaning straight up on that thing. She's looking you in your eyes and telling you, "Damn, baby, oh, why you didn't tell me it was this big? Oh my God!" And right as soon as she gets your ass like that, she gets you trapped. It's over. Especially it's contagious. Ascleromatus is contagious, because what happens is you're gonna go tell your homeboys, and they're gonna end up with ascleromatus, right? And so when and just imagine, I want to just I always try to paint a picture. We got Terus in the building tonight, my brother from another mother in the building, but I want to put this in your head. That imagine meeting a woman, Freezy and Hink and Tyrus and Mo and Mandrea, Mr. Bennett. Imagine meeting a woman that has a body like Serena Williams. And a woman like that would give you ass claudimatas. Imagine her looking back at you, I know it, right? And then the next day when she cuss her son out, or she cuss her mom out, or she cuss her homegirl out on the phone, you're not paying attention to that because you got ass claudimatas. But we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and get Hink in here. Hink, what do you think about what Mr. Bennett said? Because ass claudimatas is real and it's contagious.
Damn.
You wrote it down, Hink.
I'm gonna respond to what Mr. Bennett said. Hey, but as long as you get to meet the family before you say I do, Mr. Bennett, and that's how I look at it. As long as you get to be in that environment before then, you should have a chance. But like I said, as soon as you see it, you need to bring it to attention. Hey, baby, you was doing a lot of cussing. I don't think it's appropriate to cuss and talk like that. Why do you talk like that? And it depends on how she takes it.
Yeah, she probably said I wasn't cussing at you, so why you worried about it?
And most time, and that's what's wrong with the dudes right now. They sit there, well, it wasn't me. She wasn't talking to me. But it's going to be you one day.
Yeah.
It's only going to take for you to do that wrong thing, say that wrong thing, act a certain way, not act a certain way, and she's going to come at you with that same tone, that same language. You have to address it on spot. I would definitely, as soon as I heard it, like, damn, yeah, let me put this in the notes because we're going to talk about this on the way home or when we get to the house this evening. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to have this conversation.
But you said before you say I do, but so you would even go to engage. So you would actually get engaged before you even met her parents?
No. I'm just going as long as you do it before you say I do. I'm talking about at some point you got to be around the family and friends before you get married, even before engagement. Hopefully,
but you won't put a time. But you won't put a timeline on that. Like within the first month of meeting her, or you're out with a few times or whatnot, you wouldn't go up to say, you know what, I'd like to meet your family. Or just see what her response is if you even said that, I'd like to meet your family.
As a man of my age, when I consider somebody her family, I'm gonna think about her immediate family. And a man of my age, more like a woman's got kids. So I don't want to be able to meet the kids just yet. I don't feel comfortable with doing that just yet. I need some time in order to do that. But yeah, I definitely gonna have to meet the families real soon before, like I said I do, and then I'm gonna find out what type of person she really is when she is in her most comfortable, where she's letting the hair down and she's talking, especially amongst her friends. Her friends, she's really gonna unwind, but she's gonna be kind of loose with her family. So the more likely you gonna meet the family more so than the friends. So yeah,
I think that's where a lot of men go wrong. Most of the time, women are the ones that look at it as a badge of honor to meet the parents. They want to know why haven't you let me meet your mom yet or your dad? Mm-hmm. They feel like it's a badge of honor when you ask them, hey, you want to meet my parents? But a lot of times, men are just trying to get in the draws, and they ain't trying to talk to the dad and all that kind of stuff. But right. Mr. Bennett, I think that
quit it.
That's exactly why I'm putting it out there, because I think that's like it's like you hit them with something they weren't expecting.
Right.
And I think want to see how they're going to respond to that.
I think that it be to your point, it behooves a man to want to do that as soon as possible, And I think the parents would appreciate that. A man wanting to, make that a priority to meet them and all that kind of stuff. It's a plus to me in my eyes. I'm kind of giving Hink a little pushback. I think as soon as you can, try to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, man, and even if she doesn't,
with every single one.
Listen,
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that Michael Corleone move. He met the father. So look, I want to date your daughter with all the respect. If I could get the father ahead of time and says, look, I want to date your daughter, I would do that.
Well, I wouldn't say with every single one, because we're gonna compartmentalize these women. We know which women we're serious about and which one they're just gonna be fun girls. But the one you see as potential, why not? Hey, you think if your mom need me to go to the store for her, just offer to do a favor for her parents or something like that.
But come on, as men, we know why they expect that, right? Because we be out here selling dreams for the littlest things, bro. Just to get some ass, we'll sell some dreams. You'll do everything in the book, from act like a total jerk to fucking give her the moon and the stars just to hit. Right?
You mean if we want to meet the parents, that's what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, we got to remember that the women are reacting to how we behave. You know what I mean? And the kind of energy we put out there and everything. And so if they're making it a priority, or if this is even that big of a deal, then we need to ask ourselves, what's going on with our young men right now that they don't value meeting the parents?
Oh, they don't want to meet the parents.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. But why is that? Why is that?
A lot of them aren't trying to get that long term. They just like Freezy was saying, they just want the draws, but they don't want, they don't want anything long term. But you meet, especially if a dad is around, then you guys to deal with that and the energy that comes from that, from us being fathers. Like, a lot of those guys don't want that also. Yeah, exactly what Quincy's saying. A lot of these guys aren't intentional.
I know, man. That's quite the conundrum, right? We want women that got a low number while we try to get our numbers up simultaneously.
But you know what though? I'm gonna bring that question up, but I got a question for Dr. Hink first. Beautifully Animated Speak says, "Hey Hink, those hearts means I love your big beard ass." Okay, so what do you do with women who aren't close with their family because their family is trash?
Ooh. Wow.
I mean, if that's the case, there's nothing I can do about that. If you ain't close with your family, that's a red flag right there for me.
Yeah, it is.
So,
it is. Very much so.
So I'm gonna sit there and say, why ain't you have a relationship with your family? I mean, you don't got to have the best, but at least one that you at least have some type of communication where, one. I mean, yeah, one person, not one. That's a problem. So, but now, some people call friend family. Okay, I can accept that. If that's what you're going to consider your family, cool. But like I said again, me at 47, what I'm consider a person's family is our kids. I'm gonna consider her immediate family right then and there. Everybody else is gonna be pretty much, to me, extended. Mother, father is part of extended family. Your immediate family is your kids, to me. But I'm not gonna be willing to meet the kids anyway off bat. But if I can't get her family, then I'll use her friends. Being around her friends and how she interacts with her friends, that's going to tell me a lot too. So how you do around it, how you respond, how you talk, how you carry yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna evaluate all of that. That's gotta happen.
So I want to offer another scenario to the group here. Mm-hmm. What happens in a situation where the woman loves you, Hank? She really does love you. She's genuine in her love for you. Just like Freezy, she loves you. Everybody's for every man on the panel. The woman truly, truly loves you. And you get married. And after you get married, one day out of the blue, after being a year or two in, she says, "You know what, Hank? You know what, Freezy? You know what, Mr. Bennett? You know what, Mandrell, Mo, and Tarus? I want to tell you something because it's been heavy on my heart. I love you. But before we got together, there are some things that I left out. And I feel like that me and you right now, we're in a position that I can share this with you. I was very promiscuous, and I've been with a lot of men. And my body, I don't want to talk about body count, but I will say it's been over 50. And I want to know, after we've been married this long, do you accept me, Hank, Freezy, Mr. Bennett, Mo, Tyrus? Do you accept me after I've told you this? Do you feel the same way about me? Hank, go.
Well, I'm gonna question you. You talking about you love me, but you didn't share it with just me before. You didn't love me then. You can't say you love me the way you love me, and you not share and not share this information. So now you're lying to me. You're not being honest. You're being deceitful. So how can you tell me you love me if you're gonna be deceitful to me and not share this information? Now, I'm not one of those dudes gonna sit there and haggle you about your body count, because I know ain't nothing bad is gonna come out true. You're not going to be honest. You're not going to be straightforward with me about your numbers. You're not. So I don't even waste my time even ask. As long as you ain't got no STDs and you can bring me a clean body, a clean body health, I can go with what I need to go with.
Savannah says she's a hoe and a liar.
Right on.
Yeah.
Can I answer this question?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So to clarify, this question is based on our current marriage, like if we married, right? And
If
this
you're
question
married,
came about.
yeah. That's the scenario. If you're married and your wife comes to you and tells you this.
I've been married in April, it'll be 15 years.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Awesome.
If that is the scenario, then based off of how I was acting the first half of my marriage, I would probably convert to Christianity because I'd be like, wow, that's the biggest thing you got? Is this you got a high body count? Like, bro, like sometimes we as men don't, again, I know from last panel, some of y'all didn't talk to me last time, but like my patience level for dudes is really low. And I know for me personally, bro, I gave my wife the bullet, the ammo, the target, the GPS location, all that shit to just blast me. And she stood beside me. And if she came to me now after almost 15 years of marriage and said, hey, babe, before we got married, I had a high body count. So? like, what's that mean?
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
what I mean? We at the end of the day, we got this house in both our names. Our kids, that's biological. That's us. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't negate all that other crap. You know what I mean? Because if you're not doing, especially since I was not doing the right thing in the first half of my marriage, during the marriage, how could I be mad at her or something that happened before the marriage?
Well, I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna tell her ass, why you told me that shit? You should have kept that shit to your damn self.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Oh, okay, so now I got to watch you. When you say you're going to work, I'll be watching your ass. I might do a couple of drive-bys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, it does. A man would be lying if he doesn't say it changes the dynamic.
It does.
That will change the dynamic
100% does.
of your marriage. It will. You know, she don't have 50 dicks when you thought it was about 5. I mean, come on, man. Man, you should have kept that to you. You should have kept that to your goddamn self. I don't want to hear that shit. Okay, you know, and then, you know, they might come with the excuse, well, I got saved and I went to church and I just tried I want to leave that in the past. I want to leave that behind me. You goddamn sure shoulda. You just left that behind you. I mean, shit, I don't want to hear that. But yeah, I mean, if she told me that, I ain't gonna lie, black man. They can call me insecure in the manosphere all they want. But man, that gonna bother me. I'm gonna go to sleep bothered. You know what I'm saying? I might give her a fake smile for you know, for a while, but man, that gonna bother me, man.
You gonna throw the fake smile on?
You know, you got to
throw the book at her.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? But
like I said, I don't even want to. I'm not even going to ask a woman's body count.
Yeah.
Because I know I'm not going to get the right number. So why even inquire about it? I encourage no man, don't even ask. You're not going to be able to handle whatever number she tells you, more than likely anyway.
Right.
So don't even ask. Don't even inquire. Let it be and keep it moving. Like I said, as long as she ain't got no STDs, man, I can deal with it. I can deal with it, man.
Even if it's one person, it would just change the dynamic forever. It would just change everything because it's like you gave it up to a dude instead of giving it to me, the one that you're going to commit to. You know what I mean? So for me, it would just be hard to look at her. It would be just hard to sleep with her at night, if I'm going to be honest. Now, Toros did bring up a good point. You know, we all did things in the past. We're no better. But there's a difference if you come out with it and you're truthful about it, but she holds it back. So if that's the scenario, then she shouldn't hold it back. If you're willing to be truthful, she should be truthful as well. For me, if we said it at the first count, I wouldn't care about the body count. I would just care about if she's willing to commit to me. But if it's one of those things where it's like afterwards, it's going to take a long time for us to even sleep in the same bed. Heck, I'll tell her, "Hell, go sleep on the couch. I'm sleeping on the bed. You don't deserve to sleep on this bed with me."
Let
I'm just telling that right now.
Let me ask Tarus a question, because he seemed pretty melancholy about whatever. But so what if one of those 50 guys was one of your homeboys?
Oh shit, bro.
I'm saying, 'cause 50 guys is a lot of guys.
In a small town, if you're in a small
man, you
town
need
or
that sound
city,
effect.
that could happen. If you're in a small town or city, that could happen.
Notice how you had to throw in Hollywood scenarios to make this shit realistic.
No.
Really think about it.
Dude,
You see,
okay,
like this is the problem. Like,
go
like,
ahead and
bro,
answer.
what if in the okay?
Go ahead and answer, because
Yes.
I got something for that. When
Yes,
you finish.
the direct answer is yes. It would change the dynamic.
Yeah.
However, as a guy, if you hit one of her friends, you're gonna be begging for the stars. Babe, take me back. Babe, please look. I didn't know her that well. I was vulnerable. You know what I mean? Like, it's so funny, bro. It's so crazy how dudes will do the shadiest shit when you really think about it, and then we get mad when women do some real basic shit. Like, I just think it's a real I don't know, man. I look at how I've acted, how my friends have acted, and I'm like, bro, women let us get away with murder, dog. If that's the biggest thing, I gotta let that roll off my shoulders, bro. I can't be holding that shit. My foundation is too strong to let something like that bother me, bro. I'm sorry.
Hey, man, hats off to you, man.
Yeah, hats off to you. So let me say this, because he said a Hollywood. He said a Hollywood scenario. I've shared this before, and I'm going to share it again because I'm a very transparent guy. Right? We can laugh about it now. When it happened, it wasn't too funny. Right? So I was married before. I have an ex-wife. Shout out to the hoe. And when I was with her, as we got married, everything was good because she was an old country girl. Rub your feet, rub your back, and stroke you out very well. I mean, she had everything going for herself. I married her, right? Everything was wonderful, everything was good. About 2.5 years in, she wanted to have a come to Jesus meeting. And she said, "Baby, I need to talk to you about something." I said, "Here I go." This is when I was a freshman in Simp Academy. Okay. So I said, "Okay, baby, what do you need? What do you need to talk about?" She said, "There are some things that I haven't told you, and it's bothering me that I didn't tell you." I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Now or what?" She said, "Just listen." It's okay, baby. And she went on to say these words, and I quote, "Before you, I was very promiscuous." I said, "Oh, this is me. Freshman, I was a freshman in Simp Academy. I was very promiscuous." I said, "Oh, damn." I said, "Baby, it's okay. I'm here for you." She said, "Let me finish." I said, "Go ahead, baby. I'm here. Come here. Let me hold you. Talk to me." She said, "Not only was I promiscuous, I've been with a lot of boys, a lot of men. When I was in high school, I slept with my softball coach." She said, "At one time, I was very vulnerable. You know that word." And she said, "I let a few of the football players run a train on me." I said, "What the?" In my head, not out loud. In my head. I said, "What the fuck?" In my head. Then she said, I said, "Oh," and I'm like, "Baby, just tell me, just let it out." She said, "You remember that dude that you spoke to in Walmart? That I spoke to in Walmart? You asked me who it was." I said, "Yeah." She said, "I had sex with him too."
Dang.
See, that'll make
Damn.
Hold on, Black Man. She said, "Let it
Yo,
out."
yo, that is horrible. Even the
this.
at
I'm not
Walmart.
done yet. Tyrus,
That's
I'm not
tough,
done.
sir. That's
Tyrus.
tough, sir.
I'm not done yet, Tyrus. Let me finish.
Yeah. There's more.
Oh yeah, no, there's more.
There's more to this.
There's more. So one day, because we stayed in a small ass town, right? So everybody knows everybody. So she stayed like about 15 miles outside of where I stayed, right? She's a country girl. So she said,
"Yeah, it is country."
Yeah, Mandrill knows. So she said, "Baby, I just wanted you to know that because I slept with one night. My mom wouldn't let me. Well, my mom wouldn't let me have a boyfriend when I was younger." I said, "Okay." So she said I snuck and did a lot of things.
No wonder.
I said, okay. She said one night, and I said, "Damn!" In my head, I'm like, "Damn, how much more can I take? What more?" So one night, she said, one night I went to my friend's house, my best friend's house, and my mom allowed me to go to my best friend's house. It was a girl. She said I slept with her and her brother. Yeah, I'll put my hand on the Bible right now and tell you that I'm not lying to any of you. She said she slept with both of them. Right? She said the sister ate her out and the brother stroked her out. Watch this. Watch this. I'm sitting there, damn near, I'm broken at this point. I'm like, damn, I can't, the Humpty Dumpty would never get put back together again. So that took a toll on me, a huge, heavy toll on your boy. And so after a while, I prayed about it. I said, Lord, I'm married to her. Just help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Right? So so now I'm a sophomore in Simp Academy. Right? I'm a sophomore in Simp Academy. And guess what happened when I was a sophomore? I went to the barbershop one day. And I was sitting in the barbershop. And the guys in the barbershop, she came in the door and left back out. The guys in the barbershop said, "The fuck that nigga's laughing at?" So I'm not paying no attention. What the fuck? There's a problem. My barber didn't say nothing. Shout out to Tim. He didn't say nothing. And after a while, the dude's looking like, "Oh, that's your girl?" "Yeah, that's my girl." Wow. I said, "What that wow for?" "Nothing." So my barber reached down and said, "Hey, bro, when I get through with your hair, just go to the back and talk to you about something." I said, "Okay." So he finished lining me up. I go to the back. I sit down. He said, "Sit down, bro." I said, "What the fuck I'm sitting down for? What you gonna tell me? What tell me?" He said, "Man, your girl, bro." He said, "Them niggas in there, them niggas ran train on your girl, boy." He said, "They know your girl very well." At this point, we were separated, right? Because it got real heavy on your boy. We were separated at that time.
It made me cry.
And so at that time, so when I heard them talking during our separation, she went back to her ways. Right? And when you say the bait and switch, let me tell you something. Your boy experienced that. When I tell you this woman would give you head on command. Had the boy that get on that thing and make you feel like you're about to knock on Jesus' door right before you answer. Oh yeah, it was wonderful, right? And could cook, can cook anything. Very good cook. But she was throwing that pussy from the free throw line. And especially when she threw it from the free throw line before we got met, before she met me, she threw it from the free throw line. When we were separated, she threw it from the free. She's just throwing it. Even my sister told me.
Oh, wait, hold on. Because
why are you stopping him? No! Don't stop him. Let him finish.
I want to hear this.
Don't spoil it.
Let me tell you something. She got a job, and she was working at this. I'm not gonna say the place. She was working at this place with my sister. My sister said they had a little get together at a hotel. And my sister walked in the room. My sister said, this is when we were separated. We were done at this point. My sister, they walked into a hotel room and they had a little party for everybody that worked together. She said the dude told her, it was a bunch of dudes. My sister, she looked around and wasn't a lot of females there. Probably 2 or 3 females, including her and my ex. She said the dude was like, "Let's have some fun." My sister said, "What kind of fun y'all trying to have?" He said, "Well, I'm gonna roll a dice. Whatever number he hit, that's how many niggas you got to hit tonight." My sister said, "I'm out." She said, "I'll see y'all later." She said, "Come on." She turned to my ex and said, "Come on." She said, my ex said, "Girl, we can stay for a little bit." My sister said she left her at the restaurant. Well, she left her there. And she don't know what happened up there. She don't know if she did it or she didn't do it. To this
Yo,
day,
this is
You know,
unreal.
you know what happened after that.
oh yeah. So to this day, I don't know if she
You know what
did that or
happened
not.
after that.
However,
Yes, you do know.
now watch this. However, I had older people telling me, because I went and talked to the elders about this, and half of the elders said to me, Mr. Bennett, you should forgive her and love her.
There you go. Do that.
You should forgive her, and because you took the vows, you said you would be with her through goodness, through the good times and the bad times, and this is a bad time. You be with her and you love her. All right, you took the vows. You need to abide by the vows that you took. This is what the elders told me. And guess what I did? I graduated to. I went up to a junior in Simp Academy, and I did just that. I forgave her. Come home, baby. That's what I did. Come home, baby. Then I went up to a senior. My grades were so good at Simp Academy, they upped me a year. Half the year I was in the junior, they upped me to a senior. I was damn near graduating. And guess what happened? One day, one day I said we're gonna work on our relationship, work on our marriage. One day I came home, and there was a letter on the table. My apartment at the time. It was a townhouse. I wish I had my family here to tell this story with me. I walked in my townhouse. I sold cars. So, you got to be there very early to sell cars. 7:30, got to put balloons on the cars and shit. So I had to be there at work early. So I was 7:30 to 8:30 at night, maybe, right? Getting home. I got home at 8:30, my entire apartment cleaned out. Couch, love seat, TV, DVDs. The bitch took the ice trays. And she left a letter and said, listen, I know that when we were separated, I fell in love with this other cat. Right, I started liking him, and I wanted to be with him. She left the rings on the table, she left the letters on the table, and she moved to Georgia with that nigga.
Damn, like man, you got a Dear John letter.
Yeah. Damn.
So when we
you got the short end of the stick.
Oh, no. There's one more thing. There's more.
Oh no.
Oh yes. So I got my cap and gown at the Simp Academy. And she left for a whole bunch. She was gone for a while. I got my cap and gown for Simp Academy. And one day I was sitting at the house. My family came in and knew I was tore up. My family came in, and my brothers and my mom, my grandma, everybody was trying to be there for me and shit. I was like, everybody get out. But my grandma said, boy, you got to live your life. She living hers. You need to file some paperwork because you can't keep letting her drag you on. You can't keep letting her drag you down. I said, okay, grandma, whatever. Right before I'm filing the paperwork, we having a barbecue at my townhouse. I hear this. I go to the door. My brother said, oh, hell no. That's my brother, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, hell no. I said, what's wrong with you, fool? He said, look at the fucking door. I said, well, who at the door? He said, you got to see for yourself, bro. I ain't going to tell you. I go to the door. I ain't seen her in 8 months. It's my wife standing at the door. Dressed up, looking wonderful. She said, hey, I miss you. I told my brother, I said, get everybody out of my house. My brother said, everybody's time to go. My brother got to take care of some business. Everybody leaves the house, leave the house empty. She come in, she want to hug, and
shit.
Here come the graduation. Here I go again in my head, but this still my wife, so it is what it is. Come on home. Simp! Come on home. Simp. Eventually, to end this story of just treachery, I ended up filing for divorce. I ended up divorcing her. Ended up getting custody of our kids after I had them tested thoroughly. Because damn, I was like, shit, I gotta make sure these babies bad. God damn. But got custody of my kids, and now, even to this day, even now, she has nothing to do with the children. She's a pill popper. She's a druggie a little bit. I ain't gonna say bad, but last time I saw her, she could have played Beetlejuice. And I'm not trying. I'm being funny, but I'm not. And so she's in a really, really bad way right now. And so I try to, the kids. I can't have my son and my daughter around her, right? I can't. send them over there to be with her because she's in a really bad shape. Now she done got remarried after all these years, and the dude do the same thing she do. So she ended up with the right person. And I ended up getting out of a bad situation, getting into a great situation. And so when people talk about these stories, and I can leave out of here tonight and walk out and have my wife come in, she'll tell you the same story. Or I can leave out and have my brother come and tell you the same story, verbatim what I just said. During that time, that was a bad time for me, bro. I was broken. Really, really bad. Really, really bad. She broke me down to nothing. And after that, I said, oh, when I was about to walk across Simp stage, and my grandfather said, come here. He dead and gone now. God bless his soul. My grandfather said, come here, boy. Let me tell you something. You the stupidest. This is my grandfather's words because we need more men like this. My granddad said, you the stupidest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. This is what my grandfather said. He said, all this shit your grandmama them told you was dumb as fuck. He said, you dumb as fuck. He said, you should have been gone.
Okay, so
he said, now your ass sitting here broken, bruised. Oh, no, but I had everything in one pot. I forgot to tell y'all that. I had everything in one pot. So I go to pay my rent in my townhouse. She cleaned all the accounts out. Took all the money too.
Oh.
Okay. So my grandmother had to, let me tell you, my grandmother, that's why she's still alive today. It's going to be 90 years old in a few months. My grandmother said, don't worry, baby. I got you. I'm going to hold you down until you get back on your feet. She said, I got you. I got you. Don't you worry. I said, okay, grandma, no problem. But at the end of the day, she ended up where she is now. I'm where I am now. I'm in a better situation. Everything I've ever dreamed of having, buying a home, buying land, buying the car that I want, having a wife that loves my children that I had with this young lady, as well as the children that we have of our own. Like we built something very special here. And so when men are saying that they go through these situations, I'm able to be transparent in knowing that I was with one. And like what Hank said about the red flags, did I see some red flags? Absolutely. I saw red flags. I didn't see too many in her, but I saw a whole bunch in her mama. Her mama had more red flags than tampons at Stockyard. Right? Her mom, I saw her mom be mean and evil. I saw her mom cussing her out. I saw all that shit. And I didn't say anything. I saw different things I saw her do. I was like, damn, that's kind of fucked up, but now she good. I didn't pay attention to the red flags. You want to know why? You want to know why? Everybody look at the bottom of the screen. Look at the back. This is what happened to me. Ask Claudia Modest. She had good ass, good head, good talking. She could pray with you, stroke you out. She was everything. But at the end of the day, she had a dark secret that rolled her down even to this day, people say, maybe you need to reach out to her and try to help her with her life now. Maybe you should try to, maybe when she grew up and then this is fucked up, right? Because I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna be the type of nigga to tell all the bad stuff she did, but not tell you what I found out afterwards. I did find out that she was heavily molested when she was a kid. Heavily molested. I mean, really, really bad. And I found this out by some of her family members that called me and say, be with her. I know this the guy that did it. Everybody knows it. Her mom was one of those moms that said, you ain't breaking up this family. Get out my face with that shit. So she had one of those mamas. So I found out that. So my sister, does that make you feel bad? No, it can't make me feel bad because I didn't know at the time. I didn't know that this one was like this, but what I would have still been with her when she was still in need. That's the question I'm about to ask. Do you still be with a woman that's very promiscuous in her past and then you decide you're going to separate? She's very promiscuous within the marriage. Then you found out she was heavily molested by a family member for years of her life up until she was 14, 15 years old?
I'm going to be real about that. I'm going to say no because you never know. She's going to fall back in her ways more than likely. You can't change the leopard spots. You can't be doing stuff like that. For me, you could be like, God bless her. I will pray for you. I will hope that you will be well. But you don't have to be a part of that lifestyle anymore. You don't have to be a part of her life. I think what God did for you, Black Man Unfiltered, if I could, go into that situation, what he did was helped you endure that storm. And now you have more things abundantly. Now you have more children. You actually have a wife that loves you, that loves your child. So he helped you endure that, and not only that, you have wisdom to pass on to the next generation.
Yes.
So that's something that you should see as a blessing as well. You know, even though you went through that hardship, you went through that storm, you actually have a lot more abundantly now, and you are probably a blessing right now to a lot of people that are watching this right now.
Yeah,
And
and
women.
yeah, go ahead. Hold on, please. I'm gonna say this.
Okay, go
And
ahead.
I could told y'all other stuff that happened within that time period, right? I could told y'all a whole bunch of other stuff that I left out, and have half of y'all turning y'all cameras off right now. But I ain't gonna go into that. I just want to give y'all the trailer for the movie. But I didn't want. But there's some other things that happened, dude. That as a man, I don't give a fuck who you are. As a man, it will break your ass down. It would break you. It broke me. And listen, I'm here to tell, and this is why it's so good that you don't have content creators taking notes so they can come back and use it on you later. No, I talked to Mandre about this. I'm gonna be as transparent with my life as possible. Ain't no secrets you're gonna find on me. I was broken. She stepped on the back of my neck and crushed me. I was sitting up in the house, didn't want to do nothing, didn't want to work, didn't want to go to work. Right at the time, my baby was a toddler. My daughter was a toddler. Don't know what the fuck my kids are. She took my babies. Right? They're in a whole nother state somewhere. I can't reach them. She left her cell phone, her rings, and a Dear John letter. I don't have no idea where my kids are. Didn't see my kid. My daughter left in diapers, and next time I seen her, she was fucking walking. So I'm telling you that I've been through this. I'm through it now, but I'm able to share it with other men to be able to what's the word I'm looking for? Being able to be empathetic.
Guide them.
Yeah, be right. To be empathetic with men, to have empathy for men that go through these situations. Right?
Women like that knowingly get into relationships with men.
Yeah,
they're selfish women, because for one, you have a personal responsibility to not bring that baggage over to, you know, a relationship, especially with a man that's healthy, you know, and that's, you know, mentally sound in the beginning. You're bringing all this baggage over to him when you had a personal responsibility to go get help, seek therapy. But so often these women like that, and not to even mention women with abandonment issues as well, because I've dealt with women like that, right?
Mhm.
But these women, and before they look for therapy, they'll look for security and a covering in a man. You know what I'm saying? She felt like she was getting security from you and a covering from you, and sex. That's why she was so good at sex. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the thing about it is, to be honest with you, you know, aside from the bad shit that you shared with about her, it seems like if she didn't have all that bad shit going on, she probably would have been a good, fun woman to be around.
Exactly.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes,
if you didn't know all of that stuff, she probably would have been a quintessential woman that a man wouldn't want to be around. You know, that's why women like that, they have a duty to alleviate all of these issues that accumulated in their lives from kids. You know, a lot of times, you know, these women, they become very hypersexual, and shame on the older women that was trying to shame you to staying with her and making you feel like you're less than a man if you leave the situation. No, you know, and all they was doing was projecting their lives on you, because they probably was miserable as well, you know, as older women. But yeah, man, my thing is, you got a wife now, you got kids. I wouldn't even touch that other woman with a 10-foot pole. I wouldn't even look in her direction. It might be serving in the rainbow. She might possess your ass or something. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like just leave it alone, bro. Leave her alone. She's grown enough to handle her own responsibility. She got to take care of herself. She got to get help, which is something she should have did in the beginning before she even met you, bro. You know?
Yep.
Exactly. And something I will add, Freezy, the marriage vows is a two-way streak. It's not one way. It's not up to the man. It's also up to the woman, because the woman when she takes a vow, it's till death do you part. It's said the same way to a woman as it is to a man.
Right.
Yeah, but here's one thing. You
Go ahead,
said
Mandel.
that you wish you had more men like your grandfather who talk to you like that. Now, why is it that when I do the very exact thing, you all yell at me?
No,
I said, no, Mandrell, you can't do that. You can't do that,
I
Mandrell.
respect when you do it offline. My grandfather pulled me to the side and said, "You wanted the dumbest motherfuckers ever." That was not in front of the whole family. That was about a shed in the backyard.
Yeah, because hey, if I knew you black man, I would have rolled your ass out.
Yeah, I'd have rolled you out too, man.
That was that ass. Man, get out of there.
Yeah, exactly.
BM,
exactly.
I need to ask two clarifying questions. BM, I need to ask two clarifying questions.
Yeah. Go ahead, brother.
One, this is still based on the foundational question you asked at the beginning, based on current marriage standards, right?
Right.
And then two, to be very clear here, she did none of this while you guys were married, and all of this before the marriage and after the separation.
Yeah, before the marriage.
So in between, and how long was that? How long was that?
Married though. Even
how
when
long
you're
was
separated,
that?
you're still
She did some of the stuff while they was married. Yeah, he didn't say it. He didn't tell you guys. Wait, Toro.
I didn't ask that question. I asked from how long were you guys married until the separation?
Until the separation, we were together 7 years.
So you're telling me, and this is Black Man Unfiltered, right?
Yeah.
You're telling me that you bagged the one girl that everybody in the hood wanted, and she actually stayed faithful to you. You bagged Moby Dick, and you still let the fucking narrative ruin the marriage? Bro, you bagged Moby Dick, and then now you're the captain who went back home and was like, man, this ain't shit, bro. I know there might be some other Moby Dicks out there. Like, bro, she was faithful to you, but you let other motherfuckers' opinion dictate how you felt about your wife over something that happened before the marriage. But you bagged a bad dog. She's good at sex because everybody want to bag her. By the way, so did you. That's why you got with her, right? Let's be clear. As a man, you stood 10 toes down and put that ring on her finger, right?
Exactly.
Said those wedding vows, right? And and guess what? You was doing some shit too before marriage. But you let the narrative of we as men always complain when our women's friends be talking shit. We be like, man, don't listen to her. Why are you listening to her?
She left him
exactly
though.
What you did.
No, she left him though. No, she left him. He didn't leave her. Toro, he didn't leave her. She left him.
She did nothing during the marriage. She was completely faithful during the marriage. There was
she cheated on him
when they were separated.
You still married, dog.
Oh, bro.
Two, you're a pain freak, bro.
Married. Legally, you're still married. You're still married, dog. So if your wife said
y'all won the war and was like, y'all literally won the war and was like, you know what, man, that ain't enough.
So Tyrese, let me ask you a question. So if
Toro, again, she cheated on him, fell in love with another guy, and left him. She cheated on him, fell in love with another guy, and left him. No, not when they were separated. While they were married. That's why they got separated.
No. I just asked him a clarifying question. He said, and I asked him specifically, did this happen before and after the separation? He said yes. He specifically said this has not happened while they were married.
He still
he must have misunderstood. He must have misunderstood or something because when he started the story, she wrote Toro. She left the Dear John letter and the rings on the table.
Okay, well, I'm gonna ask directly from the source.
Okay, go ahead, Toro. Yeah.
Did you ask for the separation?
Yes.
Right, and you asked for the separation based off something that happened in the past and based off the narrative that other people in the community were saying about it.
Yes. And during the separation, she was with somebody else, and she chose to be with that guy. And
y'all separated. You asked to not. You asked to be in the halfway house, dog. You literally put yourself in the halfway house.
Let me say,
you literally put yourself in the holding cell. Was like, hey, baby,
and still come back and still be a family.
So y'all, hey man, y'all either gotta be man. If y'all want to be leaders, y'all better have a resume that says y'all be treated like leaders, bro. Like, hold up, man. If you bag Moby Dick, bro, if you bag the baddest woman, if you bag the baddest, bro, if you go hunting and you get that trophy, how the fuck you gonna let other people dictate how valuable that trophy is to you?
That was a trophy.
Like, how you gonna let somebody else dictate what that woman's value to you is, bro? That's some reality TV shit. When you worried about what the public
I'm gonna let him
bro. That's nah, bro.
Now, Tyrese, I will tell you this. Let me add some more to it. Let me tell you this. So we got married when we were 19. Right? We were 19 years old. I got married when I was 19. Right? So I was young, right? But you got to remember what I did in the beginning. After everything that happened, I stayed right there. Like, I didn't go nowhere. I prayed about it. I came back to her, say everything's gonna be fine. But then it got overwhelming. It did for me. Just like Freezy said, it changes you.
That's
it really,
fine,
if we're being
man,
honest,
I'm just simply saying the story is so one-sided because I heard a whole bunch of shit she did. And I didn't hear anything that you did or didn't do.
Right.
You get what I mean?
And
so
when we
talk about unfiltered here, I want to be very clear because, like I told you, my patience level with other dudes is super low.
Well, okay.
I want to hear from her perspective what you were doing.
So you want him to
give us that narrative?
So hold on. Tyrese, let me say this.
This woman?
Hold on. Let me say, hold on, Hank. So let me say this. During that time, when I was married before I even got married to her, I didn't listen to anybody, right? So before I got married, that's why I wish I could have family members on here tonight. But before I got married, I remember my grandfather said, "Boy, that right there, you finna marry, y'all finna get married." I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "That's gonna turn from sugar to shit real quick." He said, "I'm gonna tell you that now before you even take the vows." I said, "Oh, granddaddy, I love her." Right? So when I got with her, everybody in my family can tell you, including her, she will tell you, this nigga did things for me, loved me like ain't nobody ever loved me in my motherfucking life. And she will tell you right now, she will say, "Hey, Tyrese, this man," even my wife, I can call my wife seen it. A man asked her, "What's the most romantic thing?" This is her own.
I believe everything.
Hold on.
Saying.
Listen, let me tell you this though. A man asked her on social media.
But you the type
when
of dude
when was the last time they asked her? When was the last time a man did something romantic for you?
Yeah, I'll be damned.
You know what she said?
Heck, I already know I can't rely on you in the trenches, bro. You gonna haul ass. You ain't watching nobody.
Damn right.
I ain't talking to you.
If you gonna sit there and do some shit like that, hell no, you ain't on my team. You already showed me you're not true. You already showed me you're not faithful. Why would I want your ass on my squad? Right. You out here fucking everybody,
bro.
Once.
Nothing happened to that person. Did nothing to you individually. This was a secret from the past that actually had no effect on you. And you're gonna abandon somebody over that. And then on top of that, BM, here's my problem with the real freaking these red pill beta male kind of dudes. You rebounded. You fucking got your shit together. You rebounded, and now you in a better place. You know how many fucking dudes just be wallowing in this shit? Just be wallowing in pain. Oh, I don't know. I can't let her go. Man, this girl on my mind. Meanwhile, she done lived a whole better life. Meanwhile, she have a whole other vision, whole other environment, whole other experience. But think about that, bro. This is what I'm saying, BM. You actually recovered. You actually was a man. You evaluated yourself. You reevaluated everything you needed to do, and you got better. Your life got better. Your family structure got better. But guess what? That took you being a man and taking them steps. Some of the dudes who be listening to you, dog, some of the dudes who be listening to Red Pills, they can't do that. They let one little thing fucking just ruin their whole, and they can't move forward. We got to get these dudes moving forward, bro. You got to tell these guys the process that you took to move forward. And guess what, man? I know that didn't involve constantly blaming your ex. I know there was things that you looked at and it was like, okay, these are the things I need to look for. These are the things that I need to change individually to put myself in a better dating pool, to put myself in a better situation where I'm attracting higher quality women, right? If I'm constantly blaming someone else or blaming the opposite gender, somebody that, again, I can't think like a woman because I'm not a woman. So I have to do everything on my side to control what I can control. BM, you did that. You did that, bro, and you should be proud of that. But when you constantly, but that is a limited experience, dog. But too many dudes who watch the stream and all this other crap, dog, I'm telling you, you got to talk about the process. And we as men have to talk about that process that we go through that doesn't involve constantly trashing women, because right now that message is getting sent to these younger men and they don't know how to process negativity and adversity, man.
Well, I want to let me say something. Let me say something, man, because there's a lot of dysfunction going on right now. But okay, so you know, I get it, Tyrus. You very liberal, and you know you understand women's mindsets, and you try to be fair and balanced. I get it, right? But just because black man didn't experience her cheating in the relationship, that doesn't mean she wasn't doing it. You understand what I'm saying? If a woman shows you signs, if your home, if the barber brings you in the back and says, bro, everybody in this damn barbershop ran the train on your old lady. If your sister telling you, bro, they want to flip a coin, and how many times the coin flip here, that's how many times we get to fuck you. But here, your old lady stayed. How many signs?
So Freezy, when are we gonna go BM? When are you gonna go as hard on yourself as you go against your ex?
Okay, but
this
is the deal, though.
See what I mean?
But
you see that passion that we have when we're talking about.
Hold on, Freezy, hold on, just a second. Let me say this. Let me tell you what I did, Tyrus. I don't even speak about it. I spoke about it tonight because the opportunity lended itself. I don't speak about it. You know what I did? The way to get over a situation that you've been through that caused you a lot of pain, you know how you do that? You forgive that person, right? She can come in my area right now and it won't bother me. And this is why when I say, you know we had this conversation, we laugh, you know, me and Mandra play all the time about different stuff. But when it comes to my faith played a great part in that. My faith played a great part in that. Say, you know what? I'm going to forgive her, because as long as I don't, then she has power over me. So what I'm going to do, she can literally come to my door. Look, my kids have seen her in probably 4 years ago. They've seen her when she came to town, when she called me and said, I want to see my babies. I didn't say, girl, you know what your lifestyle, what the hell you, no. I said, what park you want me to meet you at? Matter of fact, I took her to dinner and bought her dinner and bought the kids dinner. We sat there and talked, and she caught up with the kids.
And a lot of women don't do that, right? They like to weaponize their kids with men.
Right. But I have custody of the kids, though, right? I have 100% custody of the kids. So I didn't bash her. I've never said anything evil about this woman to my children. They think she's the angel that comes twice a year. So when she calls and I leave that door open for her, and I have text messages I could show you, hey, whenever you want to see your babies, just call me and I will bring them to you. I will let you see your babies, because I don't want my kids to grow up and not wait, Black man, I got to stop you, bro. I got to stop Tyrus too, because Tyrus is doing what women do on these panels. They blame the men. They're trying to shame the men. You was a good you.
What do you mean? What do you mean, dog? Like,
bro,
I got the resume to back up what I'm saying, bro.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Black man was a good husband. Okay, we're not going to sit up here and blame black man for his wife being raggedy. Okay, no. That's like what I said in the beginning. She was wrong for even going into that relationship. She should have took care of her goddamn baggage before she even put that on anybody.
BM, yeah. So since you've already admitted that during the marriage,
hold on, Tyrus,
since you've already admitted that during the marriage that she didn't do anything.
Tyrus, I didn't interrupt you, bro. I didn't interrupt you, Tyrus.
Let me just let me
get it out.
He's carrying himself like a female, so you know how females.
Tyrus, I didn't interrupt you, bro. Just let me get it out, bro.
You know, that's how.
Bro, but you're not saying anything. That's the problem,
bro.
Right now. You got to realize, like, when you separate it, and BM, I want to be clear. you've already accomplished and you're already
Right,
past
right,
this.
right.
Bro,
We're talking
listen,
about back then.
Tyrus, you're
When you
wrong.
separated,
speaker,
you've
one
already got a
one
taste
speaker.
of all the other things. Before, you get what I mean? So it was
Please,
already
please,
too
bro.
late then.
So Tyrus, hold on, Tyrus. So let
You get what I
Freezer get
mean?
his out, then I'll let you
Yeah,
respond.
because there's some.
Yeah.
See, I was trying to be polite, but I see all gloves also. Let me just say, bro, it's some bullshit you're saying. Because let me tell you something. Real talk. This is what I was saying early in the show. These weak guys, you know, they go to start doing these weird rationalizations, playing these mental gymnastic mind games with themselves, giving these women, you know, this man actually said you actually won. You won the prize that everybody else wanted. Guess what? They had her. They didn't want her, they had her. It's a difference. And another thing is this. Bro, just because I separate from my wife, separation doesn't mean me going out or her going out and fucking another dude or me fucking another woman. Separation might mean we might need some time apart physically just to get our mind right. Okay? That's what that means. It doesn't mean that because I asked for a separation and we agreed to it, that's fair game for my wife to go suck another nigga dick. You got life fucked up, bro, and you might need some goddamn therapy if you think like that.
Yeah, you just said a whole lot of nothing. So
I know
anyway,
I
yeah,
did,
the
I know.
problem is that when you separate it, see when dudes try to let they women when you separate, the women start seeing everything that they missed out for the last few years. You get what I mean? And so that was the time where the moment you separated, you should have just followed through. But guess what? You learned that lesson. That
So
shit
you want
sucks,
that
bro.
man to stay in there and continue to get his ass handed to him. That's what you were telling him. You want him to stay in there and continue to get drugged by this woman. Emotionally,
I'm saying at that point, at the separation, he should have just followed through at that point.
Follow through with what?
Follow through with what? What do you mean by that? By follow through? Follow through with what?
The separation, the divorce, bro. Once you say separation, once you follow that legal thing, bro, a lot of people's mentality, you don't know until you know, but a lot of human mentality around separated equals, you know, a glorified divorce anyway. And so the moment you legally separated, bro, you know, I mean, let's be clear,
your
we
own
know dudes do it
definitions on
too.
shit, bro.
Really, bro? So men don't be out here getting separated and then go fuck other hoes. You're gonna tell me that don't happen?
Yeah,
No,
it's
but-
possible.
Go ahead and lie on this
That
panel right
could-
now.
let me
Go
just
ahead
say
and lie on this
this.
panel right
and
now.
come back together.
Yeah, that could have happened, Tyrus.
That's possible. What are you talking about?
You know what,
Separated
Tyrus?
and come back
Hold on, guys. Tyrus, that could have happened, but let me tell you why it didn't. Because at that time, and this is me being transparent because I want y'all family to me. At that time, I loved her too much to do any of that. I was broken, bro. I didn't want to be with another female. I didn't want to be around another female. I didn't want to have sex with another female. I loved a woman that broke me. And even in my marriage, people used to say all the time, "Why you do everything for her?" I even remember me and my mom had a disagreement. You do everything right. Damn, every time I look up, y'all on a trip. Damn, every time I look up, y'all doing something this. Y'all at these restaurants. Like what and I said, "Mama, she's my wife. What do you want me to do?" So I used to get a lot of flack for everything that I used to do for her. Right? Everything that I used to do for her, I used to take care of her. Right.
And guess what? That makes you a real dude for doing that. That makes you a real leader, a real man for doing that. And bro, sometimes that just doesn't work out. Dog, that's you know what I mean? Like sometimes it just doesn't work out.
For divorce. Does that make him a real man too for that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What you say?
Does that make him a real man? Because you told him to go file for the divorce. What type of man does that make him?
I'm saying that the lesson that he learned is that now if it started happening again, he knows when to cut it off before it gets toxic. You get what I mean? Like he let it go on too long in his first marriage. And so now in this new relationship, you already know the stress factors, if you will.
Right.
The things that are just the absolute
He didn't cheat while he was married, though. According to you,
right.
He said she didn't cheat.
And she didn't either. He said she didn't either, Hank.
So how did he let it go on too long?
Right.
She
bro,
never cheated.
I said
she never
bro,
did anything wrong. According to you.
He just said that when they were separated, she was cheating.
But you said she didn't because they were separated.
Right.
Oh, I said that I
what you
said you're
saying. Now
not
you
fully
changing your
divorced.
story?
Bro, when you say separated, y'all basically not together.
No, that's not true.
That's not
Just
true.
because
That's
you're
not true?
separated. No, just because you're separated don't mean you can't get back together. I've seen situations where people got separated for 6 months
Bro,
and they
but
found
the
the
guy
common goal and they
learns
was able to
his
make it
lesson.
work.
But the thing, this is what I'm saying. Like, and apparently, I must be completely not
Maybe you
fundamentally
heard a
different than you
story,
guys,
bro.
because
Maybe you heard a different story.
no, I just have a fundamental difference because I look at BM as a success. And so I don't see why there's so much freaking like friction when it comes to some of the conversation evolving around women. Because I look at BM as a guy like, oh my God, yo, this dude actually accomplished the impossible. He fucking went through a horrible marriage with a horrible person and rebounded. You know how many dudes right now that we need to be speaking to that are stuck? BM, I don't need to tell you how many men our age right now that are stuck because they can't let go of some shit. That's the kind of shit that we need to be talking to. But guess what? When you come off with that bitter crap about women, bro, you take all the earnest off of you as a man.
Those dudes that need to go to therapy. I encourage
bro,
you.
That's the dudes we need to be talking to, though.
But in order for us to talk to him, we got to get to the front end of the story to let him know he got to tell your experience. So if that means part of your experience, you may be bashing a woman at the moment. So be it. It happens.
But I'm confused though. How was she a horrible person when you first started your soliloquy to BMU?
Because
bro,
she wasn't
you
a
actually
because she
you
wasn't
told
a horrible
you
person.
told BMU you actually let outside sources influence you to feel a certain way.
Was she a good wife when you was married, BM? This will answer Freezy's question. When you guys were married for those 7 years
You
until
just
you
called
found
her
out, was she a
horrible,
good
though.
wife?
Right. She was
a good wife? Bro, do you not understand like timeline, like phases, like era, periods, Freezy, or are you just like some like super
according what I'm asking you is according
I
to
have
you.
nothing. I told the story,
No,
but
she
even
doesn't.
today, I have nothing bad to say about her at all. I have not. I went through what I went through. She went through what she went through. She had to go through her phase. I went through mine. It didn't work out. So I went my way. She went hers.
What
I
I'm
got
asking
custody of my kids.
So
she want to see them. The door's always open.
What I'm asking Taurus is, according to you, you just called he escaped from a horrible person. According to you,
Yeah,
when
what
was
ended
she?
up being
When
a
was she
horrible person?
horrible though? According to you, when was she horrible?
Well, I guess if you're going to use based on the foundation of the original question during the marriage, during the parameters of the marriage, based on the foundational question that was asked at the beginning, current marriage. Maybe I'm the only one who like keeps tracks and keeps context of everything going on. But y'all seem to go from A to B to C, and I'm just like,
she was horrible before he got into marriage. He just didn't find out about it until a year or so later.
The point we're trying to
2.5 years in, yeah.
2.5 years
point
later,
that we're trying to
she was
make.
already horrible. If she was that promiscuous, now we understand there was a reason why she was that way, but nonetheless, she was horrible before. He found out about it 2.5 years later. She was already horrible before she came in. She should have got some therapy before she got married. Like Free said, she should have never got married. She should have never got into a relationship until she addressed the issues that she needed addressed with the being molested.
Okay, so based on that, if let's just flip the narrative real quick, or vice versa. If there was something in your past that was weighing heavy on your chest, and you wanted to tell your wife, somebody who was married for 7-8 years, would you expect her to try to forgive you and move on and everything like that?
Is that a question for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I agree with what you're saying.
I didn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
If the roles were reversed and you had something from your past that you just, hey, man, it was weighing on your chest. You know you was a faithful dude while you guys are actively married. You've been faithful, but there's something you was doing before the marriage that you didn't tell her, that, you kept it to yourself, but you feel like you got to get it off your chest. Would you expect your wife, after being married for 10 years, to be like, to just be like, nah, you got to go, or yeah, let's try to work this out? Would you expect her to forgive you?
Double standard questions.
So let me answer my man's question. I would have told her before the marriage, because
bro, some of y'all be lying. Y'all know y'all be keeping secrets before getting married.
You listen, dog?
Stop it!
Why you acting like a little bitch, man? Come on, calm down, baby girl, calm down. Let me answer the question. I'm gonna tell her because she's gonna put me in a safe place enough where I can share that with her. If I'm gonna make her my wife, she put me in a comfortable position. I could be able to share anything with her. There won't be no secrets. I said it many a times. When you find that right woman, you let her know everything about you. There's no secret. Don't hold nothing back because you don't want to go in a relationship with a lie. That's the worst thing you could ever do is going into a relationship with a lie. And that's exactly
dudes
what
literally hit on girls with lies. They literally be selling dreams and be lying their ass. So we was just talking about that earlier.
I'm not your cousin. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your uncle or your friend circle you run with. I'm a different type dude. I'm different from the other dudes you're talking about. That's
Bro, I'm so glad I'm married because if I was single, I had to move to Utah and start a cult. You know how many women I would have if y'all my comp? Oh my God, bro, I gotta move. Oh,
hey, I want to say this.
I'm not gonna get perfect. Hey, I want to stop it, man. Stop it.
I want to say this right too. I want to say this too, Hank.
Congratulations, buddy. Congratulations.
I want to say this.
I'm gonna be honest with the chick. Ain't what's you hiding for? If she's the right woman, like I said. You got to be that right woman. I'm going to tell you everything before we go down. Because I'm going to put her in the frame of mind where she could be vulnerable and tell me everything. So we ain't going into
we all, as humans, we all keep stuff in, bro.
Like a female and interrupting people. Let me in talk,
because you telling something that you know you don't do. That's why I keep interrupting you guys because you keep telling the audience stuff that you don't do yourself.
I don't do. Do you know me like that?
Bro, I know damn well you don't tell a girl everything. Yes, I know you, bro, because I know men, and I know you don't tell girls everything. The woman I'm dealing with now knows everything. There's nothing that she don't need to know. Man,
she knows it all. Now, I'm sorry you didn't do that with your lady. I'm sorry you didn't do it with your wife of 15 years. I apologize to you. That's on you. I ain't got nothing to do with you. You got to live with that. I don't. I don't have no problem. But as long as you got to make sure that you got a woman that she can make you feel comfortable where she can share that with you. And just vice versa with you. You got to be comfortable where she is able to share with you. And if you don't put in that place, you don't need to marry her anyway.
I want to say this too. It's the mindset, and I'm, hey, Taru, however you rationalize stuff, man. Listen, that's on you. I don't want to sound like I'm disrespecting your point of view. But just going back to when because you're big on timeline and stuff, right? And when you ask, basically you stated and you revealed that when BMU told his story, she actually didn't cheat during the marriage. It was before and after the separation. Right? So I'm trying to get you to, it seems like you're in this finite determinate box. If BMU walks into his home and see shit cleared out and see the rings on the table and reads a note that says she fell in love with somebody, you think that just happened? You don't think that she was fucking this dude while they was married?
You literally just saying some shit I never fucking said.
No,
bro, I literally
said she didn't cheat.
You said she didn't cheat, bro.
Okay. So let's
get it
from the horse's mouth again. Let's ask from the horse's mouth again. BM, did you not say that with the letter and the ring on the table, that was one of the final stages of? Right, that was like what, junior year of your sex school?
Yeah. When she did,
right. So that wasn't the beginning. That was part of it. Right. So over time, it got worse and worse and worse. What I'm saying is now he knows that there's certain stress levels now in this new marriage and this new fucking family he has that he knows, hey, I need to handle this if it gets to this point. You get what I mean? But he had to go through the process. Some people don't, some people do.
No, he didn't.
Right, but a lot of y'all dudes would have just cut it off out the gate.
Yeah, I did.
A lot of y'all dudes would have cut it off out the gate.
Flags, dog. You didn't listen to the story. He said, I ignored the red flags.
I'm listening to a bunch of dudes who know how to cut and run real fast, except BM. BM the only dude.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Too much shaming.
You said, what were because this is what I didn't get from the story that you told, or if you may don't mind sharing, what were some of those red flags? The story about the barbershop and all those things, that was before you married her, or did that all that?
No, that was during the separation part.
During the separation. So what were some of the warning signs that you ignored prior to marrying her? Because I don't think that was clear from everything. All this conversation that went around, I don't think we ever nailed that down. What was, if you wouldn't mind sharing a couple of red flags?
Yeah, absolutely.
That you should have shared, because we haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, some of the red flags that I saw in the beginning was how she was around men, right? So if I took, because I used to, guys, when I tell you this, when I tell you, baby, get your shit, let's go, we going on a trip. I'm not telling you where we're going. This is a nice dress. Put this on. Get your fine ass together. Let's go. That's what it was. And so when we would go out somewhere, a dude would compliment her and be like, hey, "Oh my God, you're beautiful." And I used to see how she used to, you know how women get when a man say something to her and she like what he's saying. I used to see how she used to gravitate to men that would compliment her, or how she saw a man that maybe that seemed like she was attractive.
That shit Hank was talking about. You can see little shit.
You can see right. And I ignored it, right? Because I'm telling you guys right now, Tarus, everybody, I truly loved her. Like, I love this woman and I was young. I was 19, 20. Come on. So I love this woman to the point where when I loved her so much, if a woman passed around by me fine as hell, I didn't even see her. My focus was on this woman, period, point blank, right? And so that's why I had to go through that situation where I was broken. So I saw those red flags. I saw how emotionally, I saw some emotional damage, right? Especially when it came to her mom. When her and her mom used to have conversation, her mom used to talk to her sideways, and then she would like have this emotional thing with herself where she would break down and all this other shit. Like, I saw a lot, right? I saw that's just two things. I saw these things, but guess what? I loved her to the point where I said, you know what? I'm not going to pay attention to that. I'm gonna love her through these things. And I was young, and I had to learn, and I did. And I learned from this situation, and I thank God. And you know what? To this day, I'm gonna say this: I thank God that I went through it, because if I didn't go through it, I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't be where I am. I wouldn't have learned the lessons that I learned today, right? And even my ex will tell you that boy loved me. She will tell you today. Matter of fact, it's to the point. I remember my wife. She was joking around. My wife said, "You know what? She loved you so much. If you played a prank on her and told her you wanted to marry her again, she'd be at the front door in the morning." Right? Even my family knows that. My family said when she found out I was getting married again, my sister said she damn near broke down in the store, right? Because she knew that she was in a situation that she lost something that she really wanted, right? And it took me a while to get. I didn't hop into another relationship. I went through the process, right? Sat down with the elder, sat down with my grandmother. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Thank God for my grandmother. I sat down with my grandmother, right? Me and my grandmother prayed for me. She was there for me. My grandmother would give me scriptures every day. She would call me, and it took me a while to shake it, but I did. And I learned a lot from it. And I thank God for it. I thank God for the situation. I thank God for it, because it made me who I am today. It made me the man that I am today, the husband that I am today, the father that I am today. It's all because I had to go through something. And sometimes we have to go through to get to, ladies and gentlemen. That's just simple. And so I didn't tell the story. I didn't tell the story tonight to bash her. I didn't tell the story tonight to bash her in any way. I told this story because that's what I went through. And going through that, I wish her the best. I have nothing bad to say about her. To my kids and to you guys, I told you what I went through, and this is where I am today. She's living her life. I'm living mine. We have two children, two beautiful children together. Thank God for my babies. And she can see them, be with them, hug them, hold them, talk to them anytime she wants. She's just not a place in her life right now that she can be in a relationship with her children.
I think that so oftentimes, when real men, not saying that Tyru's not a real man, but when men such as myself or Hank, when we display this zero tolerance, no nonsense type of character, or it comes off as that we're bitter with women, or
Include me in that too.
yeah, Mandrell as well. You know, it comes off that like we're bitter, but it's not that we're bitter. We just don't have time to fucking waste. That's it. It's just as simple as that.
Crazy. How long you been married, man?
Pause for a second. Pause for a second. Hold on. I got a wife hack. My wife then went up in my damn. My sister just texted me and said, "Look at your chat." My wife then went in this chat, and I don't tell nobody when my birthday is, guys. And my birthday is Monday though, because she already put it up here. She said, "BM, your birthday is Monday. Have you hit his Cash App yet?" This is the wife hack. Laugh out loud. I never tell anybody when my birthday is, but she put it up there. So baby, okay. Damn, I ain't gonna.
Let me put on my calendar. I'm gonna keep emailing you every time it's your birthday, man.
Yeah, it's Monday, bro. Damn it. All right, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I think that what's your dynamic with your wife right now?
Well, I don't want to get personal with my with my marriage or nothing like that.
Why not, bro? This is Black Man Unfiltered.
Well, black man is not married to the woman he just told us about. You understand what I'm saying? There's a difference.
Right, but I'm asking you now, Freezy. Like,
well, you know, you can ask me what the fuck you want to ask me, but what I'm saying is this. I've been married. Okay. Well, I will answer this. I've been married almost a year, right? And the dynamics of my relationship with my wife, right? Because this is because you know, let's bring it back to the topic of the show, vetting, right? The amount of information and the amount of understanding that I've grown to get with my wife, and for her to understand what I allow and what I don't allow before we even got married, she does not have any excuse to violate. You understand what I'm saying? The way I run my household, bro, I don't be in my house rationalizing, oh, I did this. So she, like, if I'm guilty of this, she has her guilty rope is extended. Like, I'm going to give her some more grace. No, I don't give a fuck how wrong I am. That don't give her leeway to be wrong too. We ain't finna be too wrong, motherfuckers. We ain't finna be two wrong people in this damn house. No.
How?
I'm not. Listen, I don't.
Somebody, one of us got to have some sense, Toro.
Thank you. And another thing is this, Mandrell. I don't let women play the guilt. Make me play the guilt trip about myself if I do something that's not right. Listen, first of all, we know no man is perfect. Okay, no man is perfect. So,
but you expect a woman to be?
No, what I'm telling you is this, bro. I'm the leader of my house. I set the rules in my house. Okay, she's not going.
You sound like a tyrant, bro. You don't sound like a leader right now.
I don't sound like a leader. What is a leader then?
Bro, you sound like fucking Vladimir Putin.
You tell me what is a leader.
How old are you?
You tell me what is a leader.
What does Vladimir Putin have to do with this?
The only thing you've been doing, the only thing you've been doing on this panel is shaming men.
Bro,
shaming men for being men.
Your gums and giving men wrong information. So, how old are you, and why have you only been married for less than a year?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
Bro, all you've been doing is shaming men.
Why can't you just ask the question, bro?
What does it matter, though, man?
Not one time. You stated that you're married. Not one time did I ask you how long you. And you the most fucked up man on the panel. And I ain't even asked you how long you been married.
Apparently not. If I've been married, one of the longest on the panel.
That don't mean you want to work.
Y'all know that's the goal, right? To be married for a long time.
No, it's not always your end goal to be married. No, it's more than that.
Oh, what's more than being married and raising a family? Please tell me.
Happy, prospering marriage. You
That's
can be
part
married
of being
for 20
married
years
and raising a family, right? Man. That's all included.
Bro, I know husband and wives that's married right now. That's been married for about 30 years. They've been married for 30 years, but been sleeping in separate bedrooms for 20 of them.
Yeah,
I know marriages like that right now.
Yeah, it's fucked up. I'm not advocating for that.
Yeah, you just exist.
What the fuck?
You're just existing.
So if you think the goal is just to be married, bro, you wrong.
Bro,
You're wrong, bro.
why do you guys talk about marriage like it's so
Anderson
fucking
tissue.
mechanical? Like it's such a utilitarian thing. When I say marriage, I automatically mean happiness and raising a good family and raising well-mannered kids
so
and
let me
having a
ask you
happy
some
life.
questions.
Like I
You
don't
married,
like y'all
right?
don't attach all of that to marriage.
Wait,
Those are like
Tyrus,
options like you buying a car.
Tyrus,
I'm
you're
just,
married,
I'm gonna
right?
get Apple Play on this marriage.
Tyrus, you're married, right? Who's the leader? Are you the leader of your house?
No.
Yes.
No, he's not. He's
Okay,
lying.
so if you are the leader of your house, what
You
makes you
was.
what makes you the leader of your house? What qualifies you to be the leader of your house?
He has no
that
idea.
my wife
Crazy.
allows me. That my wife
Allows
lets me
you.
make the
Oh my
decisions.
God! See how you just came out the gate?
You go ahead and dress, dog. What size stocking you need? I can sing
You did it.
My wife allows
This is your
me.
fault.
What the
You did this.
Bro, but you know why my wife allows me to be
I
the
know
leader?
why,
Because
'cause
my
this is
resume
crazy.
says I'll be the leader. Because I got a resume that says that she could trust me in hard decisions.
Bro, you
Don't
came
blame
out
women all the time.
Bro,
You sound like a male feminist.
wait. So it's actually wait. So you dudes think it's a bad thing that a woman trusts her man enough to make the decisions in the household? Y'all tried to roast me right now for that? Y'all two dudes are lame as fuck, bro.
Man, my wife don't allow me to do a motherfucking thing. I can tell you that right now.
Y'all lame as fuck. How you roasting somebody for being down for like wanting to be in a happy
Congratulations for
marriage?
allowing you to be a man.
Nobody's roasting. Toros, I don't think the guys are roasting
Your wife
you for that.
give you an allowance? What the fuck?
Hell no.
I don't think the guys are roasting you for that. I think they just disagree with your point of view. I think that's about as far as it goes. They just disagree.
Man, that man,
Bro,
that man
these
is
dudes
fucked
sound
up.
so
Stop
bitter, bro. And
sugarcoating
they
it,
talk.
man,
I'm
bro.
sorry, man. Them two dudes, Hicks and Freezy, I think they say name.
I don't know
They
who
talking
Hicks is.
about marriage right now like it's so mechanical. Like they talking about like this shit don't like when I'm talking about marriage. Apparently, hey man, look, maybe I just learned too much from my dad. But my marriage, when I think about marriage, I automatically think about happy life. Y'all automatically
Happy
think about
wife, happy
support.
life. That's how your marriage
No,
goes.
automatically think about supporting and having a good marriage and being with extended
he's
family. Like
raising
none of
two
those
dads.
things are optional. That's part of being married and having a
He's
family,
raising two dads. I
right?
understand. I
Or
see
at least
your-
trying to have a healthy
I ain't
one.
gonna do that. I see your
You
angle.
know what I mean?
That's
And then
cool, though.
guess what? And in difficult
2022.
situations, like for example, when I needed to move my whole family from Germany to the United States, my wife trusted me enough to make that plan and execute that plan. That's an example of leadership.
No, she
When
allowed
we
you to
moved
do
from
that.
Oakland, when we moved
She
from
allowed you
Oklahoma
to do
after I
that,
left
bro.
the army
that
to
plan.
Cleveland,
Remember that,
Ohio,
don't
and
she
she
allow
trusted
you to
me
do
to
that?
move our
She allow
family
you
all the way
online
up
right
north.
now.
That's an
But I'm
example
sure
of leadership.
it's almost that
You
time
get
for
what I
you to get
mean?
off.
But
To
that's
not
an
to
example
go,
of
you gotta get
leadership.
off that-
So let me
Oh,
ask
Hick, you
Tyrese,
don't want
let me
to
ask
hear
you a question,
examples of
Tyrese.
men being a leader?
So
You don't
Tyrese,
want to
let me
hear
ask you a
examples of
question,
men being a
Tyrese.
leader?
Tyrese, let me
No,
ask you a
he-
question
it's his
directly.
brother.
I want to ask Tyrese a question so we can get some clarity. So Tyrese, when it comes to marriage, the first question is, what does marriage look like to you? Not to anybody else, but to you. And then also, what does a husband look like? Like when it comes to your marriage, when you say he sounds like a tyrant, do you believe in the man that says, I make the decisions, I know the family will follow my vision, it's going to be me over my wife over my children? Do you believe in the traditions of what a man is in marriage? And those are the two questions I have for you. And let's allow him to answer those questions, please.
So first, I believe that a marriage should be two individuals on the same wave path. So for example, I have my individual goals of who I want to be as a person. My wife or the girl I'm dating has an individual goal of who she wants to be as a person. We match, we're going down the same path. And so what we're doing in our marriage is a lovely bond trying to build each other up. We're trying to make each other individually better because that makes the family unit as itself greater. Now, for your second question, as far as leadership goes, bro, we live in 2022. My wife is a registered nurse licensed. She's about to graduate from Ohio State. Unfortunately, bro, I got the shit under the stick. I'm a broken down vet. So all I got to do now is just run my mouth on the fucking internet all day. But that's okay, because guess what? My wife is doing her thing. My daughters are doing their thing. I'm talking to them, teaching them about finance and everything. I'm teaching my wife how to be financially stable and how to invest in herself. And because she's living her goals, that makes me happy, and that makes me look like a better man, because guess who paid for her school? Guess who moved the family from Germany to America, from Oklahoma to freaking Ohio. Guess who was able to hold the whole family down while she was going to school and getting her degree? And guess what happened when she got her degree? We got even tighter because she got a whole man that will hold her down, do the thick and thin. And now she balling out of control. I got my money. I'm balling out of control, and we happy because we balling out of control and nobody's stepping on each other. That's a marriage. This kind of marriage that Freezy talking about, that's some Vladimir Putin my way to highway dictatorship thing. Hey girl, I know you got this vision. I know this is what you want. You said you wanted to be a pediatrician, right? Well, guess what? Now that you married, fuck that. You staying in the kitchen, ho. Make my fucking sandwich. I don't care what your vision is. Your goal now is to do what I say and to make me better. That's some tyrant shit.
So you saying that
here's
a
the thing.
vision,
Hold on,
shouldn't come from a man. The vision should come from either spouse, either person. Is that correct?
Yes, in order for a real marriage to work, you got to be on the same page out the gate. Like we can't have conflicting visions of who each other want to be, or it's destined to fail. Those are the conversations you have to have before you even get married. One of the reasons why I was able to survive my marriage, is my wife tells me all the time, is because she saw the best in me before we were married. She saw who I was as a person, and as that path, it didn't converge. What we wanted individually wasn't gonna freaking get in each other's way. But too many people, they fall in lust, not in love. They be falling with the girl because she looked bad, or the homies told her she looked bad, but they're not falling in love with the woman who makes them happy. You know what I mean? You're so worried about what these other dudes want, but you're not worried about what you happy. Why a lot of dudes got a problem with me is because I'm comfortable. I know I'm fucking broken. I know I don't know shit. I also know that I wouldn't get through these mental health things if it wasn't for the fact that my wife held it down. It wasn't. I also know that I wouldn't be here today if my wife didn't hold it down when I was deployed to Iraq twice, bro. You know what kind of fucking sacrifice and 10 toes down you got to be to even survive that? You know what I mean? 2 kids.
Yeah, I do. That's why I never got married, never had kids while I was in the army. I know what kind of sacrifice that is.
Yeah,
I never got married, never had kids while I was in the army. I was like, no fucking way I'm putting them.
So, man, Drill, you've seen all the stories of the soldiers who, guess what?
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
Spiral, bro. But a lot of that has to do.
Nasty.
That's not just a military thing. That's just a civilian thing. If you're not on the same page, if you're not having these conversations before you married, guess what? All of a sudden, when you try to act like Freezy, you know what ends up happening? It's a competition now. All of a sudden, your girls start resenting you because you making ends, and she like, damn, I could be doing this too, but he won't let me. Or she's getting in her bag, and dudes is feeling super insecure because they're like, damn, I'm not getting the shine. My girl getting all the shine. So now you're competing against each other, getting resenting with each other, and then y'all start getting divorced because you not even realize that y'all now in competition.
You got your cell phone?
That's not a marriage.
I sent you that email.
And let me ask you this, dog, because I sit there and told you about being honest, being straightforward with the individual you're about to marry, and you question me like, nah, you ain't doing it like you know me or something. Dog, you don't. So how you gonna sit there and tell me what I would do?
So how does your marriage operate? How does your marriage operate, bro?
I didn't interrupt you. Please give me the same respect. So when I was sitting there saying what I said, you questioned me like, oh no, Hank, you don't do that. How do you know, dog? You don't. Like I said, when I find that right woman, everything about me, she gonna know. I'm gonna lay it all out in line because I'm not going into no marriage with these secrets, with these hidden agendas. All this bullshit gonna come out 4 or 5 years down the road. I'm not doing that, and I expect her to not do it with me. But I'm gonna put her in a place where she can unleash, where she can unwind, where she can let herself go. And I hope she can make me feel the same way where I can do that. Or else I wouldn't be marrying this woman if I can't feel I'm not comfortable enough to share my most vulnerable moments. I wouldn't. And I would encourage no man to do that. If you can't be vulnerable in front of your woman, around your woman, with your woman, you don't need to be with her. Because that shit's going to cost you later.
I want to say this too, man.
You didn't say anything I disagree with, bro. So I don't understand why you disagree with me.
No, let me tell you why I said it. Because you sit there and question me and challenge me. No, Hank, you ain't doing none of that. I know you don't. No, hold on. How you gonna sit there and tell me what you know about me?
So then why aren't you married? Or what's your? Or you know what? Here's a better non-defensive question. I don't want to put you on the spot because that's my fault right now for being a little bit militant. I'm sorry. I want to apologize for that. what is your end game? Like when you
So
at the end of the day, what's your end game? Do you want to be married or do you just want to be a single dude?
No, stop, man. Listen, 2016, I got divorced. 2016, I got divorced. After I got divorced, I had to go to counseling. I had to get my son counseling. Because first of all, it's trauma on the kids for a kid to go through divorce. He was 10 years old at the time. I had to go through that. It took me a year and a half before I was even open and had my heart in the right place to even think about marriage again. Because of everything, the financial loss I took, the emotional loss I had to take, and going from 100% of being with my kid to now to 50%. So I had to go to therapy. A year and a half it took me before I was even open to think about doing it again. So am I going to get married again? Yes, I am. Am I vetting and am I looking? Yes, I am. I'm currently in a relationship right now. I'm currently in a process of moving. She will be moving back home to Louisville, Kentucky in June. And then we going from there.
So your end goal, to be clear, is to be married and a family and all of that.
You say what, buddy?
So your end game is just like most guys' end game, right? You really think you're gonna pull that off if you was a tyrant? You know that wouldn't happen if you was a tyrant, right? Acting like, yo, it's my way or the highway.
What do you keep getting off saying that somebody's a
dog? Freeze. That's what I'm reacting to, right? Freezy was the one. That's why I was going off, because Freezy was the one acting like, yo, when I say this shit, it's this and this.
Hold on, wait. I gotta respond because he keeps throwing me out there.
Well, let me finish up real fast, Freezy. I ain't gonna tell you.
You're not making any sense, Freezy.
But this is this. What's wrong with that man having
what's going on, my brother?
What's wrong with the man having to stand? Did you have standards for you and your wife's relationship?
What's up, BMU?
Did you have standards for you and your wife?
Hank, yes, but you know there's a difference between standards and goddamn and bondage, bro. Acting like a fucking, you know there's a difference, Hank. Come on,
I understand that, man. And listen to me. I got my own standards, and one of my standards for me and my future wife is one pot. That's one of my standards. Another one of my standards is we're a circle. We're not letting anybody involved in our circle. Not family, not mother, not sister, brother. If we got problems between each other and we can't work these things out, we're going to marital counseling. No problem. Matter of fact,
I agree with you, but what you're saying is the exact opposite of what Freezy just said. You're not even that's what you're not understanding, Hank. I actually agree with you, but what you're saying right now does not line up with Freezy. Freezy, can you please talk about once again how it's your way or the highway and it's your vision, please?
Okay, so basically, I want to start out by saying that my wife is extremely happy, and every morning I wake up, I get breakfast. Every time 3 o'clock strikes, I get a fucking sandwich and some potato chips. And when 7:30 roll around, I might get steak and potatoes if I ask for it, right? So guess what? The difference between my wife and yours, probably, I'm gonna just go out on a limb and bet everything in my goddamn pockets right now. She loves doing that. She's delighted to do that. You know why? Because she respects my leadership. That's why. And if you think you're going to sit up on this panel and shame me for having a set of rules and regulations and values that I expect my wife to carry, you're wrong, my brother.
Boy, hey,
listen, wait, bro. I let
because
you
you sound completely different than when you spoke the first time.
I let you cook, bro. Just let me. No, I'm actually not saying anything different. You just, you have. I don't know what's up with you, bro.
Boy mentality.
But what I'm telling you is this: what you're trying to do, you're trying to paint a narrative that it's wrong for a man to have complete control of his house. Hold on, listen, bro.
Complete control. Listen to
that. Yes, bro. Let me finish.
Now, he should have incomplete control.
Now,
what are you talking about?
This is ludicrous. Now, the picture that you're trying to paint is if my wife wants to do something that's extracurricular, right? Like, like you say, take some college courses, maybe online or outside the house. Or if she thinks of a business that she wants to do, my wife is not going to tell me what she's going to do, right? She's going to bring it up to me and we're going to discuss it. And I'm going to have the final say so on whether it's conducive for my household. Yes, that's a real thing, my brother. My wife, she does not have a free foot. You know why? Do you know why? Hold on, bro, listen. Do you know why she doesn't have a free foot? Because she's married. That's why. That's why.
She sounds like
bro.
the only one married. She sounds like the only one married though. Like, do you just, does she have any say so, or do you set all the rules?
Bro, listen.
Why would you care about that? Why would you care?
What I'm telling you is, if my wife disagreed with my leadership, and this goes to every woman that's listening, if you agree with the man you're with, his leadership, don't be with him. That's simple. You don't have to marry that guy.
But you're not right all the time.
Bro,
how do you know that? How do you know you're not right all the time, though? How would you know that?
Because nobody's right all the time.
How would you know that?
That's just, normal.
Wait,
No,
Noble.
what the fuck?
Wait. Tyrus, did I say that I was right all the time? Did I actually say that?
Bro, you acting like, again, you just went through this whole spiel of complete control. If she don't agree with my
me having complete control. Wait, bro. Me having complete control equates to me being right all the time?
Okay, if she doesn't agree, if she wants to do something, she has to ask your permission, dog?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
So she's not your wife, she's a dependent.
No. Maybe your definition of a wife.
She's not a wife, she's a piece of property.
According to the law, she is. According to the law, your wife is your dependent.
What is he saying?
Yes, she is. When you file your taxes, your wife is a dependent. So it's the same as your children.
File jointly? What the fuck?
What planet do you live on?
Okay, hold on,
married,
guys.
according to law, your wife is
hold on, gentlemen. So we got Sir Hale in the building.
Wait.
Just came in, so we want to welcome them to the show today. And I want to definitely Freezy. I'm gonna let you cook, but Freezy, Sir Hale, and World Class, you've been listening.
Last week,
Sir Hale.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
No, Sir Hale. What are your thoughts? And I'm gonna come back to you, Freezy, after World Class. Sir Hale, what are your thoughts?
Okay. Go ahead.
Is it okay if can I give my turn for just a moment to Freezy? It looks like he's ready to
Yeah. Go ahead, Freezy.
Last week, I was tuning into this show, and if I'm not mistaken, Tyrus, you said that you go get your eyebrows threaded with your wife.
Oh shit!
Absolutely.
Ain't that a bitch?
No, you don't. No, please say you don't.
Okay.
I absolutely do.
No, you don't.
You get your okay. So
hey, y'all dudes are so fucking insecure. This shit funny as fuck.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is, it seems like you and your wife share.
So insecure with y'all.
It seems like, bro. Listen what I'm saying.
You do something suspect and we're insecure.
It seems like you and your wife share a sisterhood. and that's not the dynamic in my house. It's not, bro. I'm never going to get my
I get what you are, Freezy. You know what you are? I get it now. You were those dudes when I was on the convoys in Iraq. They women at home while you holding hand with your boy at the hookah lounge. That's you, bro. That's fucking you. Hey, my wife ain't allowed to do shit, bro. It's just me and the dogs. I could just do whatever. That's fucking you.
Did anybody on the panel? Hold on, Sir. Did anybody on the panel hear me say my wife is not allowed to do nothing? I said.
You said she has to ask permission, yes or no?
I said she has to talk it over with me, bro. What's wrong with that?
Y'all dudes are so.
What's wrong with that, bro?
Bro, if y'all women get any type of shine, bro, y'all just be feeling.
Go ahead, Sir Hill.
Salty.
I'm done, Sir Hill. I'm done.
Sir Hill, go ahead, Sir Hill.
Keep it clear.
To Roos, one thing we don't do is we don't take personal jabs. So if we're having the discussion, it has to just be that. Otherwise, it devolves into something it shouldn't be. The second thing is,
I agree.
When a man says he has control over something, what we mean when we say control is we're responsible for the entire thing. It doesn't mean that we're making every decision. It doesn't mean that we're saying everything. It doesn't mean that we're a dictator on every single thing, because we don't have the time to. But ultimately, the responsibility of the marriage falls on the man. And if men are not comfortable with that role, you're going to find yourself with a sister wife. Both of you are going to be around each other in feminine energy, and the sexual attraction for each other will not be there, because a relationship, a healthy one, needs a healthy masculine feminine dynamic. Without that, it does not work. The second thing is, a woman, a feminine woman, does not desire her man to have the same emotional template as her. She wants a man to take control. She wants a man to take the lead. It doesn't mean that she doesn't have autonomy or she can't think of on her own, but that's what women want. And men who are uncomfortable with this generally shame men who are comfortable operating in their power. And from what I'm hearing, my brother, that's what it sounds like you're doing. So instead of hearing these men's points, and these men are successfully married. I myself am successfully married. And we're telling you, as men who are now, Freezy, just so I know, you're not over there beating your wife, are you?
Of course not.
You're not over there taking from your wife and mistreating her, are you?
Ever.
Right, because true power is not about controlling someone. True power is about protecting and covering someone. And I think that's what a lot of these men are doing.
Sir Hale, so the first thing, real quick, I want to say that I agree, and I do want to apologize to the panel. I'm really still new at all this. Oh shit! I'm really still new at all this panel stuff. So, I really, again, my patience level is low as due. I'm not going to apologize for that, but I do apologize for how passionate I come off.
Oh, don't worry. They had me to deal with at first, so they used to it. They used to it. They had me to deal with it first.
That's fair, but because Sir Hale said it politely, I need to respond with that same energy. So, Sir Hale,
no problem.
Apologize. Right. On your second point, I completely disagree with everything you got to say. So the reason is, first off, you can't be defining what feminine is. See, that's the problem. You don't want women to define what a man is, but you keep trying to define what femininity is. You keep trying to define what marriage is on an individual term-to-term basis. How I view my marriage is not how you're going to view your marriage. And at the same time, if men want that femininity from women, I'm going to need to see a hell of a lot more dudes in this country actually show some real leadership, because I got a whole bunch of dudes who want the results, who want to skip the whole process. And that's my problem right now, Sir Hale, with the state of men. I see a whole bunch of men complaining, doing all of these, but then I see all these fucking opportunities and they sitting on their ass. Meanwhile, do you know why, Sir Hale? You want to know why I don't go hard at women? Because women in general, guess what? They getting a job. They getting an education. Some of them are single women and they still doing their thing. I got dudes sitting at the crib right now playing fucking video games all day. And guess what? The standards are so low, Sir Hale, that women are actually letting these dudes get them off. Hey, my man can stay at home all day, play video games, and I won't have a problem because at least I know where my man at. Oh, wait, Sir Hale, what's going on now? We got more and more men can't even do that. Can't even just stay at home and play video games. No, they still got to run the streets. They still doing all this other crap, bro, but they want to be treated like leaders. And this is why I keep repeating it. There's too many dudes out here who want to be treated like leaders that don't have the resume that says they qualified to be treated like one.
That sounds really good. Like what you said was, if this was, and I'm being honest with you, if this was 1990, I'm with you 100%. But this is 2022, where most men are actually working. Most black men are in the middle class. Most men are not running around having children with multiple women. So your talking point is great, but doesn't fit the current status of the dating pool today. So your talking point is irrelevant from the perspective that that's not true today. You understand?
Sir Hale, I'm hearing the same arguments I heard when I was 18, bro. All that happened is just on
because you're hearing them from females.
No, I'm hearing it from y'all dudes, bro, who keep whining them that you can't get females. That's what
everybody up there speaking the opposite.
Hold on, y'all dudes. That's so.
When I'm addressing,
if we start checking resumes, I'm pretty sure most of ours are going to be a little bit long.
Community, a lot of these guys.
Hold on, listen. Words matter. Listen. Words matter. When you say y'all on here complaining, There's a difference between men complaining about
men
the condition.
right now. We have more men
bro.
complaining.
Let me tell you what you're doing, and this is just me from one brother to another brother.
You're shaming.
You talk from the perspective of you're talking from the perspective of you're trying to make men see it the way you see it. And the way that it works when you're talking to other men is we bring our perspectives together and we learn from each other. I am a successfully married.
That's not true, bro. We got whole wars that go on.
Man, would you be quiet for 2 seconds?
No, because you blatantly saying wrong things right now.
But this is, I think this is one of the reasons why men can't talk. Because if somebody disagrees with your point of view, you can't just listen to them and respect their point of view. You got to cut them off. And that's not what we do in the barbershop. That's not how we operate. Now, let me give you some of my resumes to show you my qualifications on what I'm talking about. I've been married since I was 19 years old, 4 kids by all the same woman. I've gone from poverty, taken out of school in the 3rd grade. I've never been through high school, middle school, or anything. My father died when I was 5 years old. I got all of my kids. We've moved from the projects, bought my wife a big old house. My wife just made a big turkey dinner, macaroni, cheese, dressing, greens, pies, everything. And I didn't have to lift a finger. I didn't wash a dish.
What? Wait a minute. I damn near fell out my chair.
I didn't wash a dish. I didn't clean the house. I did nothing. Do you know why this is? I'm going to tell you what my resume is. It's because I was a darn leader. And I put her in a position to be the woman that she is now, because that's what men do. So before you get on a panel talking about what y'all men are doing, make sure you know the men you're talking to. And let's not bring talking points from other panels into this conversation, because the men who are on this panel believe in family and marriage.
Yes or
and that's
no?
what we're
Did your
speaking
wife
to.
agree to that?
Oh, Lord.
Did your wife, yes or no? Did your wife agree
I just
to
gave
that
you my
before you
resume.
married?
Unless your questions are going to speak to what I just said, I'm not going to be. It's not going to deflect back to the emotional.
Right, but the
talking points
point
you
was
have.
she agreed to that. But when you asked her hand in
No,
marriage,
you know
y'all
what?
had
No,
an
she didn't agree.
understanding.
No, she didn't agree. She fell in line. And if you don't believe that, I'll tell my wife to get into the chat right now, and she'll tell you the same.
Hey, if that works for you, man, that's cool.
Because that's what leaders do. We don't beg people to do anything. We lead, and women follow. That's the way it works.
Tyrus, I got a question.
We got options out here, brother. That's what we need to understand. Hold on, Freeze. We got options out here. And if the woman you're dating is not falling in line, then you move on to the next. That's all you have to do. You don't have to settle. As a man, we don't have to settle. A woman has to settle. A man doesn't, because he got options. And if you don't flex your options, then you're a fool as a man.
A man is a what? You said a man is the prize?
Hell yeah, we the prize. Shit, we the main catch.
Not in his household.
Down by the knees to catch a man like me.
Not in his household. He can't even have his eyebrows the way he wants.
I want to say this. Tyrus, you married to your wife. You say your wife is in nursing school, which is
she is a RN.
Okay, she's
shout out to her.
Shout out to your wife. But if your wife just had a change, woke up the next morning and had a change of heart, and thought to herself, I don't want to do this shit no more. I want to be a professional backgammon player. And she said, this is what I'm gonna do. She ain't got to run that shit by you.
What fucking world do you live in that
it's
actually
hypothetical, bro? It's hypothetical.
It's give him something more realistic. Hold on, Tyrus. Give him something more realistic, Freezy.
Okay.
If your wife woke up and said,
no, bro. If I'm going to be polite, hold up. If I'm going to be polite here, panel, y'all better start asking some realistic hypotheticals here.
You get your eyebrows done. You get your eyebrows done with your wife. Why do you want realistic?
She wanted to go to outer space.
But you get your eyebrows done with your wife. Well, that's not real. Who the man gets their eyebrows done? Like, what world do you live in? That's not real. That's like 1% of niggas ever did that.
You think that's a real?
I get it. Hold on.
It's more real than this shit. I've never heard that shit before today.
Hold on, Mandrill. So Tyrus. Let me ask him a question real quick, Mandrill. I'll let you cook. So Tyrus, like let's give you something more realistic, okay? Because realistic. So if your wife woke up the next morning and say, you know what, I don't want to do nursing anymore. I think I want to go into the gaming field. right? To learn how to like create games, EA, like work for EA Sports or do something more like that. I want to do that, and I don't want to be a nurse anymore, and I need you to support this as well. And I want to quit nursing, but I need you to support what I'm about to do. Then what? Well, does she have to run that by you first? Does she have to come to you and say, this is what I'm doing first? Or can she just go ahead and do that? Is what they're asking. I think that's what they're asking.
Ultimately, yeah, she can make that decision. And maybe that breaks up the marriage. Maybe it doesn't. Guess what? I'm not in a position to answer that because I don't know. Here's what I do know. Mm-hmm. If she wanted to swap careers, I'd be open to it. I mean, for God's sake, she had to be open to my career swap. Like, see, this is what I'm saying, bro. I don't live in a world where there's my world exists in shades of gray. There's a few absolutes
black man, with all due fairness, black man.
Yeah.
My question was a little extreme and it was very hypothetical, but I asked it like that for a reason. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
And he avoided it for a reason as well.
Right.
No, I didn't, dog. Your question.
No. Listen, bro. The reason why I asked the question like that, if your wife is an RN nurse right now, and your household is structured off a certain, because hopefully, as you know, the husband in the house, you have a structured budget in your house. You don't just run rampant with finances and shit, right? Right? Okay. So I don't know who dictates the finances. Obviously, you might not. But what I'm saying is this, bro. If your household finances is partly structured off your wife being an RN, and she just suddenly had a change of heart and wanted to go. Let's not even name a field. Let's just say she wanted to go into an area of where it's the income is very low. Let's just say she wanted to try to be a manager at Circle K or something like that, right? You're telling me if your wife just woke up one morning and said, I want to be a manager at a Circle K because she's tired of the medical field. She's seen too many corrupt situations with doctors and insurance companies. Because you do know this happens, right? I used to take care of my mother for almost 20 years, and I've dealt with corruption in the medical field. There are a lot of nurses that, listen, I'm pretty sure you will agree with me that there are a lot of nurses that have quit their jobs and had a change of heart. Right. So let's just say your wife said, hey, I don't want to do this no more. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and work at the Circle K and hopefully work my way up to a managerial position. You're telling me that she can just go apply for this job and just quit nursing, and one day you walk into Circle K and your wife got the red and white on, and that ain't gonna bother you just one little bit? You telling me she ain't got to run that by you?
So guess what, Freezy? If I was able to pay the mortgage, pay the car notes, pay her way through school, doesn't that mean that in any career swap, I already have my finances in order to support the household anyway?
You're not paying attention, bro.
No, I am paying attention. You're putting value specifically on her career. I don't put value on my wife based on her career. I put her based on her.
Okay, but bro, listen to what I'm saying.
Bro, I work to live. I don't live to work. I'm not. When I die, bro, it's gonna say good husband and father, not great whatever.
Okay, but bro, listen. What if she makes this career change and the store get robbed? You didn't even know she was a goddamn Circle K damn clerk, and the store get robbed, bro.
And then what? The insurance claim happens? Like,
man,
the insurance?
bro, you need help, bro. You
need to start coming up with some realistic shit.
I got one for one.
Okay, go ahead.
What if she decide to go from being a nurse? She said, I'm tired of, like you said. She said, I want to be a middle school teacher. I want to change lives by touching kids. And now all of a sudden her income went from, 120. Now she's gone down to about 65. That's a financial change. Even though her tuition's already been paid for and everything's hurt, your lifestyle's still going to change because your lifestyle's based on her former income. which is 120,
apparently
to now
not. If she
half.
wasn't working and I was paying through the
understand
school
that,
and
bro.
paying
So
them, so that means my finances was already, my personal finances was already good enough to support a family of 4 by myself. So that means, guess what? If she stopped, guess what happens? I can still support the family of 4 and still go on vacations because I know how to personally budget. I invest in the stock market. I got dividends. I prepared for all of those things to make those realities.
Tyrese, are you the head of your wife, Tyrese? I want to ask that question real quick.
The nursing field. You already financially prepared for that.
Right.
Your financial lifestyle, I'm sure, changed a little bit. I'm sure it got a little bit better than it was before she got into the nursing field.
Sure, but we already had a mortgage. We already had a home. So it's not like we're going to lose a home Hank, if we already had a home before all of that happened, what makes you think we're going to lose the home after if she loses?
Nobody said you would lose the home, but your lifestyle would change. It'd be a lifestyle change.
Did y'all see what he
of convenience?
But hold up.
Would you agree with that?
Did you see what
that would be a
lifestyle of convenience?
I agree with convenience would change.
That would be a lifestyle of convenience.
Freezy, we all seen it, Freezy. Yes, we all seen it.
Did you see what he just did, though, Hank?
Convenience that she no longer getting anymore.
Hank, did you see what he just did? When I brought up the situation, I explained it as if her income, right, was part the budget in their house, and her income was a big factor in them paying their bills and mortgage. I set it up like that. What he did was change the whole narrative to him being able to pay all the bills. But what I was asking him was, what if his wife's income was a big factor in them living the lifestyle that they live currently? What if that was the case?
Okay. If that was the case, you know why nothing changes, Freezy? Because
I'm pretty sure you're gonna tell me.
That means part of her income, she has some say so. Because first off, we have a combined income anyway. We combined our finances anyway. But even if she had that level of income, we knew that going in, right? That means she has some say so going in, right? So are you saying, Freezy, that if your wife said, you know what, I want to swap it up. Let's say she was making 60. You know what I mean? Just keep it simple. Let's say she was making 60K. And she was like, you know what, Freezy, I want to swap it up. I might only make like 35, 45, but combined, y'all was making like 120, right? And so now you might take a hit of like 100K combined. Now, you take a 20K hit, and now you're making like 100K combined. And you're like, shit, man, this affects my finances. I understand having the conversation. But if you're trying to say she can't change it up at all?
Wait. Now you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Why?
Yes, you are. Hold on. Listen. See, I got you. Now you're contradicting yourself because now you're saying you
because I'm allowing my wife to have
dictate
over her own career.
Bro,
that's a contradiction.
This is what you just said. You said
ask the question you did.
Now you're saying you understand the conversation, but before you were shaming me for saying that my wife needs to talk to me first. You just shamed me earlier for saying that. But now you're saying that you understand the conversation.
She gotta run everything through like she a fucking child. You know, that's what you was talking about, bro. And
make
you
it dramatic,
deflect. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then you was talking about badminton and shit like that.
Just say you got me.
At least Hank gave me something, bro.
Just say, yeah, you got me, because you look bad right now.
At least Hank and BM gave me
something. Can I say something? And I don't want to say this, but this is just barbershop. This is just me. Men who talk like this get cheated on quick.
Man,
by some dude who's a little bit more firm in his stance on life and relationships. And I'm saying it for those who, I'm saying it for the fellows who might be watching this.
Like we in the 1940s.
It's important that when you have a position on something,
what era are we living in, bro?
Wow. Why is everything you say what girls say? Like, what are you talking about?
Actually, I think they get cheated on.
Every time I say something, like Teros, he doesn't process what I'm saying. He responds to what he's feeling, and that's what I'm saying. Women today, you know what? Let me do this. I think the issue with society is men, and I'm gonna tell you what the issue is. We've spent so much of our time trying to understand women and trying to give women what they want and trying to make things palatable and trying to be romantic and be emotional and have the good communication. You know what we stopped doing? We stopped being men.
Amen.
And so we left a gap. And I think what we need to get back to is men being men. That means having a position that we stand on, that we're firm in. And if the woman that you're with doesn't like that, that's not the woman for you. But let me tell you what you will find.
Right.
When you are firm on what you stand for, your work, your ethics, your principles, your values, you will find a woman who will not only love you, but that coochie will stay wet because she respects the man you are and the fact that you got nuts and you hang on a position. What we're doing right now, what I see you doing, my brother Teros, and this is not me coming from a place of disrespect, it's barbershop, is you are arguing your feelings and you're not arguing facts.
But I am arguing facts, and I'm also arguing
running in
experience
circles,
because what
and
you
you're asking
but what you just
questions.
said,
You asked, was this the 1940s?
You understand what I'm saying?
because
Like you're asking questions off of how you interpret the question, and you're not looking to understand what's actually being said. You're responding to what you feel about it. You've got a group of logical men on here who are making positions who've been married for combined 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and it's 1 on 10. We're successful.
So, I'm successful too. Hold on. What defines success? What defines success? Not define these terms. Let's go.
Respect from other men. You're not getting that right now.
I don't need no respect from you, bro. You don't pay my bills.
And that's one of the flaw. That's a flawed way of thinking. Like, I don't know, Mr. Bennett. Let me tell you.
But if I don't respect you, then I can fuck your wife when I want.
But you can't though because you wouldn't be able to get her. See, that's
bro.
the thing.
Nigga,
let's
bro.
You
look like you
don't even go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Don't go there. No, seriously, let's not do this.
You're just saying little shit. Like your entire mannerisms, body language is effeminate. That's what we're trying to tell you. Men don't respect you. They don't. And what I'm telling you is, it may be you may be able to get away with it right now, but you're gonna have to sit around men at some point. Maybe when you get a little older. And this is on the tapes, kiddo.
Where do you think I came up in the trenches from my entire life? I've been around
a lot of guys fall under a lot of guys slip through the crack without being challenged. You one of them. And now you've been challenged and you can't even keep still.
Hold on, I don't mean to interrupt your world class. I want to go to the chat because I don't want to leave the chat hanging, right? Because we love them. If it wasn't for them, the show would be
tearing his ass up.
In the chat right now.
Let me get some questions. What chat got to say either, bro. See, I'm not worried about what other people got to say about it.
It says,
why have a conversation on the panel, though?
Yeah, hold on, everybody.
Because I'm trying to talk to dudes who will listen. I'm like a Republican. I'll go to somewhere else because somebody's always listening, bro.
The host is saying something.
Okay, give me just a second. So here we go. Let's see here. The Book of Ronan. I'm gonna just go up just a few because it's a whole bunch of messages. They're going in. Feeling like white toenail type energy. I don't know what that means. What the Funk says, he sounds like just like a woman. Luke Hazley said this dude is absolutely wrong. I'm not gonna go to the book. I'm not gonna read that. How long was he married?
Hey, read it all because I'm not reading chat, so read it all.
It said, Tyrus, you are on the wrong platform. Tyrus, please. Another woman says, Tyrus, please listen to. I'm not gonna say woman. Miss Carrington says, Tyrus, please listen to these men, please.
Why would I listen to other men about my marriage? And I've been going 15 years strong. Why would I listen?
Why did you listen to the men in the military?
So you're going to compare professional to a relationship now?
Yeah.
That's the dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, which one of them don't require time to do them? Which one of them don't require time to do them? It's experience. What are you, fucking 16?
Hey, world class.
How old is he?
I got next.
Dusto, go ahead, Dusto.
Pass me the spatula.
10 and a half.
10 and a half. Well, actually, he might listen since he's at the chair.
There's only one person that this man fear.
So Teros, Dusto wants to
his wife.
Ask a question or say something. Go ahead, Dusto.
Hey, Teros. I think you did a fairly poor job coming onto the panel. First, assuming that we're all the same dusties from the red pill spaces yelling at women, which is not. Didn't listen to any of the men who were talking, married, single, regardless, which all give different points, different angles. You talk and you don't listen, which is a very bad characteristic to have with your spouse. If you don't listen to men, if your communication style and delivery is as poor as it is, we assume, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you you're whatever. I'm just talking about what I see and what I hear and what we're getting. You also said that you see all these dudes playing video games, and then the women are doing all the work. What the hell kind of dudes are you hanging around? That's a representation of you. And if you actually see, these women don't make no damn money. Let's be real. They're not. Very small percentage. If you see women as a source of income producing in America right now, and then you also talking about you paying all these bills, but the first thing you said about your wife is her career, her job. Something ain't adding up based on what you are saying and the energy that you're giving. All we're saying, something ain't adding up. We're not going to come knock on your door and ask what your merit is. We're just going to evaluate what you say. And you won't stop freaking talking.
Right.
You've been going in for 45 minutes straight. I ain't heard a damn word you said that made any form of sense. You're dusting, my friend. You're dusting.
I understand everything you just said, Desto, and I disagree with everything you just said.
Right.
You didn't really say much at all, but thank you for trying.
All right, before we move on, guys, we do have some super chats here I want to get to real quick. Let's see, I want to get them all out of here. We had Eugene Steele earlier, but also we have a new member tonight. Give it up for Mandy J. Appreciate you, Mandy. We got scammed likely because my wife hacked my page tonight and told everybody my birthday was Monday. So I never tell people my birthday, bro. Ever. Never, ever, never. So Scam likely said birthday dust dues. And then Beautifully Animated came in with a $5 super chat. Thank you. She said, we need a gospel Holy Spirit break, please. Cue the white people. Jesus Christ. I'm going to give it to you in just a second. The Book of Ronan says here, the price of the brick went up. Get right or get left. Salute to the panel and to the chat. All right, let me go ahead and she wants me to play the church thing. I'm going to go ahead and just, here you go, Beautifully Animated.
Cause all my life you have been faithful. Come on, contract. And all my life you have been so good. Every breath that I am living, I'm gonna see every goodness of
All right. And this is for because they I'm gonna give him this one. He said give him the white chocolate for his, or this is for the super chat.
I got a red room, it's the red now when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelid. It feels like I'm inside a flower.
I don't think pussy got nothing to do with it.
Hey man, he didn't sound too bad. Hey, you on mute?
You're on mute, black man.
Exactly, he don't sound bad. And I have one more super chat, and I want to play this for that super chat. Then we're gonna move on with the conversation. Everybody, get your questions ready or your comments ready. Right after this, we're gonna get right back into the show. We'll go back and we'll have world class, and then we'll move on. Here we go.
you will give me. Damn, baby. I ain't going nowhere. Chilling right here. Me and her every day on the track, chilling with the pocket queen. No, you weren't expecting this, so not like this. Nah, nah. To the hook, nah. Ain't that like when I sing freestyle? No, we can't let it go, no. Ooh, oh. Ain't that like when I do it 3 times?
That's honey.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed that break. There was some nice stuff to listen to right there. No, Mr. Bennett, they was just playing around on that. They was just playing around. Man, that is not a song. They need to make it one though, but it's not. Now, Modern Renaissance Man, that is J Moss. That is J Moss, sir.
What up, Ty?
So back to what's up, Ty? Back to the conversation. World Class had you had a question that you wanted to ask Tyrus?
Just 2 questions, and because Freezy cleaned them up pretty good. Appreciate that, Freezy. You know, I appreciate a good cleaning up. How old are you, Tyrus, and did you grow up with your father?
Yes, and I grew up with my dad.
Okay.
35.
35. Okay, that's all I'm gonna ask.
All right. Anybody else have any questions? So Tyrus, before we move,
Hey, I have one.
Go ahead, man.
What branch of service were you in?
Army, active duty, 8 years.
Okay. What outfit?
Excuse me?
So what outfit? What unit?
Oh, when I
MOS
was in
or
Fort
whatever.
Sill, I was an 88 Mike. When I was in Sill, I was in 75th Fire Brigade. When I got stationed in Germany, I deployed with 6th Trans and 51st Trans to Iraq. 15 months, 12 months. And we was running HETS. My first deployment, that shit was dope with the Marines. And then my second deployment, it was Operation New Dawn, and we was running gun trucks, convoy security. That shit was fun as hell too.
It's QRF doing that.
Yeah.
I did.
You going, Mr. Bennett?
I did want to say one thing, Black Man,
Yeah,
before
go
you move on. I wanted to highlight something that Tyrus did say in a positive manner, right? When he said when he was in the military, and my hat goes off to his wife because he did state that when he was in the military, she held it down, you know, and he was in a situation to where, you know, he probably felt vulnerable, and, you know, depending on how she had his back, it could have been a make or break situation. Now, I don't know your situation, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of times when men are in these situations, in these vulnerable situations, and the woman does have their back and displays this invaluable priceless character at the time, a lot of times men will become so indebted to the woman where they actually lose the mindset, you know, as far as like what's necessary to be the applicable leader that they need to be in their household, for fear of confrontation, right? For fear of pushback from the woman that actually they looked at as basically saved them during a vulnerable time. They don't want to lose that woman. They don't want that woman to turn against them in any type of way. Let me tell you something. I forgot what the term is, but it's a psychological term for this. I'm telling you, it's a psychological term for this. And I'm gonna just tell you right now, bro. I think that you have a good wife. If everything that you stated on this panel, my hat goes off to your wife, bro. Right? But I just truly feel like when men go through situations like that, they can become so indebted to their significant other. They can develop a fear of confrontation or upsetting the person that actually had their back during these pivotal times.
So, yes, in some cases, and in my case, you're completely wrong. Not only did both deployments was I still running these streets, but after my second deployment, when I was at my most vulnerable, again, like I stated at the beginning of the panel, I gave my wife the bullet, the ammo, everything to just walk away because I was not acting like a married dude. You get what I mean? Like, and you see that, like, maybe again, this is probably why it's 1 versus 10 right now, because I see not be the only person who actually knows what it's like to take responsibility for my behavior and my emotions. Because at the end of the day, I asked for this marriage, I asked for these kids, I asked for her to hold it down while I was married, and yet, even though I was the one doing wrong, she still fucking forgave me because of all the foundation.
But you gotta forgive yourself, homie.
But I did. That's what you're not. See, that's the whole point you're missing.
If you forgave yourself, bro, you won't be afraid to be the man that you need to be, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
Who says I'm afraid to? But I am the man I want to be. That's the
telling part.
Freezy. I am the man I want to be.
The telling part that you haven't. The telling part is that you are trying to scold other men for the shit that you did.
Right.
That's why I said how I had to come up here on this.
Okay, world.
You would have do playing the games. You would have do.
Okay, world. But are you going to say right now that most men don't be playing games? Are you
going to say yes?
Okay. So what I'm saying
most men don't play video games. Yes.
Okay. No. I'm talking about the cheating, bro. Like cheating on your wives.
Most niggas.
Right. So what I'm saying is, don't you think it should be a good thing, or that we're trying to tell these dudes, yo, we got to take responsibility for how we behave and change up? Like, because most of the time, if we're the ones causing the most harm in the relationship, isn't it on us to change?
Oh God, shit. No, bullshit.
It's not on us to change.
We're not the ones causing the most harm. We're not.
If we're the ones cheating, we're not causing the harm.
No,
bro, we're not the one. We're not the only ones fucking cheating, bro.
No, fuck the cheating. Fuck the stupid shit. Fuck the cheating. These chicks kidnapped the children. Black Man Unfiltered told you that his child was alienated from him. Did you talk about that one time? So what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm not.
These chicks have killed 66 million. These chicks have murdered. Boy, relax.
No, you relax. How about you stay on topic, bro? We're not even talking about BM situation right now.
Bro, I heard you. These chicks have murdered 66 million children since 1973. Don't sit and say that we the ones hurting. The people that alienate the most or first is chicks.
That's right.
Fuck the cheating shit. How the hell can you get the cheating when you got child abuse? The child abuse rate is extremely high.
For shit. That's right. Us dudes.
Man, cut the little girl shit out. The stuff I'm talking about is murdering your dumbass point. Men are not causing the problem from cheating.
You point the finger at everybody else, dog. That shit is weak.
Your bullshit argument is that cheating is destroying relationships. Let me help you out, kid.
Not destroy relationships.
Monogamy has only existed since the 1610s. Where did you think you get all these people from? Cheating is not what's destroying the family. Kevin Samuelson did a good job at proving who's destroying.
You talk about the divorced dude who died at a young age.
The thing I mentioned was alienation. Can you say that one time? Child alienation. Can you actually say it? The thing that the females are responsible for?
I'll say that when you say male responsibility.
It's not a tick for tat thing. The facts are the facts. Well, there's no reason to bring up what you're talking about because men are not the main ones alienating children from the other parent. They're not. Men are not. 0% of men are getting child deletions.
Bro,
but you can't actually argue that. You have to talk about cheating because your self-worth and identity is kissing that female ass because she took you back after you was a piece of shit. That's not everybody else's fault because you can't think.
Why are you so quick to demonize men, though?
Because he can't be in that household unless he put himself and other males down. That's why.
Are men not?
He can't be in that household.
Okay, yes or no? Are men not responsible for most of the violence in this country? And I'm not talking black specific.
The violence in the country has to do with the relationship. I thought you was talking about the relationship. You can't stay on one thing.
Okay. So are men responsible for most violence in a relationship?
What?
Oh, what? Are men responsible for most violence within a relationship?
No.
You fucking lying, bro. Why are you giving these people wrong information? See, this is why you can't be trusted. This is why I'm on the panel.
Quote your source then.
I need to check guys like you.
Quote your source so we can dog walk your ass. Quote your source then. Quote your source so we can dog walk the shit out you.
You just went down a rabbit hole.
Bro,
you just went down a rabbit hole. You just went down the wrong road. You just went down the wrong rabbit hole, bro. Now I know you're spewing the same narratives that these feminist women be spewing. If you talk to
the lesbian community got a higher violence rate than everybody. So where would you get that from?
Lesbians' fault.
No, Tyrus, hold on just a second, guys. Just a second. I want to give Mr. Bennett, he's been real quiet. Tyrus, so he is correct about that. If we look at statistics and numbers, in the LGBTQ community, in the lesbian community, not saying this against anybody, it has been shown and proven and factual that lesbians do have more violence against each other than any other group, which are married, like married couples, men and men couples, gay men couples combined. They have more violence against anybody, against each other.
So
with GAs is 51%. Women start 51% of the altercation.
Let's say I agree with you on the LBGT stat.
Right.
What does that have to do with straight men still being responsible for most of the violence in heterosexual relationships?
Oh my God.
Okay. So we're going back. I thought you said overall.
You guys keep on using everyone else. And see, here's the thing. Y'all keep pointing the finger at everyone, and I want to talk specifically about men.
Okay, hold on just a second, Tyrus. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts on what you've been hearing? Because you've been real quiet. Thank you for your patience, my brother. What do you have to say about what's going on?
Yeah, I'm just kind of letting the conversation percolate. I thought this could have been a lot more productive. Was it not for I think a lot of the disrespect, you want to call it passion or what have you, but again, the framing or just the projection of the men on this panel. I come here with the assumption, I just think of you guys highly enough that whatever you say, we're having an open conversation and we can agree to disagree. So this whole conversation started to get derailed when people started, accusing other ones of, you ask a question, someone answers, and then you just clap at them like, oh, well, you're not being honest. I mean, we come to this barbershop for an honest conversation, men being very vulnerable. Black man, you were extremely vulnerable, describing the situation, which no man, I think maybe Hosea might have been the only other guy I could think of with Gomer who went through a worse situation than you did. Right. So salute to you for having endured that and having the perspective to come out on the other side in a positive direction that you did. Tyrus, again, your situation, I appreciate your situation being where you were and what your wife did for you and the perspective that you have. You come to this conversation. No one had to be wrong in this conversation, but everybody is like, coming with these ideologies. And this is one thing about marriage, which I've learned. I'm probably the longest married on this panel. I'm going on 26 years. And I see that everyone's going to be shaped based on their experience. So again, your experience, what you went through with your wife, that obviously shapes the perspective that you had. Black man has his experience. And so, so really this is about an environment where we can share ideas, share perspectives, and maybe we can learn from that, but not judging people's motives or judging, or saying that someone has an agenda. Let's just talk openly. So I'm just letting this kind of go and, allow people to share. I think Dusto said a lot of things that I would have said. But I think, really this could have been a lot more productive tonight. And it still has an opportunity because I still see a lot of energy in the room. I still think it has an opportunity to be so. But let's raise the level of respect here. I mean, Tyrus, I respect you as a military man, what you sacrificed for your country, the things that you went through, whatnot. I got nothing but respect for you for where you come from. But for all of us, let's just raise the level of respect here. Because again, I think everyone has something valuable to offer here. And I don't think we need this. This doesn't drive the conversation forward. It just doesn't.
Right. And so, Tyrus, let me ask you this, because you did get a lot of flack for your comments that you made last week, and then you doubled down on it this week when you said that you go get your eyebrows. I don't want to misquote you. What did you say? Threaded. There you go. I didn't miss the word. So you get your eyebrows threaded with your wife, and you said that it's an insecurity for a man to think that you are weak or you are feminine because you do that with your wife. So can you elaborate on that, please? And then we'll go from there.
Yeah, real quick. I understand Mr. Bennett. And again, that's on me to be better in these panels moving forward. Maybe I'm just too literal, because when I see unfiltered, then I'm just going to be unfiltered. And I say these things because you guys might not think it's productive, but I actually learned a lot of good things today. And that's what separates me from the rest of you guys. I actually learned a lot today. I learned so much that I want to keep coming back more and more, because I'm going to keep coming back with the same energy, whether you like it or not, because this was so productive, because I got to talk to a bunch of different cats, and a bunch of people came at my head. I came at y'all head, and guess what? We're going to do it again.
I wouldn't say you did. But.
So for your other perspective, or for your other question, I've been getting my eyebrows threaded since I was 18. Like, first off, that's just the kind of thing that we've done, like in the East Coast in New York. Like, my mom's from the Bronx, born and raised, Bronx, New York. You know what I mean? And like a lot of Puerto Rican cats, we've always gotten our eyebrows threaded. And I'm Black Puerto Rican, so I just got like a mixture of both. I do a mixture of Black Puerto Rican things, both good and bad. You know what I mean? However it is you want to describe it. But at the end of the day, that was something I was doing before anything, and I was still getting girls. And this is the thing. Dudes was clowning me back then while they was mad that they crush was talking to me. You see what I mean? Like, if I'm worried about you or what the guys think about me, then I'm not dating the girls that y'all want to date. If I'm worried about what dudes think about me, do you think I'm married for 15 years? No, I'm going to have the same insecurities that other dudes have about what everybody else is saying. Like, at the end of the day, bro, my marriage is my marriage to my woman. I go lay in bed with her. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to bed with any of y'all dudes. When I log off, after we just had all these different things and I just blasted y'all, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to log off. I'm going to hit this bong, and then I'm going to go lay down next to my wife. Right? And then I'm going to wake up. I'm going to go walk my dog. I'm going to go hang out with my kids. I'm going to do all of the different things. And then I'm going to go get cussed out by 10-year-olds playing Call of Duty, saying they're going to smash my mom. And I'm going to do it again.
You play video games? You?
What?
What?
Let me guess. That's a bad thing too. I can't get my eyebrows threaded.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's just,
you try to lead in your household.
I know you're not playing video games after the shit you said earlier.
You think you can't lead the household if you're playing video games?
I didn't say that. You think you can't lead the household?
Yeah, I didn't say that either.
What's wrong with playing video games?
You the one that brought it up. You said y'all watch these guys play video games.
I'm done. I'm throwing it in.
Hey, black man, can I give a real stat? I wanted to give a real stat.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about, because Turos brought up a point about, men cheating on their wives mostly and being physically abusive. But right now, if there's a study, right, a current study that most marriages are being dissolved because of either lack of commitment or arguments, I'm trying to say it right, irreconcilable differences.
Yeah.
Right. And most of these divorces are being filed by women.
Somebody got YouTube playing in the background.
Most of these divorces are being filed by women, right? If you talk to any trained police officer, they will tell you that most of the abuse in households are by women, but the man refuses to press charges. If you talk to any trained police officer, yes, it is true that women press charges more when it comes to physical abuse.
So my dad was an MP in the Army, and you're absolutely wrong, because I know the stats. So, but please keep lying to the audience.
You was an MP in the Army. I said
my father was an MP in the Army. And
bro, I'm not talking about no damn
true,
MP in the Army. I said a trained police officer in America, bro. Why you keep trying to change the narrative?
Military police are trained police, right? Yeah. And do you know other civilians?
Yeah. But Teros, no, hold on, Teros. What we're saying is, listen, we've had actual police officers and retired police officers on this platform. Yeah. On my show in particular, several times, and they have said the same thing Freezy said. More often than not, in domestic abuse in the house is caused by women, but men don't press charges. That's why you don't see the statistics.
Okay, but even when the statistics bear out, Mandro, You got to explain to me why 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men experience severe intimate partner physical violence. 1 in 3 women compared to 1 in 4 men. 1 in 7 compared to 1 in 25 men been injured by intimate partner. So again, it's men doing most of these things.
Because those are the numbers that are being reported.
And you
like
do
if you don't
realize
report, if you don't press charges, and you don't file a complaint or something, that number's not going to go in the books.
You know it, but you even know too that women also underreport.
Yeah, some of them do, but
overreported.
Just saying, dude. The police will tell you, man. Police tell you these women. There's a lot of women out there. And they get more calls on domestic abuse, and the woman's the one who started it.
What's
more so than
men?
Violence rate
in law enforcement?
Mandrill, you chopping up real bad, my brother. You chopping up real. We couldn't hear the last part you said. You chopping up real bad. All right, go ahead, guys.
What's the domestic violence rate amongst police officers, male to female? It's like 40%, right?
I'm
y'all
sure.
don't know those statistics, huh?
No, I don't know. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
You asked.
Tyrone, no, I didn't hear you. What was the question again?
Yeah.
So Mandrell was bringing up a great point about underreporting. I think Freezy, you was also bringing up the point about underreporting. My point is that one, you're getting it from a law enforcement who, man, you guys trust law enforcement? I don't.
See.
Second off, the statistics say that 40% of marriages, of law enforcement in marriages, is like physical domestic violence. Right. So
we can't talk.
On one hand,
wouldn't the reports be from the court system, not the police?
Okay, but how many? But when we're talking about underreporting, how many cops have we found out go out of their way to not report shit, to cover things up?
The average guy does that. That's why the self-deletion rate for the men is way higher than the women.
Yeah, I just
did a show.
So that means even if the women's number go up, that means if the women's number go up, the men's number going to go up too, right? Because that's also underreported.
Irrespective of whether it goes up or down, men don't report it as much, but men take themselves out more, meaning they're dealing with more than the women.
Tell the fiance I said what's up.
And like I said before, to kill your argument, women, 51% of all domestic abuse situations start with women.
Exactly. You don't want to concede.
You have
to that.
literally no point.
You don't want to concede to that. Why don't you want to concede to the truth?
Because I'm looking at the truth, and you guys are just completely wrong.
So one of the ladies,
from the CDC.
Hold on, just a second,
It's
guys.
from the CDC. It's not debatable.
One of our most trusted analysts that come on this channel and gives the truth, Luke Hazley, came on and said the report that he's reading is coming from a feminist created report.
I have no idea what feminist created report means. I just went to
this is a young lady. She's a I guess I don't know.
Well, can you guys link the reports then? Because I just linked my statistic in chat right now. Right? At least I'm going to post what my stats are. Y'all guys just keep telling me about stats you see, but I'm not seeing anything posted up in the joints. You get what I mean? Like, come on, guys.
So you're saying that that when it comes to men are more aggressively abusive toward women. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's an absolute fact. That's a universal truth.
It's a what?
So when it comes to hold on. So let me go back to the original question before we came up. How do you respond as a man that's served his country, a man that does what he just living the life that you live with your family? If a group of men like here tonight were in dismay about your choices as a husband, when you say, do you feel like your wife looks at you different when you do things with her? Like as far as getting the eyebrows threaded, do you understand that men look at you differently when you say you get your eyebrows threaded with your wife? Do you feel like that's something that men look at like it shouldn't be a feminine thing that they think of when you do that?
Nah, because what if you just got bushy ass eyebrows and you're just gonna get them cleaned up? Or what if you just like getting the eyebrows threaded? Like, again, this gets back to the panel last week when we was talking about like what's defining metrosexual, right? That was the panel last week.
Right.
And I was getting roasted for getting my eyebrows threaded. But again, I already knew that you dudes was roasting me. It was public, guys, in real life roasting me. And guess what? I still got them threaded. and I still dated these girls, and I still got married, and I'm still threading my eyebrows. So apparently that doesn't matter to women, right? And so when I'm arguing about when I carry myself, I'm trying to carry myself based on how I'm going to attract women. I'm not trying to attract men. You get what I mean? Like the way I operated, the way I carried myself before I was married, I'm not worried about impressing other dudes because I'm not trying to hang around you guys. I'm not trying to be in a sausage party. I got enough of that in the military. Mantrell knows that. I got enough sausage party in the military. Like when I'm off post, bro, I'm trying to, be solo dolo, go to the club, talk to women, bro. I'm not trying to hang around dudes, and I'm not trying to attract dudes. And when I'm married, guess what? I'm trying to be with my wife and my kids. So when that BMW X5M I got in the driveway, I bought that for me. You know what? Insecure dudes think they buy that ride and that attracts women. You know what kind of rides that attracts? Other fucking dudes, because they're car enthusiasts. I had a BMW M6 before I had the X5. You know what kind of people that attracts? Other dudes, because they're car enthusiasts. Women don't give a fuck about that car shit. You know what I mean? Women don't care about that. Women don't care about that fucking like expensive ass clothes and shit, bro. I'll be wearing fucking PX clothes and bagging them, bro. Dudes be wearing these $300 suits and still be having a phone drier than the Sahara Desert. So I don't want to fucking hear about.
So Tyrus, okay, take us. So take us through this. I want you to walk me through this. So walk me through what went on with you and your wife, because you said in the beginning she had every bullet, everything that she could have done to you, but she didn't do to you. She stood by your side even when you messed up. So can you walk us through, because it seems like there's a lot of pain that you, as a reflection. I think there's a lot of pain in your reflection of what you did. And so can you walk us through that what happened with you and your wife and what you did to your wife?
Yeah, man. I got married at 20 years old. I found out my wife was pregnant in January 2008. We got married April 2008. I deployed May 2008. I had to go home early for R&R to see my first daughter born in September. And so then that was 10 months straight that I lost being able to bond with my child, all of those different things, because I had to take R&R early. So my wife had to really go through her pregnancy by herself. Obviously she had her family to support, but then 10 months straight, I'm not there, bro. And like, a lot of men don't understand how important it is for fathers to be there, especially early on. Like that's a lot of the times that's when the bonding period happens. And I missed out on that. And bro, I missed out on that twice, right? Because when I got back in July 2009, bro, I felt like a stranger in my own home because I ain't know anybody. You get what I mean? And then so I'm trying to build this bond, and then around the same time, I find out my wife is pregnant again, right? And so it's like, damn, bro, I'm 22 years old. I'm in Germany. I got 2 kids, right? And I'm in Germany. I'm a single black man. I'm a married black male in Germany, bro, in Europe. And I lost it in a spiral. And then in 2012, after that second deployment, it got worse.
So when you say you spiraled, you mean cheating?
Yeah. Yeah, I was acting like a single dude.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Red light. Yeah. Wait. You was in Germany, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Red light district does that. Black man, listen. You're in Germany. You're in Germany. Your wife ain't there. The red light district's right down the street, dude. All you want.
What?
It happens a lot. So I never got married while I was in the army. No.
So the end point, BM, is that I had to get over the fact that first I had to acknowledge that I was the one causing the hurt in the relationship, right? So when people saying like, or when some people say like you're guilty with the marriage, no, it's not about that. It's about, I know that I need to grow the fuck up, because at the end of the day, who asked for this woman's hand in marriage? Who wanted to have these kids? Well, if I'm going to ask for these things, then don't you think I need to show the responsibility? So that means I got to grow up, right? everybody would be criticizing me if I didn't grow up, right? If I just kept on acting myself and let that marriage, what would people say about me, right? If we're worried about what other people say, then what would y'all say if I didn't grow up, right? But in order to do that, guess what, BM? I had to do the same thing you did. I had to check myself. You have to do that gut check. Before that change happens, you got to do that gut check.
Right.
And that means, guess what, bro? I can't be operating the same way I used to with, like, trying to be out with my boys all the time. And so, yeah, when I reflect, it's reflecting from a sense of pain, but I'm over that because my wife has already forgave me and I already forgave myself. So a lot of people have a problem a lot of times with how secure I am because it's a reflection of how insecure they still are sometimes. And I just got to be clear about that, bro. Like, at the end of the day, I grew up and there was a lot of dudes who did it.
I just want to say this. I think that initially, and I don't disagree with everything you just said. Just to put it out there, but I think initially it just went south when you said that your wife allows you to do this or do that. Now maybe we got the wrong impression about what you said and how you said it. But I'm just going to go out on a limb and say this. The reason why I would never say my wife allows me to do anything is because, for one, my main train of thought when I wake up in the morning is not my wife. Right? I live for my purpose in life as a man. And my purpose in life is not my wife. It's not my wife. My wife is here to help me with my purpose in life. It's a difference. My wife does not, I would never say my wife allows me to do anything. But you're saying it's wrong for me to say I allow my wife to do things. This is where we're on two completely sides of the spectrum. You think it's okay for you to say your wife allows you to do such and such, but think it's wrong for me to say I allow my wife to do such and such. And it's clear that we're on two totally different sides of the spectrum when it comes to
Are we really getting hung up on wordplay here, Freezy?
Bro,
if we want to hit reset, are we really just getting hung up on wordplay here?
Well, in all fairness, I said maybe I had the wrong understanding when you said I did say that.
Okay.
I did say that. But
so
go ahead, bro.
Okay. So when you say complete control, what I hear is a guy who thinks that his vision is the only right way, that he needs to be the sole provider. Like, basically, he's the only one allowed to do anything productive as far as, like, the labor market goes.
I never said that. See
right
what
here, when you hear but complete control.
Okay, but
right?
when you hear this is the problem.
Should he have incomplete control?
Right. So exactly, this is the problem.
That sounds like it's coming from a sense of ownership, not cooperation.
Big
Supposed to take ownership.
A question to somebody. Big Bad Bull says, "Can we get some examples of a man's purpose if it is not his wife and children first and foremost?" So I think he's talking to you, Freeze.
Okay, so my purpose, right, and this is just me. My purpose is to serve the Most High. My wife can be contradictive to my purpose. My wife can serve as a wicked vessel in my house if she does not align with my purpose. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I would do my wife a disservice if I was to if I was to normally give in to her, her way of thought. No, I'm not going to do that. That's a recipe for disaster. No, my purpose is to serve the Most High. And I trust that the Most High's values and his teachings and his rules and regulations will structure my household. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So let me ask Toros a question. Toros, do you consider yourself a leader of your wife or a partner with your wife?
A partner most of the time, in leadership when it needs to happen. It's not.
This is the
like
problem.
when I look at leadership, bro. That's a once in a while thing.
So what is
problem, man?
So y'all got a 50-50 relationship then, right?
So
y'all split everything 50-50?
Not everything.
So basically leadership to you is a quality that you can tap. It's not a thing that's stationary, but it's something that you can tap into when it needs to be tapped into, basically.
Right. So think about it like this, and I agree with, and I'm going to hit on your point, and this is why I disagree with Freezy. In natural cooperation in anything, right? Organically, leadership's going to arise. But from a day-to-day thing, bro, you just go through the process. Like day-to-day, there's not a lot of times where, again, you got to put your foot down. That's the difference between just being a leader, because things just flow, and when there needs to be an actual decision, that's when you come in. But with tyrants or the dictator mentality or the women or property mentality, guess what they have to do? Vladimir Putin has to rule by fear every single day. The moment he doesn't rule, guess what happens? They get out of line.
That's not leadership. That's not. You are putting out a bald-faced lie. That's not leadership. You have a child or rebellious females association to leadership. Leadership is not being a coward when nobody's looking. Leadership is getting your motherfucking ass on the ground and doing push-ups when nobody's looking. Controlling your weight, controlling your health, being disciplined. That's being a leader. Extending your life expectancy. Those things are included. Helping your friend out, getting up early, staying late. That's leadership. You have a child's association and a rebellious females association to leadership. Not scolding somebody. That's not leadership. The word lead is in it. Where you taking your family? Day in, day out, you can't. My mentor told me you got to track yourself by the hour. It's not a big event or nobody needs to be scolded, so we just do anything and let's just make a decision when we're partners. Nigga, lead. You said the word ownership. Women want you to take ownership. Ask the women, ask the wives. Do they want their husbands to be a partner when shit fall apart, or do they want him to take ownership? Leading is a breath to breath circumstance or occurrence. One breath to the next breath. You don't fucking take a day off. Go 2 days without breathing. See how that works.
It's really strange how you guys have a completely different definition of leadership. Because the
military that you were in, when are they lackadaisical leadership?
First off, bro, when I'm talking leadership in the professional environment, that has nothing to do with
you
the
keep saying professional, bro. It just became a professional recently.
There's a barrier. You're supposed to maintain the barrier between the labor market and your relationship, bro. That's not supposed to be interwoven. That's the big problem with American culture, bro. We got our entertainment and labor market into our fucking individual family structures, bro. It's never no, bro. You got a lot to learn, bro. So remember, I'm where you trying to.
So guys, I want to hold on just a second. I want to read this to you guys because I looked up leadership. Leadership in two ways. Matter of fact, it says leadership. Hold on one second. I'm gonna pull the first one I just had up. Let's see. All right. So the definition of leadership is the action of leading a group of people or persons or an organization. And then it says here headship, directorship, direction, and governance, right? And then I went into leadership as a husband. So I went further down here in the Oxford Dictionary here, and it goes into leadership as a husband, which is cool. I like this. It says the leadership for a husband would be the person who leads or commands a marriage. He would be the principal player in the marriage. Leadership too. He would act. This is 2. He would act by leading his wife and his children. 3. He would cause them to go with him by holding them by the hand and leading them.
It's a must.
It didn't say take a day off.
No, you can't. And that's the thing about my faith. As a man, I was told as a man, growing up, even in my faith, in my household, my grandmother, my grandfather, my mom, my dad instilled this in me. And my mom and dad are about to be married for 40 years on Christmas Day, right? And so my mom and my dad, my grandma, and so on and so forth in the family, they taught us this thing about leadership. And they said men are to lead all the time. There's no on and off switch for men. Men don't have. One night on the panel, I heard somebody quote something from The Godfather, that they said women and children have time to be ignorant. Men do not. Men lead. And so when they say men lead all the time, that's a 24/7 job. If I'm lying in the bed tonight and I'm asleep beside my wife and a noise and someone kicks my door in, my leadership kicks in to tear up everything that comes through that door. If when I get up in the morning, I lead my children, make sure they get to school on time, make sure they're safe, make sure they're covered in prayer, make sure my wife's covered in prayer. If that's what you do, if that's not what you do, that's fine. But you have to lead in that. I can't get up in the morning and have my wife suggest to me, I think you should pray for us today. I think that you should take the kids to school today. I think that you should pick your son up for football today. I think you should drop your daughter off at volleyball practice today. I think that you should. No, I have to get up and I have to take the initiative as a man and lead 24/7. If we are men, we have to understand that we're machines. We're machines.
BM, it's funny that you say we're machines, because all those things you just described, I don't think about. Those are automatic. You see, I don't think about leading myself to do that. See, that's what's crazy. Like everything you just said, I do, and yet that's just what we're supposed to do. When I'm talking about leadership, being like, for example, let's say you wanted to lead your family and go move to Cali. You were like, babe, look, I got this job offer, right? They're going to give me this huge pod. I'm going to be on Spotify, whatever it is. I know we got to pick up our roots and we got to move to Cali, but I'm telling you, babe, this is going to be the best for our family long-term and everything. And she believes you and she lets you lead and you make the final decision. That's leadership. But bro, picking the kids up every day, for me, BM, that's just automatic.
Right. But what I was given like examples. So my concern is that we are as men, as heterosexual men, I'm going to say this, and I know this ain't popular amongst women that are feminists. I know they coming for me, and I know some men are going to come for me. But right now, the heterosexual man is under attack. Let's just be real. Everything that we see now, from movies to entertainment to in the schools, they're teaching our children. They have men who want to be women at school in drag, reading to your children while you're at work or while you're at home, right? Or they have women, the woman king. Well, the woman king, why not say woman queen? A queen is a woman that ruled over people. Why does a woman have to be a king? Wakanda forever. A whole group of women that are 130 pounds whooped the shit out of some men that were 400. Right? Or they have new movies coming out on Netflix. Jennifer Lopez is going to play this mama that's going to just delete the entire CIA by herself. Right? They're strengthening the thing of women, but heterosexual men right now are under attack. They're under attack by the LGBTQ community. Right? The heterosexual man doesn't have an opinion anymore. Let's just be real. Let's just keep it. If we're gonna keep it frank, let's keep it frank. We're in the barbershop. Right? Heterosexual men don't have a voice anymore. You can't say anything without losing your job. You can't say anything about losing. You know what? I was watching. Let me tell you this, and maybe you guys can remember this. Do you remember when Eddie Murphy's stand-up comedy came out? Just pick one. Somebody name one.
Delirious.
Delirious, right?
Raw and Delirious.
Watch this. Back in the day, Eddie Murphy was the man, one of the top comedians ever, and he did Delirious. Do you think that the women today would let Eddie Murphy do Delirious today?
Hell no, he'd get canceled.
He would not have a job.
No, the women, yes. I think the LGBTQ, I think that would, because a lot of Delirious women had that community, so they wouldn't let him do it. Right. I don't think the women.
Yeah. It was so bad, black man, that he had to acknowledge it in his next stand-up, which was Raw. Remember, he said the gays are mad at him, and
even back then.
Even back then, he said it was so bad he had to acknowledge it in Raw.
Right. So he had an opportunity to come do Raw, but if he did that now, it wouldn't be any Eddie.
He'd be Kyrie Irving.
If Richard Pryor did his stand up here now, would it be a Richard? If Bernie Mac, oh my God, let's get more recent. If Bernie Mac was alive today, could he do Kings of Comedy, his stand-up for Kings of Comedy today? When he called his little nephew gay and called him the F word. When he said, he's a, when he went and did all that, he wants a milkshake hug and all that, he would be canceled today. Right. And so heterosexual
even
men,
recently Chappelle. I mean,
right. Even Chappelle right now, canceling, right? Canceling. Kevin Hart said something about his kids 6 years ago. They found it on Twitter and canceled him. Right. And so what I'm saying is heterosexual men are under attack and they don't have a voice anymore. So these men up here are so passionate about the fact that men don't have the voice anymore, and women they definitely have a voice. They're heard. And I heard something on The View, and I mentioned this before. I heard something on The View, and Sunny on The View said this. She said, I am a former prosecutor. She said, it amazes me that we tell women that they have to prove that they've been beaten. They have to prove that they've been sexually assaulted. She said they have to prove all of it. And she said, no, women should not have to prove it. She said women's voices should be enough.
They do.
Right.
But you're gonna lock people up with no proof?
And this is what she said. She said,
just because you said so?
She said a woman's voice should be enough.
No, it shouldn't. Right? There's no evidence of it.
And then we have these men. Oh my God. We had Neo. Neo went on to The View and sung a song. Right? I just can't do Neo no more. He sung a song, and after that he said, I made this album because how sweet. He said, I made this album because I'll shout out to my wife because she made me a better man. And we need to, all R&B music from the 90s and the early 2000s need to be in the trash because we disrespected women and we talked about sexual acts with women, and all that needs to go. Wow. 4 months later, breaking news, Neo and wife divorced, he caught cheating. Get the fuck out of here. And that's what I'm saying. Some of these men that be talking about this shit be the main ones cheating.
They be the main ones deleting the women and beating them up.
Or deleting the women. So what I'm saying to you is, Tyrus, just to sum it all up, heterosexual men don't have a voice. They really, really do not. You don't have a voice, right? I don't have a voice. When it comes to something bigger than us, we would have to have 200,000 men to make a difference. Right? It only takes 5 women to get on TV to kill a man's career. It'll take 200,000 people to change a law. 200,000 men to change a law, and probably wouldn't get changed then.
Hey, brother black man, I would argue that men do have a voice. It's in the manosphere and it's the red pill, and look at the heat that they take day in and day out. Just something to throw out there.
DL Saint, welcome to the show, my brother. DL Saint,
what's good, everybody?
He just gave us a $20 super chat, man. Thank you so much, DL Saint. For giving that super chat, man. I'm gonna give you a little something. We're gonna take a little break. We come back and we'll let you speak, man, because you just coming in the door. All right, here we go. I'll play this one again. Y'all want the white boy or y'all want J Moss?
White boy.
I know that's right. I knew you was gonna say that. All right, thank you for the $20 super chat, DL Saint. Here we go.
Got a red room, it's the red dawn when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelid. It feels like I'm inside a flower. Yeah.
Man, who that white boy is, man? For real. Who that white boy is?
Man, Man, boy, we whooping it, don't it? All right, man. Thank you, DL Saint. DL Saint, you've been watching the show, man. And again, guys, thank you for the super chats tonight. Anytime you send a super chat, I would definitely play a song for you guys. If you want us to take a breather and a break, go ahead and send that super chat. Go ahead and send the matter of fact, I want to shout out some people because, like I said again, I got hacked by my wife tonight. She put in the chat that have you given to. What did she say? I don't want to mock her like that. I don't want to have to go and deal with that in a few minutes. But she said, anyway, did you know his black man unfilled his birthday on Monday? Wife hack. Have you get hit his Cash App? Okay, if you want to hit the Cash App, I don't care. You can hit it. I never celebrate my birthday, but since my wife's going to force me into it, I'm just going to go ahead and do that. All right. But anyway, thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you guys for the joining the channel tonight. I had somebody join the channel tonight. But anytime you want to take a break, you want us to take a breather, send that super chat. I'll play that for you. I appreciate you all for being here tonight. DL Saint, thank you for being here, man. You've been watching. What are your thoughts on the show tonight? And what do you have to say?
Man, look, I didn't know your birthday was coming up. Listen, I got the lick set up. We're going to hit Chase. I just need a driver. Whoever's going to drive, whatever we get goes to Black Man Unfiltered. It's going to be worth the time. It's going to be worth it, y'all. It's going to be worth it.
Brother. Thank you, my brother.
But seriously, though, I'm just joking. Ain't nobody robbing nobody. Mr. DA, ain't nobody robbing nobody. These are just jokes. He's just jokes. Exactly. Somebody been ran in there calling him Holland DL Saint said did it. I'm like, oh damn. So listen, y'all. I've been listening in a little bit, yo, for real talk. This is the new world order. I put that in the chat, like for real. It's what it is, man. I'm working on a show right now. I've been delving into feminism. I'm like most people, right? You go out there, you people talk about toxic masculinity and they talk about misogyny and they talk about misandry and they talk about feminism. And I was like, you know what? I really don't understand feminism. I don't even understand the origins. I don't understand the wave. You hear like first wave, second wave, third wave. So I've been doing some research. And bro, I'm here to tell you what's going on today is not what feminists were about when the shit started. It's gone way off the rails. Way off the rails to the point where go ahead.
Even the founders of feminism say that, and they haven't been a part of it. They haven't been a part of it for like 30 or 40 years. The founders of feminism left like a few years into it.
I mean, when you think about the true feminists and the feminism movement, it started way back, like towards the end of slavery. You want to know who was one of the first allies of fucking feminism? Frederick Douglass.
Yes.
Yeah, I really want to talk about it. And I know Black Man knows this. That's what, you know what, brother Black Man? I got to collab with you on this, man. I want to bring you on that show because I truly want to understand the history of feminism. One of the biggest problems in America, in the world, but in America in particular, is we run off half-cocked all the time. Like, we don't understand what's going on. Look at our family law system. Like, y'all know I'm always like, DL going to talk about the family court system. Look at the fucking family court system. Ladies, if you are a true feminist, the shit should disgust you, what's going on with the family court system. All this talk about in the child's best interest is all bullshit. Excuse my French. Right? Y'all are out here wrecking men. Where we are now with this third wave feminism going into the fourth wave of feminism, it hurts women, it hurts children, it hurts men, it hurts America. Period. There's no other way around it. You can't logically look at what's going on today. And honestly mount an argument against this. It's impossible. Feminism was a human rights movement. That's why Frederick Douglass is on board with it. Women should have rights.
So let me ask you a question, Tyros. So I want to ask you about the feminist and the feminine movement, the feminism movement. What are your thoughts on women potentially right now just trying to take over every industry, music, movies, the feminist movement in its totality? What are your thoughts on that? And guys, thank you for watching tonight. 47 people watching. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Go ahead and share this with someone. And if you want to be a part of our family, hit the join button. If you want to send a cash app, send a cash app. If you want to definitely send a super chat, send that. I'll make sure we take a break and call you out. Thank you guys again for being here. But
Poppy Blanco TV facts.
Yeah, so go ahead, Tyler.
First thing with the family court system, I think we need more men really advocating the fact of how screwed up it is. I know way too many of my fellow men who got screwed over with custody. They good men. And that's my biggest complaint when it comes to modern feminism, is it's taken a lot of time away from our men. I really believe it's important for fathers to be there in our child's life. But this is where I'm going to go back and put it on us as men, because when you're learning about feminism and when you're learning about history, it's important that you learn the context surrounding everything. For example, if you go back in history, right, one of the big problems with feminism, and I think most of you black men would agree, white women started that, what is it, Daughters of Confederacy or whatever it's called.
Yes.
They were the ones, right? And so that was a big problem. When you look at what feminism did during the Prohibition era and how jacked up a lot of us think it was, when you put in the context of the state of society, what were women actually arguing about? They weren't arguing about, or they weren't advocating to get into the workforce. They were advocating the fact that they can't fulfill their obligations in the house because men were too busy being drunk as fuck and running the streets. That's why the Prohibition movement and that movement came about, was because there was a bunch of men constantly drunk, constantly not upholding their roles as leaders. And it went and you're seeing it right now, right? With this anti-CRT crap, they're taking over the school board because the pendulum done swung the whole other direction. And they're using like a lot of wrong information. So when we look at history, we also got to look at the context of what's going on. My biggest thing with feminism for the men's perspective is that it wouldn't even be this level if we as men didn't allow our government to ship our jobs overseas. When they sent all that manufacturing base during the Reagan era to China and everything, all of those blue collar jobs that men are mostly known for because we like working with our hands and we like those jobs straight out of college, that rugged individualism was what really freaking destroyed us, because now you got women entering the workforce with a whole bunch of labor that was traditionally men going overseas. And so now that was more men are now competing with women in jobs in a labor market that we typically didn't have to compete over. You get what I mean? There were more construction job availables. There was more emphasis on the trades. And so we know that most women aren't trying to be electricians and plumbers and things like that. But guess what we also did? Guess what my generation did? They said, nah, those jobs ain't good anymore. You need to go get an education, young man. You need to go get that business admin degree. They was pushing the college thing. And so guess who we competing with when we go to college? Other women. You get what I mean? But guess who we weren't competing with when we went to the trade schools? Women. You get what I mean? And so a lot of this thing is economic, bro. And the big thing, especially with black men, is because our ancestors was robbed of that opportunity during all of those homestead acts in the 1800s, starting with the Preemptive Act of 1841, where the white settlers were allowed to claim territory as long as they were able to maintain it. Our ancestors got robbed of that. And so ever since then, and ever since the end of slavery, Black men especially have been dealing with just floating in society because we haven't been given the opportunity to build a rock solid foundation. And so until we get that opportunity restored, we're going to keep having the same problems and keep having the same discussions, because let's be clear, man, I keep hearing the same things 10 years ago, 15 years ago. The arguments never change, just the formats. And so a lot of the times we got to get on the same page about our history, because we as American men, we don't even learn the same history. And then when you say that we're under assault from heterosexual men, bro, BM, I see a whole bunch of fellow Black men who ain't even proud of their Black heritage. They latching on to some other people, heritage in other countries in Africa that don't belong to us. Right. And so if we want heterosexual men to advocate first, we got to get on the same page.
Bro, hold up. You said the family court. You put the onus on men, or responsibility on men, because of family court, because the women are not going for plumber jobs, and then men don't care about that they went.
No,
Like, I don't.
because
How is it our?
Because we neglected the system, bro. Men run the government. When you look at all the positions from the top down, bottom up, from decades, if you're going to mention Frederick Douglass, guess who are the majority people? Gender in government, men. And we as men have been so complacent and let the government have been stagnant, and hasn't held the government responsible to the point where a lot of these things are happening because of our negligence. You get what I mean? It's people keep saying they want to lead until it's time to lead. People keep saying they down until it's time to actually be down. Right? I keep getting a whole bunch of guys saying what they're going to do, but I get very few guys actually doing it.
When men go to get custody for their child, and this is all men across the country, the rate in which we get custody is at 17.5%.
Are we talking full custody or fit? Are we talking like?
Okay, but we're talking we're talking about a symptom of a root cause. A symptom, which is the court system, is a symptom of the root cause, which is the family structure, which is a lot of the history that was robbed and the opportunities that were robbed from us. We don't have the same foundation. And so we need those same foundational aspects in order to fix the family, because a lot of these things has the trickle down effect of fixing itself. Right? We keep trying to have Band-Aid solutions to root causes, man.
Real quick, Tyrus, there's a question from the audience for you. They say, do you want to destroy the patriarchy?
No, I just want our opportunity restored to our people that was robbed from us.
Okay. That you answered her question. It was from the comments.
The root cause of the 17.5% custody rate amongst all men is because judges get kicked. Well, I'm not going to call them kickbacks. Judges and courts have a financial incentive to give custody to the mom because men make more money. And that's usually what determines child support. That usually what determines child custody.
Which ties back to the government getting dollar for dollar. Whatever the court order is for child support, the state is reimbursed by the federal government dollar for dollar. So there's a monetary incentive for that.
51 billion. I think actually they said it's 80-something billion. That's what the state's made. That's the actual root cause.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there's nothing about, it's like everything else in America. It's about the money, bro. If it don't make money, it don't make sense, right? What did Wu-Tang say, man? It's cream. Cash moves everything around me, bro. It's cream. So it's the game. But we need to change the game. And how do we change the game? We get politically active, in my opinion. And we put in our people and make it happen. But here's the thing, you're up against the 1%. Every state's going to, wouldn't it make sense to just make a default law if you go to child support, if you go to family law for custody matters, it should be 50-50, right? No one gets married anymore, really, especially in the black community, right? What's the marriage rate these days? So when you go in there, it's 50-50, but they're not going to do that because if it's 50-50, they have no incentive to do that because they get money for the child support, right? One parent has to have the child more in order to put the financial burden on the other. So we need to change that. Now, how can we change that? That's the question.
So again, you guys aren't making arguments that I disagree with. What I'm saying is you're arguing symptoms that if we try to put a Band-Aid like we do everything else, other than temporary relief, that problem's still going to exist. Guess what? 20 years from now, we're going to be on this panel talking about the same thing.
You are talking.
I disagree.
Your solution
address the root causes for why that's happening in the first place.
Yeah, it is. It is because we did what you want us. We did already what you want us to do, and that's let women choose and make a decision, and they choose to kill our children. You want them to keep praising them, telling them that they're equal and that they're partners, and that's really going to work. That's literally what we've done for the last 60 years, and it's worse than it's ever been. They've killed more children than ever. We're in debt more than ever. They're fatter than ever. People are sicker than ever. Your way has gotten us the stuff that we have today. To keep telling them and praising them.
My way. We've done everything your way, which is just blame everybody and hope to fix itself. That's what we've done.
Well, hold on, Brother Tyrus. What's his way? Let's hear his way. I just jumped on. What's your way, bro? If real quick, like what would you suggest that we do to remedy this situation?
So the first thing we need to do as black men, we need to understand that whatever program or whatever thing we need to advocate for needs to be rooted in prosperity and opportunity, not obligation and neglect. So the first thing we need to do is first get on the same page with what our history is and isn't, understand what black culture is and isn't, understand what black lineage and black heritage is and isn't, right? Then on top of that, we need to look at opportunity and prosperity. You look at the preemptive acts of the 1841, the Homestead Acts, right? Those were opportunities of white settlers. They weren't called the education. They weren't called the Change Your Feeling Homestead Act. They weren't called the Hope Let's End Racism Homestead Act. They were just called Homestead Act. They were the opportunity for white settlers to go move out west And if they maintained that land, if they claimed that land and it was there when the government came, that was their land. That was part of generational wealth. And that's the big thing here that we're missing is generational wealth. And that foundation is what's missing and causing a whole bunch of these problems that we'll never be able to solve. And so one of the things we need to do is come up with a realistic solution to a new Homestead Act that has us as Black men leading, I hate to say it, but back to the hood, if you will. Why? Because our schools are tied to what? Property taxes. So if we had a program where we could build up our houses like the Homestead Act and things like that, that would give us an opportunity to have property tax. It'd be able to have our schools properly funded, and it would give men that foundation, that totem that we need. And right now, all men are missing that totem. We don't have that thing that we're like, yo, I'm willing to actually, this is, you know, that's the idea behind the castle doctrine, right? Like, this is my castle, this is my home. We don't have that. And so first we have to go back and demand that opportunity, not outcome, but opportunity. Because right now, a lot of us, we're just floating and we're stagnant, and we need something. Because when you look when you look at history, all of our prosperity comes from what? Government spending. So yeah, that's what we need.
But brother, go ahead.
The reason for the disparity in the Black community is not because of, you know, Homestead Act and property tax. It's because of lack of leadership.
What do you do? You know how much money we was robbed of?
Just let me finish, bro. You just said something profound. I don't even think you know what you said. That was profound. But I actually agree with what you said about 10 minutes ago when you said that we as Black people, we need to look at our history, right? Black culture in the past, specifically in antiquity, right? And look at what it determine what it was and what it is and what it isn't. But I can tell you exactly what it wasn't. It wasn't a part when it comes to men in households, it wasn't a partnership. It wasn't, bro.
Amen.
It was not. It was households were not ran like that. Your ideology is a fairly new ideology that was cultivated through feminism. This is what we've been trying to tell you. You actually were right. If we do go back to our ancestry and see how our ancestors ran their households, it was a strict patriarchy, bro. It was not a partnership where it was this lackadaisy, melancholy thing going on in his house where women had, you know, all of this liberty. This is where shit got fucked up.
Real talk. Black men and women, all women and Black men had no rights back. But I would challenge you on this point. I wouldn't make this a racial issue, brother. Just keeping it 100. All men in America suffer under the current conditions that we encounter in the family law system. All men, right? All men. If what you're saying sounds to me that this is what Black men need to do, and people might hate me for saying this, the African American community have zero leverage, zero political capital in the system that exists today. The only president in modern time that's ever even tried to help Black folks out was Biden. I hate to say it. That's the only dude that ever tried to come through on his political promises. Right? And I'm not a Biden fan.
So?
Said Biden?
Biden. Because here's the thing.
Yeah,
Obama could have did a whole lot more if he wanted to, but he didn't, because Obama was trying to do what's best for the country. How so? Reparations. They don't want to come up with money. It's easy. Reparations would be an easy thing, but I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. I want to get to a point. I'm trying to make a point here.
He's the guy.
But here's the thing. But as Black men, and I think you would agree with me, Brother Mandriel, as Black men and women, right? Do the Democrats give a fuck about the Black vote, the Black male vote? No. Do they care about the black woman vote? A little bit. This is a male problem. Why wouldn't we go and team up with all men when it comes to family law, when it comes to child support and alimony? Why wouldn't we go and throw our lot in with the rest of the men and go and change the law? It's a simple solution that crosses political boundaries. It crosses every community from Italian to Armenian to Asian, Korean, Japanese, Chinese American, Black American. Why wouldn't we do that as men? That's my point. When I hear all this black talk, I'm like, we're never going to get there.
Can I answer that?
Yes, sir.
It would help all men because who do you think runs the institutions we need to help develop our land? Right? You get what I mean? Like, think about everything that Black Americans have ever advocated for. Doesn't it naturally benefit all of America? Right. So when I'm advocating for, right, if we get that program, it's an opportunity to opt in. You must use this if you're eligible for reparations, and you must use it here. Well, guess what? We're only 13% of the population. Even less of us are going to take opportunities. So guess who I got to go to? I got to go to the white guy who owns the home builders anyway. That's operated by mostly white guys and Spanish guys and all these other Americans. So we automatically need cooperation that transcends politics, that transcends party lines, because government spending has always been the best way to kickstart the economy. And that's always been the jumpstart of the most prosperous times of our country. And so that's why I say reparations, because that program, we have to go through the white institutions or the white banks and all of those people anyway, in order to get it done from a basis of an opportunity. I don't want the outcome. I want the opportunity to ride like the ancestors did. That's what I want.
But wouldn't the mission be lost if the mission is to change the family law system? And we're talking about reparations. We're talking about land. The 1% ain't gonna let that shit ride, bro. Not just for blacks.
But the family, and that's what I mean for all men. Because guess what? When you got to hire more people to build homes, guess who they're gonna be hiring? More white people too. More white men, because guess what? The drug laws have screwed us all over, disproportionately Black men, but all of us. Like, and guess what, man? If we want to make this program and make it for single white men too, I'm all for it. I'm all for whatever will jumpstart us, man. That's fine. I'm just trying to get something that we could rally the troops around. You know what I mean? So yeah, maybe I'm a little bit nationalist and I'm Adidas, but at least I fucking care. And guess what? I know y'all might hate me and y'all might hate my energy, but I'm gonna still be here because I'm gonna try to figure this out with y'all guys. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna say this. I don't hate you, bro. I don't hate you. My only problem with you, bro, is you a Browns fan. All right, Bengals over here, homie. You know what I'm saying? That's my only problem. You know,
he's surrounded. We got Baltimore,
and that,
Cincinnati,
and that's
in the middle.
That's
so we got.
It's too much.
Yeah. But the thing is, what DL is saying is absolutely true.
Yes, North represent.
We don't have enough political capital in this country to do it on our own. So we do need to mob up and get all men of as many nationalities as we can to get this law passed. Because it's just like you said, what benefits Black men, or Black people in general, it does benefit the whole rest of the nation. You know what I'm saying? It simply does. Yeah. That's just the way it is.
And I agree.
But being that our political capital is so weak, But like I said, because,
I mean, if we don't, shit, no, look, but got the Ravens up there.
Yeah. First of all, get that down, sir. No Ravens.
Get that down.
Right.
Yo, get that down, P. Get that down, son. Get that down, B.
Also, to you, I'll say this to you, man. No, you need to come back. Yeah, we're not banning you. No, you please come back.
Oh, I love this, man.
But here's the one point that
come back.
The one point I want to make, and Brother Charus, pleasure to meet you, brother. I've never been on the panel with you. Pleasure to meet you. I definitely want to sit down and talk more with you. I'm sorry I came in here late. But my point is this. If we lose focus of the family court issue, we lose all the way around. How many brothers are doing time right now because of missing on child support or whatever? How many dudes they lost access to their passport right now because they're behind on child support? You know what I mean? Like, the whole system is a mess. And yes, like everything else, we could argue it disproportionately affects blacks. I know in the chat people were hating on me what I said about Obama. Listen, I'm an Obama guy. I love Barack Obama. I do. But he could have done more for blacks, and he didn't. He did what he thought was best for America. He was the first black president. I'm looking forward for the second black president who might go in and maybe do a little bit more for blacks. I know it's a big ask, but I just want to throw that out there. But the point is, we don't want to get lost on the fact that the family court system has wrecked the black American home. Our community is decimated. Our homes are decimated. It takes a village to raise a child. We don't have that village anymore. right? All that can be tied to the family court
that's why
system.
I'm advocating for the village. You see what I mean? Because what you're saying, that's what I'm saying, guys. I don't disagree. I just think that right now that's a symptom of not having that foundation, not having that village. That this is going to be a recurring problem until we get that village established.
And I agree with you.
Yeah, and see that, and that's why we got to come together and have those conversations about how to actually come with solutions. And that I'm a big solution guy, man. Like I'm like, okay, look, if we know these problems, what are we going to do? And then how are we going to go about it? What's the most realistic way? And so when you're talking about the family court system, bro, I agree with you so much. World, when you're talking about the statistics, I don't have a reason to disagree. But what I'm saying is when we don't have a foundation, when we don't have generational wealth, when we don't have that totem as a man, aren't those things more likely to happen? Right? And so, like, for example, when we talk about black on black crime and black violence, don't you think if we had more, or if we didn't have the generational wealth disparity, that would have naturally dropped as well?
No. I don't agree, bro. And like I said, it takes us down. It takes us down a different. Again, we lose track of the mission. I'm military based. Let's stick to the mission. I think we can make effective change to the family law system if we team up with all American men. This affects the Trumpers. This affects the left. This affects the right, the far fringes on both sides. All men deal with this. It's a simple fix. How simple is the fix?
Why we have to do either or? Why can't we advocate for both? This
Because
country was designed for us. This country was designed for the American people to have our cake and eat it too. We need to start acting like it. We can do both at the same time.
I don't know. I hear what you're saying, but it's not that simple.
The message is always getting trampled on because, again, we add all these other issues to the table. I hear what you're saying, DL, about the singly focus. But again, because a lot of times Americans, we're so tribal, who is going to unite men together of all ethnic groups? Who's going to drive that message home without bringing up something else, without being anti-feminist? Because again, you're not going to get to the finish line without women. I mean, women still out voting all of us.
I think we could, though, brother Bennett. I think we could get there without women if men stepped up. If men stepped up.
It's 2 million more than it is us.
Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead, bro. My bad.
I think all men, when you look at men, I'm not talking about black men or Asian men or white men, or if you look at men in America, I think that's a sleeping giant. If you can get men to come out and vote for 2 cycles, I think we can handle this shit.
No.
But we need.
You don't think so, Brother Noble?
You're going to need at least 20%. You're going to need all the men, the majority of men to be together, and plus 20% of the women.
We outnumbered like 5 to 1.
But this is where Freezy doesn't even realize that now he makes the point. Because what you're advocating for, if men were actually able to rally around like that, you know how many women are just going to be like, oh, shit, look what these guys are doing. Finally, let's fucking go.
I agree with that.
Here's the thing.
I've been saying that.
But hold on.
Here, Brother Noble, real quick. Go ahead, Brother Noble.
Here's the thing. The problem is, I've been studying law for a long time, for years. I can knock the lead attorney ass out any day of the week. He even tell you they don't study law. They study procedure. So
real talk.
The problem is not the law. The problem is that there's a financial incentive for these judges and attorneys. That's why I always say, when they have the Freddie Gray situation, when they have these different situations with the cops, stop marching for the cops, start suing and putting pressure on the Bar Association. These judges and lawyers have a financial incentive to create a transaction that wouldn't normally exist. They are the problem. This is what you guys don't know. Every court case, criminal and civil, has to be bonded. These lawyers have to be bonded. And when they make a mistake, you can put a claim on that bond. Y'all have to be proficient in understanding that and understanding the law. Because if you go change the law and you sit there, you're going to be in that court. You're going to be in these different situations for 40 years. Because the law isn't wrong. And you can keep saying the government is corrupt. It's not corrupt. If her ass if she stopped going down to the court and taking your private information because she can't have her way, it wouldn't happen. The law isn't the problem. It's a financial incentive and a gender bias because of the reason that men make more money.
Can you break that down for me? Because I'm just hearing that aspect of all the cases with the bond. Like I didn't know that was automatic.
Every case. No. Every case that's lengthy. But every case, because of the financial situation we have now, every case needs to be bonded. Every case needs to have a bond. Every single solitary case needs to have a bond, civil or criminal. That means everybody in there, including a clerk, needs to have a bond, just in case they do something wrong, and the court in the state is protected. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when they make, yeah. So when they fuck up, you can put a claim against that bond. So how all of these judges have seen cases where there's child alienation, which in all 48 states that are inland, it's a crime. It's criminal. And they don't do anything. So let's start to understand law first before we start to mobilize and vote about something that we don't even understand the law yet. Because there's two parts. It's the Title IV D, but there's a public and then there's a private. So we've all been forced into the public part, and we don't understand the private process. And the private process is much more fun than the public process. Then it's called an administrative process. So that's why I learned that first.
That's why I love this platform, bro. I learn so much when I come on here. Like, Brother Noble, I got to get you on my shit, man, because you telling me some shit that I didn't know anything about, bro. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Thank you guys for being here tonight. So I want to get final thoughts from everyone. We'll start with DL Saint he just came in, but we definitely want to get his thoughts on the show tonight and what he thought, and we'll go from there. So DL Saint, you're up, my buddy. What's your final thoughts?
My initial final thought is we need a part 2, Brother Black Man. Can we get a part 2? Absolutely. Can we come back and follow this up, especially over the next 24 months, because we're in a national presidential election cycle. This is going to be some shit that we see all of the candidates talking about. It would be nice if we can get that out there. We know that's not going to happen, but it would be nice. My second thought is this. Real simple, and this is for one brother only two brothers on the panel. Who they motherfuckers? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? All right, now the third thought is this.
Y'all kind of stole that from us, but we'll take it.
Oh shit!
I'm a Saints fan, so y'all gonna take the A and the T off and put an E and a Y and try to make it yours. That's just you thieves.
Somebody stole something. Somebody stole something. That's all I gotta say about that. We've been saying who they for a goddamn minute now.
No, DL. I was at the Saints game this past weekend. They came up with it first.
Come on now. Who that?
All right.
You know what's
all right. So let's get to the final. Let's get to the final thing. Let's go. Who that? Fuck that. Who they, baby? Who they think gonna beat them Bengals? Anyway, and I ain't gonna lie to you. Shout out to the Ravens and shout out to the Browns. It's about time the Browns started winning. Goddamn, they got the best goddamn players on the fucking planet. Anyway,
did the massage guy start playing yet?
This coming up, I think it's this week or next.
Right,
this week or next.
Real trauma.
This week or next. Hey, we worried about. We worried about him.
But when did the Browns start winning? The Browns win?
I'm sorry. Go.
I'm just that's a whole nother Black Man Unfiltered Network show. We talk about that shit. I'm gonna jump on that when y'all talk about the Browns and the Bengals or whatever, the Ravens and the Steelers. So here's the thing. I always believe this, and after hearing Brother Noble talk, I'm gonna have to rethink this position. I am of the position that it's all about the vote. I'm not going to bullshit you. I ain't going to lie to you. Sitting here, coming into the night, I thought if we can get all men in America, the left, the right, you know what I'm saying, the middle, everybody, to come together on this one issue, because the family law court, child support affects us all. I was under the impression that we can get those votes so we can make something happen. But yeah, after tonight, I am thinking about it, because I mean, shit, how many Black men can't vote, right? How many Black men have lost that privilege, that honor, that you know what I mean, that responsibility, because they've been locked up on some bullshit charges.
But a lot of those. Right, let me add to that real quick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, brother.
It's amazing to me in this country that I can be an ex-felon, ex-criminal, get out of jail, lose my right to vote, but you still taking taxes out of my goddamn check
all day, every day. Real talk.
If you don't want me to vote for these officials, don't give me my tax-free money. I can't vote on it. I can't vote on taxes. I can't vote on the mayor. I can't vote on people to change the perception of what I get paid. I can't vote on nothing. So let me have my money tax-free then, and since I can't vote.
You are currently being taxed with no representation.
Exactly. Taxation without representation. Direct violation of the Constitution.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Doc.
So,
man, we some smart niggas over here. This is ridiculous.
Hey, listen to this. And that's if we can figure that part out, I think we'll be on to something. I definitely want to break bread with Brother Noble and talk to him some more about this. Because we need the votes. I mean, that bottom line, I'm just that guy. When it comes down to an issue I think if you got the votes, you can make changes. It's a simple change. You simply mandate that all judges who preside over family law court, when there's an unmarried couple who comes in there with a child, the default should be 50-50, period. There should be no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And one of the parents, if they don't want that responsibility, have to opt out. That could be that is a simple change. It's common sense. It makes sense. But like we talked about earlier tonight, it will cost the states a shit ton of money because now you can't justify that crushing child support, period. So we figured that part out. I think we're going to be good. Poppy Blanco's in here saying Ravens trash, Cowboys trash, Bengals are super trash. Hey, that means you worried about it. You put super trash in front of the Bengals, you know what it is, who they got, damn it. Thank you so much for having me up, brother. Y'all doing it after this or no? In the back chat, hang out in the back chat or no?
Yeah, you're muted, man. You're muted.
I'm gonna hang out in the back.
Black man, I hear you. You can stand in the back. Listen, I'm pissed off because I got to go to work Monday and I got to pay 2 people. All right, because I got to pay 2 people that's from Portugal because Portugal beat Ghana on Thursday, and I got to go to work and pay these damn Portugal people this money on Monday. When I knew Ghana was gonna pull it off, I said Ghana, God, I did. Now I gotta go to work
for the payment fund and not your birthday.
Oh my God.
That's crazy as fuck, yo. So, I'm DL Saint. DL Saint, I Really Want to Know podcast. I just started a second podcast on my shit called the Downrange Podcast. Shout out to Brother Mandrill. He was there for my first episode. Downrange Podcast is 100% political. That's all we talk about. We talk about American politics. That's it. DL Saint, I Really Want to Know podcast. We talk about everything else. You know what I mean? From the red pill to the blue pill to the fucking banana pill to dating, from tech to, you know what I mean, to whatever, everything in between. That's what we talk about on YouTube. You can find me there on Instagram. I Really Want to Know podcast, all one word. That'll take you to my Instagram. I'm focused on YouTube. Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to Mandrell, Brother Bennett. You know what I mean? We everybody on here that I don't know. You know what I mean? Thank y'all so much for having me. I'll be in the back chat waiting on everybody else, man. Thank you so much, bro.
All right, my brother. Appreciate you being here tonight, man. And always your support. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. All right, let's see who we got up next. We got Mandrell up next. Mandrell, what are your final thoughts for the show?
Final thoughts is a fantastic topic. I'm glad this. I'm glad I was here for this conversation. I really am. This is fascinating.
This almost didn't happen.
And I probably didn't. I mean, but hey, everybody tune in next week's Barbershop conversation. Yeah, I am too. Yeah, I'm glad I got to meet my fellow brother in arms over here. But everybody tune in next week for next week's Barbershop talk. I'm going to be hosting that one and managing it. Okay. It's going to be a fantastic conversation. It's about bridging the gap between Gen X and the rest of the younger generation. How do we get that happening? Because, y'all need help. The millennials and from the millennials on and younger, they need help because these younger kids that's coming after the millennials, they on some other shit.
Well, man, I'm gonna tell you something now. If you go into it like that, they're gonna shut down on your ass. If you go in and say y'all need help, they ain't gonna want to talk no more.
Now, here's the thing. Let me.
I'm telling you, they're very sensitive.
I get. Watch and learn. You watch and learn, young Skywalker. Okay, I will teach you.
Okay,
just
Yoda.
Trust me. Let go and trust. Okay, that's what you need to do.
Okay.
Anyway, tune in for that one. That's gonna be that thing. All right. Okay. So it's a very much well needed conversation. It's not the first, but it's the second of several conversations that need to be had because you ain't gonna figure it out in 1 or 2 conversations. Right. You're not, but we can solve some things with each and every conversation. Come to conclusions on some of them, and you build from there. You know what I'm saying? There's the conversation you can solve for 2 issues, minimum, just 2 issues, until you have no more issues. Now you have all the solutions. package that shit together, and go apply it. That's the goal for this one coming up for this conversation coming up next week. Talk. I will be back Wednesday for Unapologetic. My sister is doing some other stuff. So I'm not sure she'll be here Wednesday with me. I'm not sure, but tune in anyway. All right. She's got a lot going on, a lot of good things. I'm not gonna lie. I ain't even mad at it. Not mad at all. I'm actually quite proud of her. Not that she doesn't have that going on. None of that.
This is a part of the show you missed last week, Mandrell.
You
When
can
you
take
were
that down.
Jesus.
I don't want to see that. Why would you do this to me?
What the?
Why would you do this to me, man? Look at no. Stop it. Take that down.
Last week we talked about that last week. You have to go back and watch the show.
I'm glad I wasn't here last week. I'm glad I wasn't here last week.
World Class is going to do a. He's going to do a show on it for sure.
On that?
Okay, cool.
Yeah. They say they're beautiful. They're
the World Class.
Their picture said they're beautiful and they're very disciplined women.
Oh shit!
Yeah, they said that. And to Noble, the World Class. Welcome back.
Thanks.
Welcome back.
That's what's up.
Good everybody.
All right, good night, Mandrell. Y'all tune into Mandrell's Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Appreciate you, Mandrell, for being here tonight. See you in the back, my brother. All right, Mr. Bennett, thank you for being here tonight. Always an avid supporter of the channel. Man, I appreciate you so much, brother. What are your final thoughts on the show tonight?
All right, well, let's go back. I guess we took a few turns tonight.
Yes, it did.
If I want to go back to the original, we're talking about, and certainly, again, thank you for sharing your story tonight and for the guys who shared tonight. It just goes to show that it as far as the whole vetting thing, you can do your absolute best to try to find someone who is going to support you. But again, things can turn awry. I mean, I had 3 kids in 4 years, and that situation could have went in a number of directions. But through understanding, through commitment, my wife and I were able to get through it, and where we are today. So don't beat yourself up too much. But again, be willing to have those crucial conversations and have them early. Again, I say meet the parents early, meet her girlfriends early. If you're going to be intentional about wanting to be with someone, that should be of first priority before you get, as I forgot the word that you used earlier to describe the condition that men find themselves in.
I have it here for you.
Yes,
it's
before they get too attached and before you get this condition. Yes, before you get that condition, gentlemen, make sure you make your demands up front. And it's not a bad idea to practice some discipline in that situation before you decide to get so involved with a woman. Put those things up front first and be willing to go through a period of some celibacy. There's nothing wrong with that until you find out some things so that you're sure before you start to make those steps with a woman. But again, even the best of us, and the black man, what you describe being a faithful husband, again, the best, you don't know what people come with the trauma with. And I wouldn't tell anybody that they have to necessarily stay in that situation. And one thing for sure, especially for, because I know you said you got some counsel from some Christian biblical people. And one thing that I think people have to understand, just because it's a descriptive, that does not make it prescriptive. Just because you may find it in the Bible. Yes, again, you had the Hosea and he had Gomer, his wife.
Ooh.
That's not a template for how a successful marriage is to run.
Right.
Okay. So again, we need to be able to apply some wisdom in these spaces to understand that no, you're not one who has to tolerate abuse or abandonment or spouses that are not faithful to you. That doesn't mean that you run out at the first opportunity. But certainly you're not in a position to be a martyr. But, there's reasons why the Bible shares those stories. But again, that's not like, okay, that's the hard and fast rule. That's how you operate. So again, we need to apply some wisdom when it comes to that. And fortunately for you, you were able to, like I said, not only overcome that situation, but rebound. And what's really just shows the power of God that you were able to come to this point in life where you have forgiveness for your ex. You allow her to have a relationship with your kids when it's conducive to do so. And certainly a lot of us can certainly learn from your story. Same thing for man Tarus. I mean, you know, again, your story too. Again, the fact that you were able to overcome, and that's one thing that I don't want to get lost in these spaces, because again, not everyone's marriage is going to, you know, be cookie cutter here.
Right, exactly.
The bottom line is, for a lot of us, a lot of us have overcome some things, and we're still with the ladies that we're with, or we're able to find new love elsewhere. So I think all of that, especially in a space where people are not getting married or not having families, the fact that I can look at this panel and see these men who have families, who have structure in their lives. We need all of it. So I say, bring all of it to the table, but let's just bring us respectfully. Respect the stories that that we are sharing with one another. Again, try to learn if there's something that you can take from someone's perspective. Try to absorb that, but let's respect one another's story, because everyone, you don't want to walk a mile in anyone else's shoes. The track that you're on, the story and journey that you're on is your own, and so gain strength from that. Hopefully, the rest of us, we can gain perspective from that. But again, let's grow this space and have room for others who may be going through the same type of things. Let's have a safe space for men to congregate together and say, hey, I can relate to what any one of these guys might be saying at any given time. Let's grow this network. Let's grow this community. Love always, debate furiously, always respect in this space. And I think great things are coming up from this platform. And again, I just appreciate you, Black Man, for allowing the conversation to grow organically in this. Especially, this wasn't supposed to happen tonight, but sometimes that's the best shows that you get when they come together last minute. So salute to you. And I think the environment that you're creating is one that I think a lot of us, we can all, more men can be attracted to. But again, let's respect the personal journeys that people are on and see if we can't learn from those stories rather than criticizing it. So with that, again, thanks everyone. Have a great morning. It's already morning.
Right. Thank you so much, man. And tell your wife, man, much respect. Tell your wife much respect, man.
Yeah, she allowed me to be on here tonight. So I appreciate it.
Tell her we said much love, man. Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate you guys. God bless.
God bless, man. All right, man. Hey, I ain't gonna. This is not his name, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you catch when you put sex before learning who a female is. Ask Claudamatis. Okay? Ask Claudamatis. All right? Make sure you guys remember that. Put that in your dictionary. All right. No captivity with Freezy. Your final thoughts, my guy.
Hey, BMU, I want to echo Mr. Bennett about you sharing your story earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate you sharing that, being transparent, man.
Absolutely.
You've always been a real ass dude. I know to me you have always been, and I just want to say that, this conversation was very spirited, and my intentions was not to cause any type of disrespect. But just like Mr. Bennett said, it's very much needed, because I like to focus on the Black community, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're at war.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about the state of the Black community as it is in modern day society. Has anybody been paying attention to our young boys and young girls? Hell, not even the young boys, the adults, right? And in my humble opinion, it's going to call for more than just a compromising us compromising with our counterparts. It's gonna have to be a hostile takeover. We're at war, right? Extreme situations call for extreme circumstances. Now, Tarus agree with me. Well, I'm not going to say he agree with me. We agree with each other when it comes to, because he said some good stuff about, the village.
Right.
We are on the same page when it comes to what needs to take place as far as Black men leading by example to improve our village per se, right?
Right.
In my humble opinion, that's going to cause for Black men to not only lead by example, but to also set codes of conduct that need to be enforced by the men. And I'm also one to subscribe that that type of leadership should not just stop in the community in general, but it should transcend. Matter of fact, I'm going to go further and say it should start in the household, that type of leadership, because it would be easier to, it would be easier to it would be easier to cultivate a community like that when you can get a hold of it from the root of the of the situation, which is in the household. And I also want to say this: we got to stop okay, yes, I would say I am sort of like a dictator in my house, right? But who's to say that all dictators are bad? I know we live in this democracy type of, economy in the United States. But guess what? Under a dictatorship, we might not have homeless people. You understand what I'm saying? See, what I'm saying is there's pros and cons under every roof. That's all I'm saying. Like, we have a record high of homeless people in the United States. It's because we live in a democracy, right? A capitalistic society, right? And I'm not against what we live in right now, this capitalistic society. Pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. I'm not against that. But what I'm saying is I do look at both sides. If we lived in a socialistic society, we'll have less homeless people. You understand what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that I'm just encouraging not just Tarus, but everybody, let's not just be quick to demonize certain perspectives. The way I run my house, I just feel like in general it's needed. My house is in order. My wife, she's happy. She wouldn't have it any other way. So all I'm saying is, and another thing is, when it comes to physical abuse, I just want to point this out. A lot of physical abuse cases are unreported. I'm sorry. But if we tell you that, shout out to Nathan Daly, shout out to Diesel. These guys are in law enforcement that are commonly on panels. I think they have spaces as well. But these guys have frequently told audiences that most of the physical abuse, especially that's unreported, is caused by women, right? But we won't be able to give you this definite stat. You know why? Because it's not reported. But we're telling you that these officers are giving their accounts. Not just one officer, several officers are giving their accounts on their experience with DV situations, domestic violence situations. And most of the culprits are women, but they're just unreported. We won't have a stat for that. We won't be able to Google that because it's not reported. That's all. That's what I wanted to say. But yeah, I'm happy that I can agree with Tyrus when it comes to the community and the village, because we both agree that Black men need to step up. And what that type of leadership looks like, we might disagree, but at least we agree on that. I don't want you to think that, I'm this type of dude that just blames women and don't take any type of male accountability. No, I think that the root cause is that men need to step up. And once we supply the type of leadership that's needed, the bigger question is, are women ready to follow that type of leadership? Because we've compromised long enough. I just feel like the biggest problem for, the biggest problem with the Black community thus far is because we've compromised too much. But I just wanted I just wanted to cap it off with that, man. And everybody gave great perspective. Noble, he always on point. Black man, you always, be kicking ass. And Tyrus, this is my first time on the panel with you. But man, by all means, to be honest with you, man, I like this type of back and forth because you made it interesting, my brother. I don't like to be in echo chambers. You understand what I'm saying? And no, bro, we got it's all love, bro. Real talk. If you know anything about Freezy, especially if you're black or Latino or Native American, I got love for you, bro. Real talk. But man, hey, peace out to everybody, man, and we will meet again. oh, and shout out to the chat. I love y'all too. You on mute, black man.
I appreciate you so much, No Captivity, man. Much love to you, my brother. All right, we've been rocking for a minute, man. Prayers to you, your wife, your family, and everybody over there, man. To everybody that was on the panel tonight, just praying that God keeps everybody covered, bro. So thank you so much for being here, man. I'll send you the link for the next show, brother.
What it is.
We'll see you next Friday, man. Peace. All right, No Captivity, ladies and gentlemen. Haru! What's your final thoughts, my guy?
Well, I had so much fun. This was a lot of fun. I learned a lot. I love these conversations. I'm used to bloodbath conversations. We're just going at each other. And then guess what we do? We go and buy a beer right afterwards. We go to the bar, we kick it.
That's how it's supposed to be.
That's how I came up, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I love conversations like this. And like, I'm going to go to sleep and I'm going to be happy. And I'm going to wake up and I'm probably going to rewatch this and I'm going to be happy. And I'm going to be like, oh my God, I'm way too militant, But I want to say the chat kept me aligned because y'all was making me laugh so hard with that light-skinned hating energy. Thank you guys in chat for bringing that energy. Thank you for Noble for triggering me when you triggered me for the first time when you put that Ravens banner up. Oh
yeah, I'm good
God.
at that.
I'm
good at that. I'm going to put it back up every time I see you.
Oh my God. But
it's going to happen.
Overall, I think we agree more than we disagree. I don't really care what kind of leadership you provide. I care about our opportunity to have that leadership. I care about getting us that opportunity to show what kind of leaders we can actually be. You know what I mean? And I really feel like if we focus on the foundational aspects, a lot of this other stuff is actually trickle up. You know what I mean? And so if we focus on the root causes and our foundation first, it's going to be easier to build that pyramid from the bottom up instead of from the top down. But thank you, BM, for having me on here again. I'm going to keep bringing that energy because I don't like living in an echo chamber too. And I love all the energy that I get, that I receive. So thank you so much for inviting me again, man.
Absolutely, brother. I'll send you the link for the next show, my brother. Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tyrus. All right, next up, the world class. Last but very much not least. What's going on, my guy? You muted.
All right, yeah. I appreciate you having me up. It's been a minute.
Yes, sir.
Y'all been handling the conversations I've been saying. I ain't see no reason, but it's a lot of things I could say, but I must just go back to the title. What you bringing up is the reason men have given up on marriage is like, what is vetting, right?
Yeah.
And I appreciate hearing your story because, again, the so-called red pill space is kind of divided. It's the guys that's there for dating, and then it's those of us that's here because of family court and child alienation and all that, child support and all of that.
Right.
And it's a clear distinction between us two, but it's still the same type of red pill rage, as they say, when you're waking up to like, oh, this happens to everybody. So it was crazy hearing your story. But I want you guys to understand that it's normal.
Yeah.
It's horrible to us. It's like the big things to us. It was horrible for me. My son is downstairs now. He slept for a while, so I'm just letting him rock. And you know what I'm saying? Him being kept away for whatever, for the reason his mom kept him away, is devastating. You don't understand what guys go through. And us saying that is not bashing nobody. And it's why these spaces are important. That's why my guy Palmer, I talk about his show all the time, because guys, you can come to these spaces and get information. A lot of stuff I said today, I got from his show, watching his show. You know, I got to realize my situation ain't as bad. I'm not alone. It happens often. And here goes some other pieces of information that help settle. I've said this before, about a good 100 days out of the almost 200 days that I was alienated from my child, I was taking that trip to go take her ass out. And it took a lot of thinking and a lot of self-discipline to turn back around, because I've left the house like, yeah, today's the day. About 100 different days. You know what I'm saying? And it sounds horrible, but guys need to hear it, so they go, yeah, all right, okay, cool. I know it wasn't just me. Yeah, when you love your child, I mean, my son was in a NICU. His throat and his esophagus was disconnected. The first 90 days of his life, he was in the hospital. I was there every day. I was spending 20-hour days. I went to sleep maybe 4 hours, worked all day, and then had to argue with the the nurses and the medical staff and all of that. And for him to get kept away from me over a year later, it's devastating. Guys are going through a lot in this space, and to just arbitrarily hear that men need to do this, men need to do that. No, it's not men. It is these U.S. mothers keeping the child away at a rate of, they're alienating at a rate of 70%. It's like 70%. 70% of these children are being, 70% of our children have horrible mothers. No, that's not true. 70% of the children in this country of all races have horrible breeders, because you can't be a mother and alienate the child. Child alienation just keeps being brushed under the rug. Even tonight, I had to bring it up. Nobody is talking about this. It is the core problem of all the problems. Child alienation is the problem. Child alienation is the problem. It's bigger than the grape stuff. It's bigger than the cheating stuff. It's bigger than the marriage. These children don't have an identity because the mom is finding out that she's not good enough to be the only one, or she's been waiting her whole life to be able to have sex and get all this magical power just because I have a child. And we got to start bringing it up. That is why this space is happening like it's happening, because, like I said, like I outlined, there's a financial incentive for these courts to keep the child with the mom, because men make more money and they can get more child support. It's not because you're a good person. It's because they know you're stupid. They know you as a woman is an idiot. You'll fall for the banana in the tailpipe, and you'll think it's because you're a good mom, but it's not. It's just because you're too stupid to think. Children are sicker than they ever been. The child deletion rates, the self-deletion rate for the children, right? So I can't say the S word.
Right.
From 1991 to 2017 increased by 73%. Increased by 73%, while white children's decrease.
Wow.
So-called black children. It is the number one problem. These children are dying being around so-called black women. I don't care about nobody of race. They're dying. You are the most violent and hostile and homicidal place for us. 24,114,000 child deletions. We died more in your womb than we did in the streets in that war and on the plantation, just between 1973 and now. So the vetting process, one thing I'll share with that, and I'm done, is guys, you have to stop dealing with chicks that come from a family of child alienation, which is 70% of them. You don't have to worry about the passport bros. 70% of them don't even qualify. You have to stop. Because this is what's sickening, right? I've said this on Sir Harold Speaks show, and I said it on Lucky show like a couple, I think like last week. I can leave tomorrow. I can go get me about 40 numbers. I can meet a chick. I can talk to the chick for a week. I'll have sex with her that week. After I have sex with her that week, I'll be around her child. I'll spend more time around this child just because I had sex with the mom than his dad will. I'll have more time around this child just because I'm screwing her and validating her that she was good enough to be the only one. I'll have more time around this new child than I will my own, and then the dad will of the other child. That is the problem. It's not all these stupid little high manosphere, high value man, y'all shouldn't be cheating. It is the fact that mothers in this country are child alienating at a ridiculous rate. That's the only power they got, is to be treacherous. And like I said, you can keep blaming the family court, but the family court don't know nothing about your private information until she walk her ass in it. That shit need to be called out, man.
Yep.
As for the conversation, I think enough was said on that. This is what this is for. This is literally what this is for. Us getting up here, saying what we just getting it out on both sides, the right side, the wrong side. We just need to get it out so we can hear ourselves talk. Like, damn, some things I'm gonna look back over and say, oh, I probably need to say that a little better. I probably should have said this better. I should have brought this up and not that up. But that's just repetition. You know, just like any other thing, just like sports, just repetition. We'll get better. So I appreciate you having me up, bro.
Absolutely, man. Hey, y'all, go ahead and subscribe to the World Class. Noble's in the building tonight. Appreciate you for being in the brother.
Definitely.
All right, we'll see you in the back if you stick around, brother. We'll see you in a second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this has been another episode of the Barbershop. This was not supposed to happen tonight. Everybody's supposed to be off tonight. However, I felt the need to do this, encouraged by my brother Mandrell, as well as Freezy gave me a call, and so we had that conversation. And so I am so glad to be here tonight, man, to do this show with you guys. Now, before we do leave, I want to keep in mind that the people that gave to the channel tonight, we have Eugene Steele with a $5 super chat. We had Mandy become a new member of the channel. We had Scam Likely with the birthday dust dues of a $10 super chat. We had Beautifully Animated with a $5 super chat. We had the Book of Ronin with a $20 super chat. And then we had two coming at the end that I didn't talk about in the show because the conversation was flowing. We have Luke Hazley with a $5 super sticker. Thank you, Luke Hazley. And then we had Clement Gray with a $2 super chat. Since we're at the end of the show and I like to do stupid shit sometimes, I'll go ahead and play this super chat for you guys. And hopefully it works right because it is crazy. All right, this is for the super chats tonight. Thank you, everybody that gave. Also, thank the people that gave the cash apps as well. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for the super chats. After this, I'll come back, say my last final thoughts, and then we'll be out of here. Here we go.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch. Go. Get up, and then they got go up. Time to wake up, bitch, get up. Get up, get up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Listen, if you still want to donate to the channel, please do so. I'd appreciate every cent, every dollar that you send, because what you send, I put into this to create more. We have shows running every day of the week. And so tomorrow we have no shows on a Saturday. Coming soon, though. We have no shows on Saturday. However, we do have the deaf community. We'll have their show on Sunday. All right, so we're going to have those young ladies come back, and I think it's going to be a young man this time as well. And we'll allow the deaf community to have a show here to invite other deaf people to have entertainment, just like we have entertainment. We can hear, we can speak to each other, we can communicate. So I want to open up a space where the deaf community can have that as well. So that'll be on Sunday. If you want to come, you may not understand what they're saying. If you know sign language, you probably will understand everything that they're saying. But you could come through and support those ladies and that young man. I think it's going to be one young man in there on Sunday. At I think it's going to be 4 p.m. Central Standard Time is what they said today. I talked to the group. I texted the group of women, young ladies today. So thank you guys for everything that you do for this channel. I can't say it enough. You guys are amazing. So I really, really, really appreciate you guys. And we'll see you guys on Sunday for the silent treatment at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then Monday, I'll be out Monday because my wife told me, no, Monday's your birthday. I cannot have you on anything on Monday. Because I got some playing. Me and the kids got some playing. So I can't not be there. So, okay. Right. So, guys, thank you again so much for being here. I appreciate it. And we out. I appreciate you guys, man. Peace.